All right.
Hey,
All right.
Prime.
We got some cameras coming in. Hey, hey, and we got some new people here. I love it. Love it. Love it. Um. Okay. So yeah, soon we're just gonna wait for more people to turn on their camera. All right. Yeah. Do it now. Okay.
One sec.
Okay. Great. Hooray.
There you
We
go.
got a whole bunch of individuals here. Thank you, Black Uji, for stopping by. Much appreciated. Thanks for coming up through.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for this new person whose name is Blay. Hello, Blay. How are you?
Hi, what's up, Prime? How you doing?
Fine. Nice to meet you. Thanks for stopping by. Nice to yeah, always looking for new individuals.
Yeah, I've actually been on once before, but
Oh, okay.
the only
Well,
one time.
yeah.
So,
All right. Well, then, also, thank you, Jason Society, for coming through again. Nice to have you
Sure.
around.
Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you to Hans, who we rarely see, but I'm happy to have him around. His he's not, I believe he's not wearing a very expendable shirt, so we can trust that'll stay on.
If you only if you want me to, Prime. If,
You
if,
know,
if it's if you want it off, like no cap. Like it can be gone in an instant. Just let
oh,
yeah, whatever chat needs.
okay. All right. But thank you. Well, actually, it's much appreciated to see Hans here. We're very happy to have him around.
Thanks
All
for
right.
having me.
If there's first of all, is there anything that you guys want to talk about? I do have a topic. If there's anything on your minds, I'd love to entertain it.
I'm down to clown with whatever you got for me. So
Okay. All
Amen.
right. Yeah. So, the leader, or maybe former leader, of the Proud Boys, I believe his name's like Enrico Tario. Am I mistaken? Um, but he was sentenced to 5 months in prison for a few things, right? He like a few charges that he was pleaded guilty towards. One of them, one of those charges, was involving him tearing down a Black Lives Matter sign, right, on someone else's property, right, tearing that down, and I believe he burnt the flag or the banner. And I'm wondering about this. It got me thinking, right, as to, oh boy, once again, limits of free speech. No need to have any other kinds of debates around that, but but yeah. So it got me wondering. Uh, so should one flag burning be like a thing? Like it would be a established type of protest? Should that be a thing? This case is a little different because he went on someone else's property and tore it down. So not like he brought a Black Lives Matter flag and then burnt that. So just to be clear, right? But that's what it got me thinking along the lines of is that should what should be the limits of that kind of protest, right? Like burning signs, like or like burning people in effigy, right? Like that does that not seem like a bit like violent, right? Like what would you feel like if someone was burning you in effigy, right? Is that something we should be allowing? What do y'all think?
all right.
To,
I'm totally down with flag burning. I think once you start attributing it to like individual people, like if someone say like made either a thing of Trump or a thing of like Bernie or a thing of Obama, at that point, I think you could start like saying like there's some reasonable intent that like these people either mean this person harm or mean to like encourage other people like to do harm against a specific person. I don't think you can say like an individual could do like specific harm on like a non-political basis to say like the government of the United States. And so I would like definitely protect flag burning as free speech, but I don't think I would do that with regular people because essentially you're saying like I'm burning this person alive like as close to like approximate as I can, right? You're not just saying you dislike their policies. You're saying like this person deserves to burn, and I'm going to make it like a public demonstration about that. So I would not be okay with that for anyone, and I would probably at the very least, I think you could potentially have a discussion about it for private citizens versus public officials, or say like public figures, right? Like if someone say like started burning effigies of like say The Rock, he's a well-known public figure. People know where he lives, right? These are things that you can easily find. That I think it puts certain public actors or public people in more danger than private citizens. Although I'd say it's probably still fucked up, and you could probably like potentially get like say on charges of like threatening or inciting violence against private citizens as well. I think there would probably just be something added on top, like when you're talking about public figures.
Okay, I have a question. What about like celebrities when they do it? Like I can't remember her name. Like she held the head Trump's head in a magazine, and then there was Snoop Dogg when he shot like a dude supposed to be like Trump. Does that fall on the lines as the same thing?
Absolutely. Like I would hold other public figures to account. I'd almost hold them to more account, right? Because they have a larger reach, a larger platform. If say like if Trump burned an effigy of Obama at like say the RNC, then I think we would start like a lot of people would start getting really fucking weird vibes where it's like, hey, are we saying that it's okay now to like start burning effigies of like specifically our political opposition? Because that starts getting like really hazy really fast. Because like, what is the meaning there? Is it like, oh, is it that their tax policy is bad, or that they're like there's this like there's like this enemy that has to be immediately destroyed? So I would like hold them to the same, if not an even higher standard.
Generally speaking, I don't know why. I really don't think that that's a great idea, because I think the whole burning of a flag that represents an individual is, again, it's an enactment of free speech, right? So I think that's an important thing that we can extend to people universally. I don't know if one can infer that one means harm to someone based on like the burning of a flag or a symbol that represents someone. Generally speaking, I feel like if someone were to, burn a flag of a public figure, burn a flag of a politician, or whatever, I think this has more to do with not necessarily causing them direct harm, but rather as like a political statement against their, some type of ideological disagreement or something like that. And I don't know. It seems very problematic that we have to start making inferences based on people's intentions from when they start burning flags and things in pictures that represent
burning flags. Honestly, if it's your property, who cares?
Well, generally
burning effigies of actual people, like actual likenesses of other people, that's a different story, in my opinion.
Thank you.
I'll tell you this. Look, if you wanted to burn an effigy of Trump or President Obama, okay, either one, regardless of what side of the political spectrum you're on, you should be appalled by that. However, if it's just a flag, now I don't know everyone here, but I'm a conservative. And some people would say, well, conservatives are, they're against burning of the American flag. No, if you want to burn the American flag, fucking do it, just as long as it's yours. If you want to, if you're going to take away someone else's property, which Enrique Intario did, that's what he should have been convicted of, was destroying someone else's property, not burning a Black Lives Matter flag. Who gives a shit about the flag? It was the fact that it was someone else's property is what I took personal problems with.
Right. So I have a question for you though.
Okay.
And before you get that, I'll throw to you. Just thank you, Chet Logic, for the raid. Thank you, Chet Logic, for being so kind as to raid us. Raiders, you already know who I am. I am Prime. I'm saying it anyway. My name is Prime. I do these panels. But thank you so much for coming through. If you haven't done so already, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on, because I do 6 nights a week. Once you be a part of it. But thank you, Chet Logic, for being so kind, for being part of the previous panel. I love interacting with Chet. Like that. I deeply love interacting with that man. He's an amazing human being. And you've made an amazing choice to be one of his part of his crew. But consider joining in here. Hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. Okay. Sorry, Blay, please go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, what I was saying is, if you have a problem with someone burning a flag, does that not apply necessarily when someone burns pictures or like flags or likenesses of other people? Because from there, you have to make an inference about what that person's going to do.
So, like I said before, effigies and stuff like that, no, you shouldn't be burning.
Right, but what's the reason
an
for that?
advocation for harm? That's an advocation of harm against the individual.
Wait, but how is that an advocation for harm against an individual? Because no one's
you're burning an effigy of Obama or Trump or whatever, you are actually doing it against an individual. If you're doing it against like a group, like a big meta thing, it's a little bit different. Okay,
Right, but you can use the same logic to burn a flag of like the American flag and call it sedition. Like, if this is the same type of logic and same type of extrapolation, you can make
already ruled on that. Supreme
No.
Court's already ruled on that. And they
Okay, so
actually
the
said that
Supreme
that's
Court has
actually-
already ruled on it. However, I'm making a prescriptive claim here. What is the key distinction between burning a flag or a picture of an
Targeting-
individual that bears their
Well,
likeness?
an individual versus
the flag
a
represent
group.
the flag was represent an ideal. It's not the actual person itself. The flag
Yeah.
would represent an ideal. That's
Right,
what he's
so you
trying
don't-
to say.
Right. So you don't think that individual people who represent ideologies, like take Karl Marx, for example, we can't burn a picture of Karl Marx?
You can.
think-
Really
Absolutely.
quick, just
Well,
pulling this
wait,
back,
wait.
pulling.
I think there is like a noted difference between like a person who's
Hans,
dead
you're
versus
super
someone-
quiet now. I don't know why.
Oh
Yeah.
shit. I'll talk louder. I think there's like a legitimate difference between say like a person who's dead versus someone that's alive. Because like if you're saying like if you're making a public statement about burning like a living like president or a living individual, at that point like you're like in some way you're doing like your best to at the very least incite hate towards that person. And a more reasonable interpretation, I would say you're trying to incite violence towards them. But like in the case of like Marx and or like say or like old like John D. Rockefeller like way back in the day, or like Hitler, or like even if like you want to be like a super big asshole and like burn like MLK, I don't think I could stop you. But if you're doing it against a living person, I think at that point you're potentially inciting violence against a living person. That's what I would like have that
Well,
decision.
Hans, can I ask you a question?
I
Can I
can
ask
ask
you
you
a
a
question?
question.
terrorism there, right? There's
The
it's
question
almost
is-
like there's an element of stochastic terrorism there. Like you're stoking the flames for something to happen to somebody. When you burn a flag, a lot of times it's in protest of something that's happening with the government, an idea within the government, the direction your government is going. Right?
Yes.
When
What's the
when
difference?
it's a living person, when it's a living person, that's a direct threat, especially if you consider, for example, like what's the proximity of hate, right? Like how close are they when they're burning these effigies? Are they in the person's front yard burning effigies of that person, or are they 500 miles away? To me, either poses a
Jason,
threat,
so-
right? But there's a threat.
So this is
Wait,
both
but the
for
thing
Hans
is-
and Jason. What's the difference between burning a picture of someone and burning an effigy of someone? And you're like, well, an effigy is like a 3D representation. Well, a picture is like, yeah, there isn't. That's the question. That's ultimately it. Like, so would you make it illegal to burn a picture of
necessarily
someone?
the ideas.
Yeah, I have another
If you make it illegal to burn a picture of someone, then would you make it illegal to burn a book? Like, I mean, what is the difference? I mean,
Right.
you could say a book is not a person, but like you're burning, there's a meaning in burning something, right?
Right, another
think
issue
that
I have
I
with
think that
burning
you have to.
something, like-
There's intent and context, and that's the thing. It's not a black and white scenario. What is the context? What is the demonstration? Show me the demonstration.
But you can't legislate. I mean, you can
that's what I'm
legislate
wondering
context to a
is where
certain
does this
degree,
root
but some
from?
things you can't because you can't agree on these types of things, right?
Wait.
Let's pull this back for just a moment.
Wait, 1 second. We can easily legislate like crimes based around intent. We have it like in terms of like how we deal with murder right now.
Well,
So you can say,
intent is like the primary thing.
Okay, so then what we can say then, like if we're passing a law to stop, like say like to whether like banning certain effigies, if you can say that burning an effigy with like certain amount of intent behind it of a living person can constitute a crime, if you can like if you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there's some flavor of intent to harm them, right? It's like say if like a bunch of like Proud Boys took like say like 10 prominent like Jewish like senators or politicians, right? And then they burn them all. I think at some point, or any other a neo-Nazi group, if you're not comfortable calling the Proud Boys neo-Nazis.
Yeah, because Proud Boys definitely are not that.
Okay, like
that's a bad example.
That's fine, Sparky.
Yeah,
Like,
it's a good example, actually. Continue.
But for
No,
the
it
purpose-
really isn't.
Okay, like
It's
okay,
good.
like well,
Whatever.
we're not. Well, okay, stop.
Okay,
like, that's not the point.
KKK, I don't
not
know,
the point.
whatever. Just
so like,
yeah.
it's like regards for this.
Yeah.
I would be comfortable saying that is explicitly like talking about violence. If someone says if there's like say like a county fair and there or like where they do like this thing where they maybe like they burn like the old this is like a more cultural thing, like say like they burn like an effigy of like their previous mayor like moving on to the new one as like some sort of like county like passing over from like politics like over and over, and you could say like, oh, that's like a culturally significant thing, that there's no really malintent, it's just about like moving from like one space to another. Burning that effigy I would say would be entirely fine. It is very much context and like an intent dependent, and I would be very comfortable legislating that because we already have legislation based around intent and crime anyway. So I think that's a very easy thing where you could say like, sometimes it works,
Hans,
sometimes it doesn't. But, like that's
Someone
how,
else
like,
has a
all of our-
question, but I have a question too. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, you don't mind if I have the floor for a second?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the thing that I wanted to ask you, Hans, is at what point does like the inferencing that comes with that, how are we going to find a way to legislate that, and if any distinction, because it's all arbitrary in which we decide to legislate what's justified and what's not justified. And there's other types of precautions and measures that we can use to determine whether someone means to inflict harm on someone, right? Like if you remember this period for, like 4 years ago, it wouldn't have been out of the realm of possibility to see someone who's like on BuzzFeed take a picture of Trump as some like girl power video and burn a picture of Trump just to represent some like, it's like anti-Trump type of thing. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to inflict harm on him. And if anything, I think that universality in allowing people this sort of freedom of expression is probably a net benefit to all of the groups that this affects, considering there's other types of ways we can determine whether someone's going to cause harm to someone else.
I guess you could expand. I mean, like specifically burning, like has like I say a certain cultural context inside the United States. But I would be comfortable, like say, like maybe extending the like frame of like the rule that like say the destruction of an effigy. Because like, what's the difference between say like me like burning effigy of Obama versus me like say like shooting him with enough bullets that the effigy like flies to like a million bajillion pieces, right?
Sure.
I think the intention of like destruction and violence towards that person is like adequately demonstrated regardless of whether I used fire or whether I used bullets. So I think it would still just go like into like you have to demonstrate intent, and that could be demonstrated in a court of law. You couldn't just say,
I
"Oh,
think
that guy was burning an
Hans,
effigy."
I just want to say, Brento, and then
I just want to say,
Dr. K.
One, burning, I don't think has a unique context in the United States. I think burning is a universal context because fire is universal, or at least across Earth, everyone understands what it means to burn someone alive. It's not unique within the United
American
States.
Political sphere, we've had like crosses burned on like.
No. Fire is a universal. Please.
Okay, but
can you just give that up? Can you just accept that fire is a universal concept?
Let Hans respond, please. Hans.
Sure,
there's specific context, like in America, where like fire is used. If you want to say like, oh, if we just want to talk about the destruction of effigies, I can grant you that, but it doesn't change the overall.
It's like saying drowning is unique within the United States or something like that.
No, it's not. Like if I just told you, like if we talk about like they're not like say like holding crosses and like shooting them full of bullets. They're specifically like a thing of like white supremacists.
Even if they're burning crosses, they're burning crosses because of what it means to burn something. It means the meaning of fire. Fire is universal.
There's specific context in America about burning things, and you said fire is universal. What are you trying to say?
Fire is universal.
Wait,
that's
so
what I just
reiterated.
One second.
Same point.
So we'll do Dr. K. Then we'll do aircraft. Thank you, aircraft. I didn't get to thank you when you came in, but thank you for being here. And next, there, Jim. You seem to want to say something.
Yeah.
Okay. So Dr. K, aircraft, and then Jim. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, in the context of like actual precedent that cases have had, it's generally agreed upon that multiple factors are taken into consideration when this kind of thing is brought up. And one factor that plays heavily is a group's capacity to inflict said harm, right? There's a major difference between a lone actor doing something like this and a member of a broader organization.
That's what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm.
If it just one douchebag at a protest has like an Obama effigy and he does something stupid, that's one thing, versus like an organized Klan or 3%er or Proud Boy-esque rally doing the same thing, because one group essentially has far more capacity and resources to bring to bear when it comes to inflicting harm on a mass scale, right?
I don't think that's an actual legal distinction.
Well, yeah,
it's not a legal distinction. You might make a distinction, but
no,
that's your distinction.
They do consider
capacity
when they do consider capacity when these sort of cases are brought up. Yes.
Right, but the distinction of capacity is always going to be arbitrary from there. Like we don't have
by
any
the judge. But irregardless,
I'm
talking. I'm going to move on now, right? So on top of capacity, other factors that are taken. What's that?
He said, "Thank God" or something. I'm not sure.
All right, whatever. Fuck you too, dude. What's also taken into consideration as well is the reachability of said target, right? If it's your average Joe or like a local Jewish center or something like that that's being threatened versus someone, a major political figure 5 states over, right? There's a major difference there as well because, there's an apparatus of defense already existing around political figures and an innate controversy to being a political figure. And so, threats of violence against your direct neighbor are often going to be taken far more seriously. That said, right, there's plenty of examples of death threats, bomb threats, forcing people to move, right, where essentially nothing is done about that for years and years, and oftentimes the perpetrators of sort of said threats get off essentially scot-free. So it's really dependent on like the actual willingness of the forces that be to prosecute said individuals, right? And oftentimes there's just not that sort of will there. So yeah, there's a bit of a hypocrisy built into when it comes to enforcement of this, and it's kind of done in a 2-tiered manner.
Right, but there's no objective way of showing what threshold someone needs to pass for it to become, how are you too close to this person?
Well, of course, again, that's contextual. We could argue that till the sun burns out, but you just have to kind of accept the answer that it's dependent on cases.
Regarding the sun, I think when you say like capacity is considered, I think you're right. If someone said, I'm going to hurl you into the sun, well, you don't have the capacity to do that, so it's beyond anything the court is going to regard.
No,
you're right. But to get to my point,
I might be able to work for that.
To get to my point, that is how the court would consider. No, to get to my point, that is how the court would consider it. But I don't think the court takes into capacity this idea that like if you make a threat and you're part of a larger group, like I think under certain circumstances capacity doesn't matter to that degree that you're saying it does. It matters to a certain degree when you're saying like, this group of people versus this group of people. You wouldn't say like, well, this group of people doesn't have a capacity to do this. The court wouldn't consider such a thing.
They would actually consider just that.
Wait. Let's go to. I guess like.
Let's go. Hold on. We got some lines to make sure they get the. So we got aircraft, Jim, and then Hans, and then Jason.
Thank you.
So I think you guys are. Actually missing the forest through the trees. So the distinct difference between the two different categories that was set up was a symbol of a group versus an actual effigy, which is usually a representation of an individual. Where I think the difference between a threat to an individual, I mean, Hans actually mentioned where if someone is alive, okay, that's a little bit more personal and stuff like that. Okay, now I think that kind of goes a little bit beyond the idea of freedom of speech. That's more of a threatening type deal. Where like a symbol like a flag or something like that, it's not actually as personal, and I think that's more of the destruction of an idea, and I think that's completely fine on the idea of a free speech type deal. And let's be honest. So I've attended multiple riots, doing
my
film
position is on it right
film
now.
of different riots, different points of view, seeing what's going on. And what I've
if
noticed is that when these individuals engage in this stuff,
if you want to burn a
they
flag,
do
you
it
burn
as
a
a
flag.
group,
If
and
you
they
wanna
do it usually
burn an
under a
effigy of a
specific
person
symbology. Destruction of
long
that
been gone,
symbology
then fine,
itself
so be
shouldn't
it.
be that big
But
of a
if they're
deal.
alive,
It's when people
and
actually
especially
target
when
the
it's
individuals
organized by a
where it
mass
gets a
group
bit
of
out of
people,
hand. So
that's a threat. That's
if you
a direct
like,
threat.
I think you should never
That's a
burn an
stochastic
effigy
threat.
of a president, especially one that is sitting or one that is still alive. I just think that's wrong. Okay, it's a little bit, if you want to call it moral or immoral. Yeah, okay, fine. That's the framing you want to throw it under. But I just look at it as it's a little bit too targeting of that individual, and I think that's where the problem is. Look, what Enrico Intario did, honestly, if it was his banner,
What
his
did he
flag,
do?
he burned a Black Lives Matter flag in D.C.
It was a church banner.
It was a
Specifically.
banner
he
from
was
a church.
charged with?
Yeah,
Well,
he took it
or was it
down.
Well,
trust-
he
was it
also
destruction of
got some
property?
felony
It was
stuff.
Well, here
destruction
I
of
want
property.
to hear
Ammunition that
aircraft.
he had on him.
Give me very very specific terms since it's his words.
So
well, I was gonna.
No, aircraft.
it was like on January 3rd, I believe. They went over towards I guess it's called Black Lives Matter Plaza right now or whatever. And
Mhm.
there, one of the churches, they had a banner that says Black Lives Matter. They tore it down and burned it. Okay. Now, what happened is Enrico Intario was actually told to not be in the city of Washington D.C. Questions are up there if it was actually a legal order by a judge, because well, you got to be careful about that kind of stuff. I'm just saying, but all at the same time, I'm not even arguing.
Why are there all
Yeah,
these
it was theft.
assholes
It was
on here that
destruction
think
of
they know the
someone
law, and
else's
I'm
property.
watching them
And that's
fucking
why
botch it
I started
horribly.
off
The only
with,
one that
look, if your
actually
own
said
property,
anything
who
valid
cares?
was this one right here,
You know,
Dr. K.
if you were to
who actually knew
purchase
the law. That other guy that keeps
a
popping in
flag
saying
of
like,
whatever
"Well, I don't
group
know if the law will do
you
that."
hate,
This guy is
despise,
not
or
a fucking
loathe,
lawyer,
whatever,
man. I grew up
and
in
you
a law
decided
office.
to
My
burn
dad
it.
was
If
a
you
lawyer
bought
and
it,
a
it's your
judge.
property.
I
Do
sat
with it
in
as
on
it
that
may.
shit my whole
If it's someone
fucking
else's
life, and I'm gonna
property,
tell
now
you,
we're talking
in
about
America, a lot
you're
of these
actually
motherfuckers,
taking away from another person.
They're off.
That's
They're
a
making up
that's a
shit
bit of
as
a
they
different
go.
thing.
Yes.
Just like the individual that was there was an individual that was charged for a hate
Not
crime, I believe, in
aircraft, the guy that dropped
Ohio
off.
for
He did it
burning
last time with me.
a LGBT flag. That it was his individual flag, and he was charged with a hate crime. Now I think that's wrong because that's his own personal
Be back with us.
property. Now
Right.
I'm
Spread
not
the
talking.
love.
I'm not
Thank you very
talking
much
about
for jumping back in.
the group he targeted or anything like that. But the fact that it was literally his own property,
it sounds like there's more details in that case than you're letting on. So
no. This
it
is
doesn't.
Mike, let's make sure
this
we
is
show
exactly
some love
what
to the
they-
opposition that are
what
coming
they-
back
Link the
around.
case so
we can
They're
read
still
about it?
friends. It's
I
all love, baby.
I'm sorry to be in the middle of the
Just
game.
do it later, but make your point. Finish the point.
We're
But
allowed
look,
to
it
have
really is,
ideological
look,
differences.
where the
That's
distinction
important.
needs to be,
We need,
at
we
least
need
in my
that.
opinion, is when you're looking
it helps us to
at
build
things
a
like
stronger
this.
consensus.
What constitutes hate speech
and find middle
versus
ground.
threats or free speech should really depend on what's going on. So if you're destroying some form of physical property, if it is your physical property, who the hell cares? Period.
Intellectual.
If it's someone else's property, now you're infringing on someone else's.
Okay.
Someone
Yeah,
else's
no one
personal
disagrees
property.
with everybody.
Wait,
That's true.
I'll let you go
weed.
on a limb for this one. Like Sparky, so within, like, say, like, I personally buy a Star of David, right? And then I go to a synagogue with several, like, fellow Aryan-looking friends. And then I make a speech about how Jews will not replace us and burn my Star of David. It's no one else's. Is that a problem? And should that be allowed?
Okay, so me being a Jew, it would piss me off, but all at the same time, it's your Star, David. I don't care.
You'd be okay with me, like, having, like...
Being okay
like,
with it and it being illegal is not the same thing.
Yeah, look.
I would not be okay with that being legal.
I know
It
to
sounds
you
like-
that's the same thing, that anything you're not okay with should be illegal, but to
What's-
him,
yeah, but-
No,
he's
but what
not
I'm
the
saying
same.
is, like, it seems like that's like I think
Those
you could
dick-
like say,
those dick things
I
like that.
think you could say that, like, there's some intentionality behind that in terms of either threatening or, like, potentially inciting violence against the Jewish community.
Well,
like-
okay, so what constitutes as inciting violence?
I think that
Will
would
differ
that's
between-
something that has to be like decided in a court of law, where it's like you
Exactly.
have to judge it.
It's been decided in a court of law. We
Well,
have
many
decided it in
times,
a court of
but
law.
with
I need to
many
ask you a very
different
quick
rulings.
question.
Let's go to. Let's go to
Very quick
we got very quick from very
Yes.
quick. Okay.
Very quick. Sparky, do you believe that the banner that Enrico Tario torn down was his banner? Or do you understand?
It was not. It was
Okay,
actually
it wasn't
belonged to
his
the
part.
church.
Exactly. Yeah,
And
exactly.
like I said,
Yeah, he said that.
deserved to
Okay,
get
okay, sorry.
what he got,
Yeah,
which I think 5 months was a little bit long. But hey, that's beyond my scope.
But it's
right?
it's more than that. It was a weapons charge, I think.
Yeah,
as
weapons
well.
storage, yeah.
Yeah, so it's more
Yeah,
than
he
the
had
one.
some ammo.
So let's go to Jim, then Hans, then Jason.
Yeah, so in the case of Enrique Tario, he destroyed a church banner. It was private property. He deserves the just punishment provided he's proven guilty after his day in court. I definitely take issue with the never burning an effigy of a living president, Aircraft Sparky, but I understand that that's just your personal preference. The one thing that I would like to say is that if you're out there burning like symbols of like especially marginalized groups like LGBTQ plus community, like Black Lives
It's an
Matter,
eyebrow raiser.
then I think that is your constitutional right. However, I think that opens you up to other problems. Like if you're a
Criticism.
landlord or if you're an employer, you're holding power over other people, and you expressing those opinions show that you have underlying opinions that could influence things that would be illegal. Like if you're choosing to not employ black people, or if you're choosing not to allow, gay people in like your place of business, things like that. It opens you up to all sorts of other problems. And
I mean, if you're a
think that
business
Jim,
owner,
that's
owner
the case
maybe,
for
but-
any belief anyone holds at any point
Yeah,
in any time.
And honestly, I'll tell you this: burning the symbol of any marginalized group, I think honestly is a complete fucking cop out. Because just because you're targeting the majority,
well, a
you're an
protected
edgy boy,
class,
who cares?
specifically protected
Well,
classes.
No. Burning
No.
the symbol of any group that may be a minority or whatever. You're not saying you have to kill those people or anything like that. You're saying, hey, it could be something.
I'm not saying
I
that they
disagree
are.
with their opinions.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
I don't
Like,
think
I
that's the
give to-
when
case.
you're
I think
burning
that, I think that usually when you're going to do something such as burning the flag of a marginalized community, you're doing so to assert your dominance, and in doing so, that is inherently racial violence, or violence based
actually
upon the majority.
At the very least, you're
That's
up for
a point of
criticism.
view. That's
Right,
that's
my
a
big-
point of view.
My
You
big
can
issue with
something
this,
as much as someone.
I
thinks
think that inciting
I mean, on its
violence
face, I think you
like,
could see
requires
that.
a
I think it's
bevy of
demonstrable.
evidence that needs to
Jim.
be demonstrated beyond the simple act of destroying an effigy.
wait,
That's what intent. That's why intent's there. So like, if I see someone like say like doing
No.
like a horror, like if I see someone like burning an effigy, like say like of like civil rights leaders in like around like a historically like black church or something like that, then I can say,
Yeah,
like, oh,
I definitely
then
think the circumstances add up to that. Yeah, like
Right,
for
but
example,
like,
you
what I'm saying is,
mentioned
like,
this.
it's not
You
public-
mentioned the Star of David. Going to a synagogue absolutely adds to the circumstance of that,
Well,
right?
that's what
But
I'm
if, like,
saying. That's why I'm not
There-
saying
there
like
are-
it's a
there-
hard and fast
there
rule.
is
It's something
punishments
that
for that.
something that has to be determined in court. Like it's not like a crime where I don't think someone would like say like get immediately arrested. I think that would be a crime where it's like someone like could either like take you to court or like file a complaint, or if a police
Yeah,
officer
exactly.
see this,
press charges.
yeah.
So-
you can press
yeah.
charges.
So
like that,
how
like,
big is-
it's
how-
not like they see someone burning something and they immediately like take them to jail. It's like you do the press charges thing and then you go like and determine.
Yeah, that's how it is for most crimes.
How big is the
Because most
effigy?
crimes, you're fine
What is
unless
the
someone presses
proximity?
charges.
How big is the effigy? What's the proximity? And who all's involved?
That's not a-
if it's
that's
a
not
large
important.
group of
How
people that
big
are
is the
choosing
effigy?
to burn an effigy,
Let him say it. Let him go.
Hold on.
Jason, go ahead.
if
Jason.
it's a large group of people, what if they were burning an effigy of your next door neighbor? What if it was a large group of people burning an effigy of your next door neighbor because they were pissed off about their barking dog?
fuck
And
did
I'm using it
Jerry
as an
do?
example because it's proximity.
Damn, Stanley, you fucked up. What? Why
No,
they burning
I
it?
would want to know context. Like,
What did he do? Did he
Jerry
do something racist?
Wait,
yeah,
hold on.
did Jerry jaywalk?
So
Or
does
did
it
he
really
like
matter?
fucking
Was the only black
shoot
guy in
five
the white
people and the
community?
police
Doesn't
refused to
And
arrest
this,
him?
this has happened. What if Jerry was the only black guy in a white community? We see
Hold
it all
on.
the
The
time.
disagreement here seems obvious, or maybe it seems to me. Brento and
Yeah.
Aircraft Sparky, do you think that we should have protected classes?
No.
Okay, so that's the disagreement. Very obvious.
Yeah, there it is.
Obviously,
And there-
obviously.
and
Because the point is
for me. I didn't say that.
protected
Look,
classes. It's
I
like
think there
here's how
should be
laws should
such
function.
things.
And
I
then
think
someone
there
goes like,
should
well,
be-
what about protected classes? They have different laws, and there's an infinite number of different
I
laws for
believe that there
protected
should be
classes. That's
protected classes
Well,
to a
everybody
point.
should be
I don't
protected,
think
but
we
It's
should
almost as
give
though
out-
protected
Like,
classes
okay,
we
society
got
doesn't
too
allow
many
for
people
that.
talking. Too many people talking. Okay. Jason, finish your. If you have something else to say, finish it there. Then we'll go somewhere else.
So what I'm saying is like, no, I don't think on its face burning an effigy of somebody necessarily warrants being illegal. But if burning an effigy of that person in their front lawn isn't something worth being concerned about or raising legal questions about, I think we need to really think about where we're at. I mean, come on.
Now, front lawn,
Like, that's the
you're not
difference.
wrong
That's
there.
what I'm
Look,
talking about.
if it's in the front lawn, if it's like on the property of that individual or something, I mean, yeah, big trash day should be coming. And because once you trespass on someone's property, and then you add it with something like burning of a personal effigy, or even like burning a cross on someone's property, if big trash day isn't coming that day, something's wrong.
Wait, sorry.
You know,
What's
how
big?
far do they have to be
Big
away
trash
for
day
that
is
to be
when
a
you lay
threat?
the bodies out
How
on the
far
side of the
away do they have
road.
to be for that to be a threat? Then, if they're a threat on the front lawn, are they a threat
Oh, if
across
they're
the
on my
street?
property, that's a
Well,
threat.
here's the thing. We actually have
Across the street,
precedent
they're
for
an
this
animal.
with
point.
Derek Chauvin. When all the protesters were going to Derek Chauvin's house, all the police were lining out in front of his house. So it's a simple matter of like, if that type of thing is happening on their front lawn, the police are absolutely going to respond. They're going to create a peaceful barrier so that
Public versus
nothing,
private
so that big
property.
trash day doesn't
A
happen.
peaceful
Yeah.
barrier? A peaceful barrier?
Tell
What's a
that to
peaceful
the black
Especially if you're the
community where that
cop
was
zone.
happening
Pe-
for years
Wait, stop.
to them.
So hold on.
You know,
We're
I don't know
big
how much
trash
we can
day.
trust the police to
But-
police that.
He's talking about that. What he means by big trash day is a confrontation when somebody might die.
Yeah, that's just
Well,
sounds like.
Wait, hold
Okay.
on. I need to lay something out here. Hold on. We're coming up with scenarios in which individuals are either threatening other people's personal property, like I'm standing in your lawn and calling you a name, or it's stuff like Derek Chauvin the day after the video came out, which is that there's a reasonable expectation that somebody would like maybe like throw something at the house, defile the property. What we need to isolate is that should somebody be able to do something, to do this like burning of an effigy of a protected class, irregardless of if it is offensive to like directly offensive to an individual, say Jewish person. So let's go with Han's example. We're not talking about can I throw a burning Star of David onto a Jewish person's lawn. I mean, should I be able to have a anti-Jewish rally, ask for a permission to have like an official protest on a specific holiday in a town that has a high Jewish population? That would be something a little bit more.
I think that's
analogous.
currently constitutionally protected.
Yes,
Whether
it is, I
probably
think.
would be, yeah.
It would
Especially with
be,
Charlottesville would be a real.
And it's well
Charlottesville
within their
probably would be a
rights.
real running example.
Right. So there's something I wanted to say this whole time because I think it's important concerning the fact that effigies also like this should fall under freedom of expression. Pardon?
Go on, just finish
if
your
you-
point.
Sorry. So like the value that comes with universality and individual expression, considering protected classes can be accounted for in things like when we talk about businesses and things like that, we're still having to make, inferences and things of that nature. And I do think protected classes serve purposes, but we need to use some kind of like objective and provable measure to determine why someone is getting kicked out of a store. So if we extend sort of these policies universally, so that way someone reserves the right to burn an effigy of another person, so long as there haven't been any sort of like, because we have to use inference to determine whether they're going to, actually do harm to this other person, as opposed to them, directly like saying, I am going to beat up Obama right now, right? I'm going to go punch Barack Obama in the face. Because a lot of stuff goes into these inferences as well, because someone's intentions could be, I am burning what Obama represents. He represents the party, the Democratic Party, and all these other things. So if we, because I feel like this could be turned against a lot of other people, and I don't want that so much as universality is kind of valuable in the sense that when we stop going, oh, you crossed this arbitrary line, that can come back and bite us on the ass too. And it's important for like growing political movements and retaining freedom of speech, so people can, protest accordingly.
I mean, I would be the
Flag
first
burning is
person-
an
It's like
old
protecting
issue.
the rights of everyone is protecting the rights of everyone.
Like, I would absolutely say that, like, I think there should be limits. Like, as a lefty, I wouldn't tell other lefty. I would, like, say to other lefties, if you start, like, advocating for, like, explicit violence against, like, Republicans or, like, just conservatives
pee.
or, like if Sparky's afraid, like,
I'll
white
be right
people,
back.
right? Just, like, I don't think that should be, like, super okay either. Like, if I, like, say, take, 40,000 like people of color or like or LGBT like plus people, and we go to like a random like small town like say rural area where there's just like 300 like all like WASP Christian white people, and we just like can like say how like we're going to like destroy you and like your culture will like die away and like you will be like nothing but ashes in our country.
Something no one does or
well-
has the
well,
I
capacity
know.
to
I'm
do.
using
Hans.
this as an example, Dr.
Wait,
K,
Hans,
please.
wait,
Hans,
Hans.
Hans, I have a question.
Oh,
for
yeah,
you.
Don't get
Can I
distracted.
can I
Finish your
respond
point.
to Hans really quickly, please?
Don't get distracted. Just
No.
finish your point.
Okay.
I would still tell left-leaning people that that's bad, and we probably should have consequences for those kind of actions. I'm saying that's not going to hurt the left because I don't think we do that. But if there ever was like a group of people that were going to do that, I would try and hold them responsible as well.
Right, Han.
What about an alternate scenario where a bunch of lefties are burning an effigy of Jeff Bezos, rallying for better wages outside of an Amazon? Like,
Yeah, so
or they put a guillotine outside his house.
Yeah, no. So a better real
No,
world.
no, no, no.
example-
Let's
Hold
keep
on.
the personal out of it. What about if it's just targeting a specific corporation?
This
What about
literally
that,
just
Hans?
happened. This just happened. I can look it up here. A native nation is currently fighting a pipeline somewhere. To kind of always going on in America, but there's been a recent one. And recently, during one of the protests, they doxed a fossil fuel executive or one of the executives. They talked about it. They went and they had a big thing. They literally kind of burned an effigy. I can't remember what the executive did, but they did a big thing about him, and then they read out like his address and his personal phone number. I think that maybe this would be a little bit better of an example. That happens a lot, right?
Blake, give it a try. Blake,
the person
give it a
who
try.
did that should be arrested.
Blake.
So I just wanted to respond to Hans really quickly. And I think the important thing to factor in here is like the political ramifications of things, as well as we can have more moral, like, problems with lefties doing these things, right? And of course, there's going to be social and political ramifications that come with it. But they're not necessarily causing harm or direct harm to this community. And there isn't really a reason for us to actually legislate some type of, arbitrary line, because from there it all becomes about, well, when is it too much? When did we cross the line? And this can always be contorted and twisted in political context of like the society. At any
there are various reasons you might want to burn the flag.
Right. That's what I'm trying to get at.
When you say there has to be a line, there has to be a line.
They had a choice for an alternative.
But what is that
they
line?
could use
If
that.
Bernie Sanders says we have to fight for higher wages, I don't think we should throw him in prison because he said the word fight. Context matters, and that has to be decided in a court, because we have to respect some flavor of legal system. Otherwise, everything fucking falls apart.
Right. So Hans, I have a
You're all proving my point. That's what I said in the beginning.
So,
Context matters with this shit.
Basically, 4 years ago, there was this big concert, the American Music Awards.
And that's the problem.
Green Day performed at it. I'm bringing this up. Favorite band, had to rest.
Yes or
so
no
basically, they started chanting,
sometimes.
"No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA." And you think that something like this, on a national stage, right, with thousands of people watching, do you think that because then this comes for arbitrary shit, which is what I'm trying to get at here. Do you think that something like that is a call to violence or something like that? Because from there, I feel like you're just kind of picking a line. And
if you went that route, then every Black Lives Matter rally / protest.
Right, and this is my issue. This is my issue.
If I have to
You have to have the
line,
infrastructure for that, and they're not giving the money for the infrastructure. You got to understand these reservations.
Can I actually answer that question?
Dog shit from the country.
Our great founding
next to
fathers built this
fucking
country
nothing.
with a
They are
lodestone.
put on,
And that lodestone is the
unfertile
term
land.
reasonable men,
Yeah,
reasonable
you know
persons.
what? And
that's the
if
answer
they
to
put
any
that
of these
oil
questions.
line
Okay?
there,
Anytime we
that
have any
river's
kind
not
of
gonna
law,
be worth
there's going to be
shit,
examples that we
right?
can think of well, what happens if X, Y, or Z happens, right?
that's the
We're going to have to
problem.
have a reasonable interpretation.
They
of what's
don't
being said.
have the
I don't think a
means.
reasonable interpretation of saying, I
reservations
don't
are
want my
poor in the
country to
United
have
States.
X
They're
ideology
dirt shit
necessarily is
poor,
saying
bro.
I'm going to kill everybody of that ideology.
We have reservations
I think it is
that run next
reasonable to
rivers
infer
in
if I'm
Arizona
saying
here.
we need to crush the
And
cockroaches who
the
play
dirt, the
League of
soil
Legends.
is
That is
bad.
a reasonable
It's bad. They
inferration
used to
of
come and
violence
salt
towards
the
everyone,
soil
right?
to
The fact
deliberately
is
keep that
it a wiggle room
from
kind of
happening.
answer? Yes, but our country is founded on that's kind of just how law works.
So my thing is
Wood
like
wheel isn't gonna,
this
isn't
goes
gonna
back to the
power
whole burning
internet
effigies
here,
of people, and I don't really think that
unfortunately.
I think freedom
But
of expression
I agree
should
with
cover
you
this
that
because
that should be
the line
alternative,
comes with,
and
am
the
I going to
United
inflict
States
direct harm to
government
this
should
person,
pay for
or do
that
I
on
just really
reservation
disagree
land.
with it?
And they
Because
should
as someone on the
stop
far
oil
far
drilling on
left,
reservation
I just
land.
took
It's
a,
not
if I
theirs.
made a political statement and had a video of me
I don't
burning a
subscribe to
picture
that
of
whole fucking conquest
establishment
bullshit.
liberals of whatever kind, right? Do you
Oh,
think
yeah.
that that's this is like my political
there are
statement? and I
options,
because it's
you know,
cringe.
But that's
they
so
gotta work with what they
hypothetical. Has
have.
that happened? Are people burning
It sucks
people
that you have to
in
feed the
effigy?
monster while you're trying to.
Well,
Well,
I mean, I know they put a gallows outside the Capitol.
So we just slowly feed the monster poison.
This has
Hold
happened
on.
on both sides of the political aisle.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I believe what Kathy Griffin did was wrong, and especially since it was a sitting president, that was actually violation of federal law, and she probably should have been prosecuted under that. If you make a direct threat, no, it isn't. That I know what art is. Look, anyone can look at art and know what it is. Okay,
She was wrong.
There was
though.
a-
She was
no.
wrong. But she's
Come
not.
on,
She shouldn't go
she
to
was
jail
wrong.
for
Can we
it.
recap everyone on Aircraft? Could you do us a favor and please recap exactly what happened with Kathy Griffin?
Kathy Griffin held up a decapitated paper mache head that looked like Donald J. Trump while he was in office. Now, that is actually very important. So, the sitting president, if you make a direct threat to the sitting president, that is not just a felony. That right there can have the black choppers coming around your house, and people will shoot you in the face. That is...
I actually
that
did.
is legit.
Why didn't it happen then?
That
So,
is...
well, actually,
So we're
by
gonna,
that logic,
if we go to a Black Ruji, we'll go to Kobe, and we'll go to Dr. K, and then my buddy Pisco. I know he wants to say something, so go ahead. Black Ruji.
I mean, by that logic, you would have to hold Snoop Dogg accountable too, because he had Donald Trump in a video, or a guy portraying Donald Trump when he shot him, right? But I heard someone say like burning a toy of Jeff Bezos or something. Like, no, why can't you just burn the fucking Amazon logo? It's not Jeff Bezos. Like, you know what? Like, Amazon has the logo. Why you gotta burn Jeff Bezos? It's like you burn the idea of what Amazon stands for, not the person. Sounds ridiculous.
Well, a lot of people, I honestly believe they think they hate Jeff Bezos. No, I find it to be more of jealousy, just like the whole.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude.
No,
You're jealous. Here comes a bad take. No. Here comes a really
dude, shut the
bad
fuck
take.
up. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Okay.
Jeff Bezos is like a representative of Amazon, so it like would be within the scope of a protest.
The representative of Amazon. Jeff Bezos is the owner
Is this?
of Amazon.
Yeah,
There's
even
a
worse.
huge
But
difference.
But he represents like the image. He's synonymous with the logo.
And moreover, he's the one who controls all the capital in Amazon. So he can just rebrand up, and anytime he wants, he can just call it Fuckazon from now on.
He can
And
shut
people
it the
will-
fuck down. He could shut it the fuck down
Yeah, so
tomorrow
Fuckazon.
and make all those people unemployed.
Right. So my
So,
problem
yeah, so
is
if
that
he
he
doesn't
does
like
like
it,
Whoa, 20 people. Blake, finish your point. We're going to go Kobe. Dr.
I
K.
love that
So
shit.
my problem is
Yes,
with what he
yes.
does, because he's the direct
Fuckazon.
controller of all of that capital. My issue is with these poor working conditions and all these things like this, which are my cause for, directly disagreeing and despising Jeff Bezos. Amazon can be rebranded at any given time because he has the power to do so, but the assets controlled by Amazon will always be controlled by Amazon. So my problem is directly with Jeff Bezos and not with some fucking logo that says
But he's not defending
Amazon.com.
Amazon.
Like,
What
I don't
he's
give a
saying
shit
is
about
you
that.
should be
I
able
give
to
a
put
shit
Jeff
about what he's
Bezos
actually
in
doing to
effigy.
these
He's
people,
absolutely
and
not
moreover, the
defending
problems that have been
Amazon.
caused in our world because of him.
Quick rebuttal. You love Jeff Bezos
Saying
because
you
you're on
should
his
be able to
platform
burn him
right
in
now. So
effigy. I
stop
love
talking
it.
shit.
What?
You're actually riding his
Socialism
dick
is when
right
no
there
iPhone.
on Twitch.
Sparky, you are so.
Socialism is when no
This
iPhone.
is the stupidest fucking
Okay.
debate I've ever seen.
That's the honest truth.
You dumb motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here.
Could I get out?
Only give your opinion if you actually know what you're fucking talking about. You
Okay.
You are a
stupid dumb
toxic
fuck.
individual. My goodness.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah,
I
so
am.
that's
Well,
just for
Pull
like,
it back.
rebuttal.
Pull it back. Kobe.
The main
This
thing I
is
want to
fucking
respond to is
beautiful.
like the Kathy
Jeff
Griffin thing.
Bezos
Okay,
is
like,
a
number,
piece of
like,
shit.
I have no opinion
He
of Kathy
exploits
Griffin.
workers
It's
and
okay,
you
like,
guys- maybe
the
you
only
guys
reason I
over
know about
there
her is because I think she has like a
like
character
that
on Family Guy.
because
She's in one of the
we're
episodes. I saw when I was a
working
kid.
so that
But,
you
like,
guys can
number
have
one,
our
I didn't read an
goods.
article. She did get like
Do
she
you
had
like
to go
the
and like get
exploitation
interrogated
of
by
our
the
workers
FBI,
so
which
you
is
can
pretty
enjoy
fucking
your
crazy.
socialist
Number two,
economy?
okay, Sparky, listen, we have a
'Cause we're just
conversation
wanting
about
the
this.
same thing
The
you
idea
have.
that you know art when you see it is such like an anodyne opinion. It's just so ridiculous. Okay, art is obviously very subjective. Number three, I was gonna say, depicting decapitating or killing a political leader in an art in like an artistic fashion is like one of the oldest pieces of like political symbology. Like I think it's ridiculous. Like I posted in chat. There's a picture of like one of the most famous statues. I don't know where this is. I've seen before. It's a picture of Perseus decapitating Medusa. I have seen like 3 different political cartoons from Europe.
Political individual. Medusa was.
Oh, thank you so. Oh my God, thank you so much for that interruption. And no one else knew that Medusa was not a mid-century European politician. Thank you so much for the interruption. I was going to say that I had seen political cartoons in which people had taken different politicians and they said, "Oh, look, I we're going to Stalin decapitating Hitler or whatever it is."
Sometimes
I do not
that
think
happens. I'm a single
that it's that
parent,
big of
man.
a deal to depict
why I'm so passionate
political
about this
violence in
shit.
an artistic
I'm
fashion. I
actually
think that's
dealing with my
really
kid on
big
my
kind of
own.
red
I
herring
ain't got nobody else.
away from like the burning of effigies. We're talking about political public displays and art, which are they're not synonymous. I'm sorry. Sorry.
See, the real meme, Sparky, is that you say that the decapitating Trump's head, like in that artistic style or whatever, you say that that's like really bad. You said that's really bad, but like, dude, come on. Between 04 and 12, you're telling me you never went to a shooting range and saw Obama's face like taped over a bullseye? Like, come on, bro.
No, I didn't.
Those again.
I was actually in the service at that time, and no, I would.
Well, they're not gonna have it.
All right. One second. Like Sparky, thank you for your service. I think.
No, don't. No.
Wait. No.
The
Context of like the face matters. If you are a private citizen and you are like in the comfort of like your home, like if I have a big, like I'm from like rural Indiana. My family has a big backyard, and like one of my relatives has like a shooting range like in their backyard that they set up sometimes like for like family gatherings and stuff, right? If if you're like by yourself, if you're like or even like I would say like a small group of people, and it's not like it's like a private event or like say like not a public like event, and you say like if I went back out and had like a target and had Trump's face on it and I shot it a couple times, I don't think that would be grounds
you can't stop
for like say me going
in
to prison or
capitalism
even
in a
me
capitalist
being
country.
It's not.
Again, I know.
It's been decided, and it's just
I know. But what I'm saying is,
you can't live completely off the social safety net here.
What I'm saying is like. Again, this
if you
goes.
could, you could do
saying
that
we
shit.
don't like. I can't remember who like said this.
If you
like,
did it in the city square, if you did it in the middle of Washington D.C., would it be the same thing, Pisco?
No,
it's absolutely the case that the Supreme Court
Really?
has decided that there's a difference between quote unquote true threats and political hyperbole. Some of the most famous cases have sort of had this distinction before.
Okay, so Pisco, question.
Yeah.
The gallows in the D.C. Mall on January 6th.
What about them? Would they be considered a true threat?
Is that legal speech or a true threat?
So, as I think Kobe has just told you, context matters, and the court would, I think, distinguish a gallows portrayal in the middle of an insurrection where people are entering.
Wait! Hold on.
Breaking the law, actively breaking the law.
Be very accurate here, Pisco, because recently the FBI came out and said it was in fact not an insurrection. It was
people breaking into a government building.
The FBI also called it domestic terrorism.
That happened during what was it?
Are we talking about true threats, or are we talking about the labels of insurrection? I'm talking about the broader factual context. I'm not trying to put a label.
Insurrection was not even an insurrection.
Again, we're not talking about.
All right, who cares?
You guys remember when the context is people running for their lives?
Whoa! Too many people talking. All right.
Are we talking about? Sorry. Are we talking about true threats, or are we talking about what do you want to label January 6th? I'm talking about the factual context.
Okay, the factual context. Okay. So the gallows and the ball, and
so a court might find a way to distinguish that if it were erected, let's say after people have entered into the building. I don't know the factual context. To be honest, if there weren't people entering the building, if it were totally peaceful, I'd probably say that's protected speech. Yeah.
Donate money to my
political hyperbole.
And
that's also the default in this country, by the way. That's why we have. Someone was talking about the Brandenburg Standard earlier. It's really hard to have an incitement case because you need to be imminent, it needs to be explicit, you need to have intent. It's a high standard, and we shouldn't go around trying to lower that standard in the context of true threats for whatever arbitrary reason, but still want to maintain that Brandenburg high standard in the context of January 6th and Trump's speech. So
what if I make up a stupid example?
With the example that Aircraft's Snarky just gave, like with the gallows and specifically, it doesn't even matter whether it was an insurrection or domestic terrorism as the FBI has labeled it. The context is still there. And the gallows being there is a pretty direct threat to the people that are in danger inside the Capitol building.
What would you call it?
That's a direct threat. That's like just if somebody put a gallows like across the street from your house and was like, "Hey, screw you, buddy! Like, you see this gallows, and we're gonna be out here yelling all day.
Hang
even
whatever
if
your name
doing
is.
yelling,
Hang Jason Society."
Yeah, moreover,
I'm not willing to say so as a matter of law. I mean, you guys are willing to say as a matter of law, you can never have a demonstration in front of the Congress with the gallows there. I'm not willing to say that as a matter of law. I think the context matters, and in this specific context, I think it would actually be
act.
Maybe it depends somewhat on intent, but it probably also depends on other contextual factors. And so I'm not ready to say that was absolutely unconstitutional, or sorry,
I am.
That
the context is they killed a police officer trying to break into government buildings.
But I'm not willing to say as a matter of
the context been established on that situation.
Oh, a police officer didn't die?
No, the police
They
officer
didn't try to
died
break
the
into
next
government
day.
buildings. That's
No,
a
they
lie.
did break into the government building, but the police officer that you're talking about died the next day from natural causes, unrelated to any
He was
injuries or
fucking
whatsoever.
crushed to death, you ignorant
No, it did
fucking
not happen that
bullshit
way.
semantic fuck. Get the fuck
Guys,
out of
stop.
here.
Hold
You're
on.
just trying to poison the
didn't
well.
die
you
from
asshole.
being shot. You died because the blood left your body. Checkmate. I didn't kill you with a bullet. Like,
Sparky.
it's
That's
obliterated.
ignorant. That's an ignorant statement. Look at what
Hold on.
Michael Fanona's gone through. That guy's been through fucking hell, man. He had a heart attack. He was assaulted. Are you going to tell me that those people didn't have the intent of hanging somebody inside that building? They very much had the intent of hanging somebody inside that building. So much so that they were doing it. They were actually assaulting police officers to get in there to get those people.
But Jason, all I'm saying is it could be a difficult.
I don't remember seeing that.
It could be a
I
difficult.
do remember hearing someone say that they did say they wanted to kill Mike Pence or something
There
like
were
that.
people that did say that, but
So all I'm trying to say is, depending on when that was erected, let's say it was erected at a time when the crowd was
it was
peaceful.
erected around 10 a.m.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. Like the facts matter in this case, and I'm not willing to say as a matter of law that it's always prohibited. But my question for Sparky is, how do you distinguish that from the CNN? What's the woman's name? The comedian? I'm not remembering. How do you distinguish that and say Kathy Griffin is against the law and you said it was horrible? But
my distinction is the idea of targeting of the individual. That's really all it is with me.
And the Pence one wasn't.
What about when they were marching on Nancy Pelosi's office?
Hold on. So you're talking about a couple dumbasses that entered the Capitol and went into Nancy Pelosi's office. Okay, whatever.
It was a couple, dude. It's like almost thousands
It was
of
like
people,
3
bro.
people. No. There was like hundreds of people that entered the Capitol. There was like 3 or 4 that went into actual Nancy Pelosi's office.
Forget about it. Just focus on the distinguishing between Kathy Griffin's speech and the gallows.
The way I look at it is my difference is the fact that if you're doing an effigy, if you're actually destroying an effigy of someone who was in an office, an individual, I find that to be a little bit different than destroying the symbol.
It's different.
Of
a lot of things are different, right? It was a picture as opposed to a live performance. You can find differences in it, but why are there differences that matter?
Yeah, the way you're looking at this has to do with your political alignment, not necessarily.
Look at Kathy Griffin, though. She's a performative satirist. This is what she does for a living.
Actually, no.
Social commentary and satirism is something that she does for a living. So to do something extreme to get some attention would be well within the confines of what she does. Having a gallows in front of the Capitol, and then going in and actually penetrating the Capitol and hurting police officers and trying to attack our Congress people, like that's a completely different scenario.
I think Jason is absolutely right. I mean, if anything, it's an easier case for the gallows as opposed to the Kathy Griffin incident. So how are you distinguishing it? And you're saying, well, one is an actual visual depiction of the actual person. That seems like a weird. Where do you draw that as like the clincher distinction? That seems like a weird random thing to distinguish.
This is not a good faith act.
The distinction comes with
I mean, they were physically closer to.
Guy, you don't even know me. And literally,
you're in bed.
You're not a good faith actor. Fuck right off, dude. Seriously, fuck right off.
You too, man.
Okay. So let's hold on. Before we that, just get Kobe in for a second.
Yeah, I just want to ask a very quick question about the police officer person you say died of natural causes. Let's go back to our wonderful founding fathers. Let's use their standard. Do you think a reasonable person would assume that if the insurrection did not happen, the incident did not happen, that person would have died the next day of natural causes?
The actual autopsy showed that he died of a brain aneurysm that had nothing to do with what happened the day before. It was a natural cause of pre-existing conditions that he already had. If you have issues with that, take it up with the coroner and no one else.
Like I was in his report. Dude, are you better than this? You are better than this, Sparky. You're fucking better than this.
Actually, no, they could not come back.
They do, in fact. Please, I'll publish the autopsy.
Sparky,
would you like me to?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to get too lost in that.
These are facts.
Do you want to die on this hill?
Yeah,
this was actually reported by CNN. So yeah, I'll go ahead.
I don't want to get lost on. I want to focus on the free speech. So please go give it a try.
So I would argue, in fact, that the physical proximity of the gallows to the place where the vice president was made it much more, in fact,
The
direct
gallows
as a
was in the
threat.
mall about two blocks away. It never made it to the front lawn of the Capitol or anything like that.
What I'm saying is, you said that the visual depiction
Yeah,
is what made it more
I thought
direct.
that was disgusting that day. I thought that was disgusting personally.
You said it was illegal, and you said it was clearly she should be prosecuted. You said she should be prosecuted. Did you not? Or did I hear that wrong?
I said what I said was when you actually target an individual who is sitting in office,
that dude is fucking dope.
And the fact that it is a sitting president and you're sitting there holding a severed head, I think that is more of a direct threat.
Well,
now, someone brought up the gallows. I didn't really think of it as much of a threat because
just
it didn't have anyone
ideological.
Wait.
Hold on. No,
I want to stop. I want to stop what you just said, right?
So what you just said, logical side. I don't care about that.
Understood. I'm going to take you at face value. You just said that your intuition is if someone is in office and is a public figure, that you would be less forgiving of this kind of hyperbolic speech. I would offer to you and to the rest of the chat that the intuition is the other way around. That we would be more accepting of political hyperbole in the context of high-figure political figures as opposed to private citizens. So I think you have it flipped in terms of your intuition on that. But do you really think that she should be prosecuted for threatening the president, and the people who put the gallows shouldn't, because one has a visual depiction of the person and the others are 2 blocks away?
You were actually making my point.
So they should both be prosecuted.
Burning an effigy of your neighbor is more harmful than burning an effigy of, say, a president. If you're burning an effigy of your neighbor, well, hey, like the propensity for the violence to happen is more prone because you've got somebody who is vulnerable. Whereas a president or a political figure or a celebrity is not vulnerable. Everybody knows they're protected by 1,000 freaking bodyguards. The capacity to do
political
harm
speech is more protected too. I mean, we care more about political speech about public figures than we do about private threats to citizens that don't. That's less sort of valuable speech for First Amendment.
But see, the beginning question, what actually brought this on was the fact that should burning flags be illegal?
Well,
I'm like, no, not at all. I don't care what flag it is. I don't care what symbol it is. The difference that I actually see is when you're actually pulling out an individual effigy of a person. I find that to
like
be
the
more
guys
of a
who burn
direct
Obama
threat.
effigies.
Yeah,
do you care about the First? You care about the First Amendment?
I do care very much.
Okay,
about
well then
First
our country has a very strong and extremely powerful precedent in favor of free expression. And one of the core, I mean, that is really the core part of our First Amendment jurisprudence protects political speech. And I think that I agree with Kobe. I think his analogy to classic antiquity is spot on. For decades, for centuries, effigies, the burning of witches, all that kind of stuff has been
Caesar being stabbed in the back.
There you go. Yeah,
the most iconic political symbol.
In the Middle East, for instance, they burn effigies of our presidents all the time, and I think that's totally good.
Oh well, the Middle East, when they burn the effigies of our president and they say "Death to America," I'm all about okay.
Well,
cool,
you think that should be be protected in America? We're trying to distinguish our.
You're talking about in the Middle East.
Occupying our country, you might do the same.
Wait.
I bring up the Middle East only to show that people in general.
Time over there.
I guess my question, like Pisco, would be, I completely agree with you. Like in the span of like if it's just like political commentary, right? And there's and like you can't like say prove like very explicitly that there's like intentionality or that there's the capacity like to follow through on these threats. But like in the case of say like if I have like a squad of like 10 like Antifa super soldiers behind me and like they're all decked out in gear and I say like, hey, I'm going to assassinate like former President Trump, please no one clip that. I would probably say that like that point like
that would be like a criminal conspiracy or solicitation,
incredible.
or like it would be targeted harassment or something like that, right? That's
so what I would ask them, like, because this is like way out like out of bounds of like my expertise, right? Like I'm like a basic like public policy bitch, like I don't know anything about like super legal stuff. So what I would ask you like has there been like a lot of like good cases about like the determining line between say like what's political commentary versus what is like
I think the case is Watts, and I believe that is the case that makes this distinction. And in that case, it was like a Vietnam, something about Vietnam about the draft, and like if LBJ does the draft, he'll be the first one I shoot with my rifle or something in the context of a crowd, and they were like laughing or cheering or something. I mean, that's about the president, just like Kathy Griffin. That's saying like I'll shoot him. That's I would say in many ways that's more direct than what Kathy Griffin is saying, because he's actively saying that I will shoot LBJ, and the court decided that was protected political hyperbole, I believe, from what I remember.
Well, that's classically that's classic. I mean, look at Tom Paine. I mean, we've been doing that since the foundation of this country. This is not anything new, you know.
Now, it doesn't mean that I don't think that like the FBI shouldn't have a basis to start an investigation on the, like if there is some reason, an extra reason for them to fear for the president's life. I think it's okay for the Secret Service to give you a call or to like check up on you to see if you're serious. I think that's totally fair game. And if they find something, they find something. But in terms of just punishing you for that speech, I think that our First Amendment ought to be stronger than that. I don't
even think possibly in the punished.
But you said that both should be prosecuted, didn't you?
Yeah, you can be prosecuted and not be punished. You should be brought. If you're going to put,
you said you wanted them to be prosecuted.
If you're going to put a threat up against the sitting president, I believe you should actually be prosecuted.
You think you should be
prosecuted for what if you're not going to get punished?
Let me get this.
I don't care if it's Obama, Biden, Trump, Bush,
son of an attorney and judge,
it doesn't matter.
Prosecuted, something happens to you
for threatening the president's life.
What's the punishment for threatening the president's life?
I think it's like 15 or 20 years in federal pound.
But you just said that they shouldn't get a punish.
Should they be punished or not?
No, they should be prosecuted.
So let me get this right. You want them to be prosecuted?
You cannot be prosecuted for some kind of punishment.
Yeah.
Moreover, what's the point of prosecuting them?
I think like Sparky misspoke. Like he just said like you can be like taken to court over something as opposed to like actively getting punished for it.
I don't have enough beer for this.
Being tried is not a conviction, and you know that.
Okay, but what you're suggesting is when you're saying they shouldn't be punished is that this is actually constitutionally protected speech. That's what you're implying, or that's actually what you're saying. And so what you're even further saying is they should be prosecuted for something that's constitutional. Is that really what you think?
Threatening the president's life is not constitutional protection.
You just said they shouldn't be punished. I mean, I just showed you the Watts case, or I just told you about the Watts case where that is protected speech, as long as it's not a true threat.
It is up to it'll be up to the prosecutor to determine if it was a true threat. But I think that should be investigated.
No, the prosecutor isn't going to determine for themselves whether or not something's constitutional.
Hey,
that's
Sparky,
for the courts to decide.
Sparky, I just have a question. How does somebody get prosecuted and then not get punished? I just want to know, can you explain that legally, how that happens?
They are found not guilty by a jury.
Well, why would you want that? Why would you want the prosecutor going after people who are innocent or going after people who
can't be prosecuted?
Who are these prosecutors wasting their time?
Aircraft Sparky, are you seriously saying that we should have courts that we bring people up in and just publicly shame them when they say naughty things about our leaders? I think that's literally what you're asking for.
No, not naughty things. You talk about
threats. I'm sorry for
killing someone.
Threats.
There's a little difference. We got to be a little accurate with our speech, right?
I'm playing Wolfenstein 2, and I just finished.
Dude. Just for a moment, I think we're kind of straw manning Sparky here, because what he's saying is that what he's saying is that threatening a president should be prosecuted and punished if they're found guilty. But what Pisco brought up specifically regarding Watts is that you can use hyperbole and say you're threatening the president, but as long as it's found hyperbolic,
we're just here debating on the PrimeCayes late nights.
It would not fall under threatening.
Walk on debate show.
There you go. Okay, but the question. But the question is, he characterized Kathy Griffin as a true threat. So I ask you again.
That's why she was investigated. They didn't pursue charges, but they investigated her.
Yeah, well, he was wrong about that. He was just wrong about that.
Should she have been prosecuted and punished?
The Secret Service did an investigation. I'm
asking your belief. I don't care. In your mind, as a legal
what happened was actually, I'm not a legal scholar or anything like that. But what happened is what I thought should happen. She was investigated.
She shouldn't have been punished for it, right?
No, she was investigated and found no true threat. But I think that, yes, she should have been investigated. And they tore her life apart. I think that's a great thing.
Well, that's not what you said earlier, though. That's not what you said earlier.
I'm sorry. I wasn't that accurate. I apologize. My bad.
Okay. Let's go to Dr. K, and then Hans, because Hans had his hand up.
We got to get out of here.
That's a dub right there.
Aircraft Sparky, before you go.
Thank you so much for that.
Before you go,
just very quickly, that system you set up is what I thought the Soviet Union was, which is like if you said something bad about the government in a bar, that I like man, I would
no,
come.
They shoot you in the back of the head. That's what their government style was.
Actually.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
that whole up against the wall thing is what that was.
I'm gonna defend Stalin right now. All right,
Sparky sucks.
So specifically going to the Watts case, right? Because as I like to remind people, I too do have legal education. Not a practicing lawyer though, so again, not an attorney, can't do that shit. But essentially, I'm familiar with the Watts case, and there's a 3-factor sort of identification that they put forward in the Watts case, right? And so it's whether the threat was conditional, it's the reaction to the listeners, and it's the context of the statements in question, right? So if you want to talk about the incident with Kathy, right, you would have to use those 3 stipulations when analyzing
that guy's
it.
on here?
Yeah, and it was stated
that
that
hat on
and
Put the cowboy back.
And keep in mind that the Watts case did not essentially add any more specificity to those conditionals, which means that those conditionals are essentially up to the interpretation of the
lower courts,
of the judge at hand. But I would say, like, using Kobe's reasonable word that he's really hot about tonight, right? No fucking reasonable person would be like, yes, the Saturday Night Live comedian is definitely going to be the one who does it, right? And has like the tools and the political will to do so, and wasn't just fucking doing their job and making biting satire, which I guess bit like a lot harder for some people than for others.
Imagine taking Kathy Griffin's joke as seriously as a literal guillotine outside the Capitol.
I imagine taking Kathy Griffin seriously.
Well, that's the crazy thing to me, right? Is if you graph out this gentleman's line of thought, it's the people who broke into the government buildings, killed a police officer, had one of their own killed, and had the zip ties on the floor of the Senate. Not a threat. Comedian who had a beheaded prop on hand. Credible threat. But this credible threat should be prosecuted, but not found guilty.
Moreover, weren't the
I happen to think twice about this when we were talking about the effigy thing, and there's a good example, and I know it's going to sound crazy, but there's a good example of this that happens real time all the time. Have any of you ever been to a Gwar concert?
No.
Thank God, no.
What is that?
Decapitates Donald Trump and Obama in effigy at every show. They also do Hillary Clinton
on the regular,
and a host of others. They make sure they get all the rounds. They do it.
Are they like anarchists?
No, Gwar is a band that dresses up like Barney from Hell and plays heavy metal music, and I think that they should be brought up at the people's. I think they should be brought up at the People's Tribunal. Okay, for disrespecting the nation.
They're just like.
I had a friend that played with them for a while.
Like don't view anything as sacred.
Sorry, I don't get distracted. Sorry.
But what really blew my mind throughout this entire conversation was the way it got muddled, right? Because at least if I'm reading your topic correctly, Mr. Is it PrimeCayes? Yes, I think that's correct. You said that this was originally about fucking Proud Boys, right? And I really hate this fucking double standard that gets put forward where it's like both sides are equal. And it's like, no, when we were talking about protected classes, they exist for a reason. There are groups who have precedent doing these types of actions, have the capacity to do so,
they have the capacity
and do this
to do
on a
violence.
regular basis,
and
right?
The
And have entire
of those effigies is to incite
message
violence.
groups and
they're
forums
trying to incite
dedicated
violence.
to planning this sort of shit, right? And so, the idea that there is some equality in the violence committed, right? When it's no, there's clearly one side that's ratcheting this shit up way more than others, right? And does so basically with their own fucking cottage industry. It blows my mind that people try and say it's equal, and it's protected classes don't need to be a thing. It's bro, then you, my friend, have clearly not been on the receiving end of some of this shit, right? Because like I have, it's not that good when they say like we're gonna bomb your house, we're gonna find you, we're gonna cut your throat and watch you bleed out in front of your sister. And it's like, no, actually, there should be like
I'm doing a straight dab right now. I'm not going to do the torch part on camera because it does look very
moreover,
fucking suspect.
When like the whole concept of a protected class serves so much like real world purpose in terms of like making outcomes for people who work at places where they could be discriminated against and in turn fired for that. Like there's like real ramifications that come with that, and those cause like actual harm in terms of like, well, what if we have a bunch of black people who are now unemployed because people are, you know, they don't want to hire them. And like the scary thing is I hear this constant terrible rebuttal of leave it to the market.
There were like non-racist people back in like the 20s and 30s and shit who were like, we would hire black people, but we don't want the Klan, you know, attacking our building. That was a real documented thing that was occurring in like the harbors and shit like that.
Well, yeah, because the Klan's able to exert so much political pressure, and still we see a lot of these groups that, you know, like, I mean,
well, in the 30s they definitely could, but nowadays there's more hate groups to pick from than just the Klan these days.
More over like white nationalists of any kind. If you look at people who are like even just racist, they still have the manpower. They still have like this sort of like resource pool to pull from in order to like
moreover they have the will, the morale to do it, right?
Well, they've rationalized it to themselves.
Exactly. Other political ideologies from centrist to liberal to left wing, right, do not have this sort of hardcore echo chamber of radicalization that drives them to do this kind of shit, and they don't have the determination to pull through with it. Right?
Well, whether or not they have the determination, I definitely think that there are dangerous left-wing echo chambers that definitely support like violence.
But
you know, you've got people talking about dragging landlords out of their houses.
Absolutely.
Things like that.
But do we actually see that occurring? No. Whereas when fucking white nationalists say I'm gonna fucking shoot up a synagogue, yeah, they actually do it.
Right, but that being said, I still think we should observe and like take into consideration
I'm not saying these groups are not worth consideration. I'm just saying like there is a huge disproportion here, and I fucking hate people who try to say it's like equal
disparity. But morally speaking, I think it's like generally a good thing to keep eyes on both. Like,
yes, I'm not saying
revolutionary
you're doing that.
I understood you. I'm stating the point. I'm just
trying to draw like an equivalency. Stop trying to do that. Just breathe in.
There's no equivalency, but there's utility.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Pisco, did you want to say something before?
No, other than I guess I missed the part. Was someone making or complaining that the Proud Boys or these other militia groups were being targeted by federal law enforcement or something? Was that like what this sort of distinction between protected groups and? So how did protected groups come up? I'm sorry.
There was an issue earlier in the conversation where people were arguing about whether or not like white, specifically so like BLM or something is like more protected than say like a white like group, and then like it just evolved into like whether people think like protected classes should exist. That was like the entire thing.
Yeah.
So we're just.
I think another. Mm-hmm.
I think every defend themselves because they're being attacked.
I feel like every idea should be able to be defended.
Yeah. Moreover, I don't get why all these people don't think that protected classes are a good thing.
Because the right wing goes on attack as their default strategy.
I don't like living in Iraq or something. Like
no. Don't Dan. Don't harsh him. He's not like being a dick about it. I get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, here's the issue, Jason. Right? Is it okay if I?
Yeah, go ahead. I do want to try to take this to some direction
I'll
too.
let go
And
this.
then Blay, and I try to want to maybe change this up a bit. Go ahead.
Sounds good, boss. But yeah, essentially, the default right-wing tactic is to be on the offense, right? Because, if they have to start defending their points, we sort of dig in and realize, oh, a lot of this is, very old-fashioned or just like kind of assholery. So, anyways, the default right-wing position is to attack, right? And so that is why, groups that are targeted by said groups are always playing the defense, right? Is because the right wing sort of seizes control of the conversation and they make it about, attacking X or Y group and sort of fear mongering about them, because that's how they bolster their sort of get support behind them. Is like, the transgenders reading to your kids at the library are going to make them gay or some shit, right? Like that stirs up moral panic, and you can actually get people on your side with that, right? Whereas, if you were on the defense and trying to say like, yeah, I don't think, transgender people should be able to get their medicine, or kids can't transition or whatever, like that's a little bit harder to defend, right? Even on the furthest limb of it, right? And so it's kind of a moral imperative, right, of folks who aren't sort of caught in one of these marginalized groups to sort of step in and sort of provide an extra bit of punching power when you see marginalized groups getting attacked,
So
right?
I'll get Blay, and then I do want to try to change the direction of this.
Yeah,
and
I'm good.
Keep it illegal, and then keep it in legal space.
Yeah, of course.
Can I answer a question? I just jumped in,
Blay
but
first,
someone else
Blay
had something
first,
too.
hold on. Blay first, and then
So
Brimtail.
I just wanted to say that I think it's important to add to that a lot of the time we see this problem with like the right wing because it's a super reactionary movement, right? Yes. So there's some kind of issue or perceived issue with changes and progress being made to help these fringe or minority groups, right? But a thing that I don't understand when they use their like line of arguments and rationale is that when they look at a protected class like race, this is also applicable to them, considering they are part of a demographic, being white people usually. This is an immutable characteristic. This is protected under the protected class. And if so, the universality of these policies will come back to help them in the future say that the roles were reversed. So I don't understand why they have such a problem with it.
Okay, I can answer that.
Yeah,
Sure. So the problem with protected classes is the idea that anyone deserves more or needs more protection than one another, and that's not something you can ever measure or calculate. And even if you can, it's an ever-changing, basically like metric. Like you can never measure the amount of protection that one class needs over another. And so ultimately, if you created a system that protected all the necessary protected classes, you would end up with a system that gave equal justice to everyone. And so it's better to strive for equal justice for everyone from the beginning than instead of dividing up the justice system in order to give special protections.
Right.
Because there's an unlimited number of classes that you can divide people into, and it's ever expanding, and so you'll have an ever expanding and diversified justice system that is unworkable.
Right.
You need a
that's not
a
where we
workable
are. That's
and
a
unique
slippery
and
slope argument.
universal
It's
a slippery slope argument. A slippery slope is real.
No, that's
it's not.
Wait, I need to answer
this. Very much is. The idea that slippery slope is a logical fallacy is just a false idea.
No, show me where it is real.
Wait, I need to answer this really quickly.
It's real in every instance.
This was a response to Blaze, so go ahead.
Right, so this is a response to what I'm saying to you right now is that protected classes are immutable characteristics in which that apply to everyone. So everyone has a sexuality in some capacity, or a sex or a gender in some capacity. Right. They have some type of identification. So I don't know why you're coming at this from a dividing angle, because everyone has some kind of racial identity.
Brento, he's correct. You're conflating, I think, affirmative action and protected characteristics. Discrimination on the basis of race would apply, obviously, equally to white people. Correct. You can no more hire someone because they're white that you can hire someone just affirmative action notwithstanding, just for the purpose of or fire them just because they're black or something like that, right? Or just
the goal is to grant equal legal protections to everyone with
protected class. That's different.
No, that is a protected
class.
like race is a
answer.
race is a protected class. For example,
I think that people are
every
conflating
race.
a little bit.
That is what I have said. Yes.
On the one hand, you have things like Title VII and anti-discrimination laws and regimes based on age discrimination, which tell you that you're not supposed to discriminate based on that characteristic. That's usually like to apply evenly across people. And then you have policies like restorative policies like affirmative action, and we should be careful, I think, to distinguish what we're talking about, because I can hear Brento's criticism perhaps on the affirmative action part, but maybe not so much on like Title VII. I mean, do you really want, Brento, us to live in a world where it's legal to discriminate on housing based on race? Probably not.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
So
that's
you're probably
what
in favor of.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's legal protections for immutable
Sure.
characteristics, right? So I don't know why the reparations thing got brought into this, or like the affirmative action thing.
I've been listening, but I didn't remember that.
Because I think there was a conflation because we were referencing minorities when we were talking about protected classes. I think that's often the way in which these things take. But I mean, sexual discrimination because you're a man can be just as toxic as sexual discrimination because you're a woman. And so, and there are cases.
This is all about intersectionality, right? So these characteristics apply across the board to everyone, because everyone is part of these groups in some capacity. So it's not like you just hate white people. No, I want white people to have the same protections as all of the minorities and all the fringe groups right now, despite them making up the majority. Because there could come an instance in which white people get discriminated against. And I think often the fringe. I
think we were being a little bit imprecise too, and that's why Brento was hearing some of that.
Right.
But and recently also to get to, I think, Dr. K's point of.
You'll never reach that point. You have to have a standard that applies. You're never going to reach we have to reach nirvana, and then we'll have equal laws. Like, you're never going to reach nirvana.
Right. So don't you think
you have to operate in the world that you're in, and you have to strive for equality now.
Right. So working within the framework of the world and the material. Wait. Just wait before we carry on. I think it's an important statement to make that using the framework and the material conditions of the reality that surrounds us, we can in fact strive and make steps towards achieving this perceived nirvana. This is essentially the goal of what we're trying to do, and this is why we debate these things, right? So the important factor at hand here is maybe paradise and utopia is not achievable. However, we can make steps and progress in the general direction of utopia in order to, mend sort of the flaws of our world that we live in right now. And that's essentially what we're doing here.
Also, like from a historical and utilitarian perspective, it's really easy to say, hey, this group of people has been discriminated against systemically for a period of years. It's been demonstrable, whether it's redlining, whether it's anti-Jewish sentiment, during different periods in history. We can say that these are problems, whether it's what we've treated gay or trans or the queer people.
Yeah, 50% transgender unemployment rate in the United States is a pretty notable example.
Yeah. So it's so when you're solving those, it's very easy to say that, hey, these groups need more help right now, and then as we continue to help them, eventually they'll need less and less specific help. But I think honestly, we live in a very transformative and really positive time, in the sense that we have a lot of rights now for gay people. We have a lot of rights for trans people. We have a lot of more acceptance. I understand there's still problems, okay? But what I'm saying is I think we forget that gay marriage was federally illegal until very recently. Yeah. So it's you can't. Every time I hear this argument where it's why can't we just treat everyone equally? Why do we have to worry about this? It's because up until including very recently, there have been discriminations based on different identities, and I think it's not useful. It's not productive to pretend that those don't exist and say oh, we're just gonna treat everybody equally and see if people are discriminated against. It's much more likely to say, oh, hey, we have pattern recognition of discrimination against African Americans in housing. Okay, let's work on that. It's very easy to say, as opposed to say oh, housing is a big problem, and then we try and solve it as a wholesale thing. And again, I'm a lefty. I'm in favor of big systemic solutions, right? I love that sort of shit. Let's overhaul everything.
You don't say.
But it takes a lot of but if we can't do that in the meantime, then let's do the small incremental progress until we can keep moving forward.
Reformism.
Just to echo,
I'm a reformist, so yeah.
Me too.
Just to echo what Hans was saying, I mean, the addition of gender identity as a protected class under the reign of Trump, no less, is a great addition. I think we're definitely in transformative times.
Can I add something? even if we had the protected base through Trump, still through the Republican platform, they still adhere to anti-gay marriage, traditional values, and much of that.
On that.
If a more traditional president of their party ends up going to power, they would still try to do so. Of those simulations, still saying like the same stuff like even Bush back in the day was.
I mean, Neil Gorsuch wrote the majority opinion that I think Jim is referencing, and so I think that tells you a little bit about where we are. If do you consider Neil Gorsuch a Trumpist type person? I don't know.
No, but I believe Thomas and I think Alito was.
Yeah, they were in dissent.
Yeah, they are still saying that they want to reverse it. I think that this was recent.
I mean, but they lost.
Keep in mind, in the majority of states,
the
fact that
no one's saying it's perfect right now, but we're saying it's better
even
than
so,
it was. We got to keep.
It's a lot harder to remove those institutions than add them.
Yeah, of course, and I'm saying to the point, there's still people in power who still want to remove it.
No one denies that. I think
absolutely
things are getting better, but we still need to keep banging on that drum and not get complacent. I would put forward.
Absolutely.
So true. So true.
Yeah, like something that Brento said, like what he was essentially alluding to was like, if we enact these policies, it's going to be like this concrete thing, extrapolating out from there. Oh no, it's like nobody's equal if we cater to groups that have been disadvantaged. Like the thing about that is like policy is ever changing, and like we can just update things as things change. Like we don't have to keep things so like set in stone. Like let's just say, I'm just going to throw a hypothetical out there. Like let's say we institute policies to help, I don't know, Native Americans on reservations.
What you say right now, because it has to be a workable example.
Sure.
Well, use trans
I was
people.
going to give you one. I was going to give you one.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I was thinking something on the lines of like maybe getting Native American unemployment down via some kind of reservation agreement, or working on getting youth or Black youth unemployment down via some type of educational program. But hold on. Let's say that we do that and then we fix the issue. Then a new policy is going to be called for.
Then you remove the old policy?
Maybe. Depends on the situation.
Right. Well, see, the thing is...
the whole point that I'm trying to make is that when you were saying it, everything that you were saying, it was basically like it was going to be set in stone forever. And I guess my pushback
is typically how laws work. Laws are much harder to repeal than to enact.
Yeah, and ones that have been harmful
push back on that
ones that have been harmful can be rescinded, right? Like we can just look at something like the 13th Amendment, right?
Yeah.
We allowed for slavery for the longest time, and it took a lot of
longest time. Yes, and it even took a war. So just have a war anytime you want a law to go away.
You know what?
That's my point.
It's rationalized when Black people are being held prisoner.
Yes, but my point that doesn't. My point is that it is hard.
Your point is bad.
It is
okay. Whoa! Too much. I want to hear from Hans.
Okay. All right. I think passing laws and like rescinding laws take the same number of people regardless, or changing, say, like an economic policy, like by say a way of like a reconciliation, right? Like changing how the child tax credit works, changing the tax system. All those sort of things are just as easy to do, like to put in place as to replace. They take the same amount of votes. If you're talking about say like things inside the Constitution, like say like different articles or like amendments, then that is different. But if we're saying like, oh, it's as simple as say like we can.
My point. Okay, go ahead, Hans. Go ahead. I just have to respond. Go ahead.
Thank you. But the point is, I don't think there is like an inherent like gravity of an existing law to like take away as it is to put into place. I think both of them are possible. You could say there's a certain amount of cultural inertia built around different aspects, but like the procedural like doing of like making laws or rescinding laws it's like the exact same. Like the
yeah,
same
but I mean, okay, but look, I almost feel like in you saying that you're trying to obfuscate my point, which I think is honest. And it's like, and to speak to, well, to speak to what Captain Jones was saying, it's like, or I'm sorry if it wasn't Captain Jones, it might have been Dylan. It's the point that I'm speaking to. And to say like, well, look at the 13th Amendment. We had slavery and it was in place for a long time and then we rescinded it. And it's like, yeah, and it was in place for hundreds of years and we had to have a bloody war and then we rescinded it. So that is not a simple thing. And to speak to your point, yes, the process for instituting a law is the same for the process as removing a law. But that doesn't mean that it is inherently a simple thing to do, or it doesn't take hundreds of years, or that there might be many injustices carried out underneath that law. While it is changing it a mix. So no, no, put your note. Hey, no, Hans, stop acting like a fucking drama queen. Just engage. Don't put your hands on your head like you're exasperated. It's simple to say. No. It's very simple to say that to enact a law takes effort and then it has consequences and then it takes a lot of time and effort and inertia and even political will to get it off of the books, and a lot of damage could be done
on the books. What the fuck are you trying to say?
I'm saying that you need to be careful in enacting laws, which is my point. Please, fine.
Blake,
it's impossible to even fucking talk to
Blake, give it a try. Pisco, then Dr. K. I do have a transition ready for us. It's on the same subject, but changing the perspective here.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out after I just answer this really quickly. So, what I want to say to that is the way that we can go about making these less brutal conflicts too, is by finding ways to sort of equalize the distribution of power throughout society. And the way that we do this is, because there's such a minority of people. When we were talking about the Civil War, especially in the context of the Civil War, is obviously there's a minority owning class of these people who basically keep all the slaves, right? So they have, an amount of political power that they can exert. And it's not really contingent on morality so much as it's contingent on their profits that they're making off of the slaves, right? So the whole thing here is by essentially trying to level out these power dynamics, which we have been trying to do, and this has been done through social progress. It has become more and more easier in terms of actual political advocacy to get laws that are harmful rescinded and to get good laws that actually, benefit people on the books, right? It's sort of the whole point of having a representative democracy that's subject to the will of the people. Because there's reasons why people think that keeping slaves is wrong. There's obviously a moral issue and factor tied into this, right? So of course, if you look at someone like John Brown, right? He basically led his raid at Harper's Ferry for no reason other than the sheer benevolence of him thinking that slavery was wrong. So the amount of people who get involved in these kind of things the Civil War, and the fact that they did have to fight a war over it, was the fact that there was conditions that surrounded the Civil War in which people could basically come together and fight and push back against slavery. And if that's what it took, that's what it took in that particular instance. So now we're finding ways to smooth out these power gaps and all of these things, right? And when we smooth out these power gaps, there becomes less need for violent conflict, right? Because we have peaceful reforms, which we've been talking about the whole time. I'm a reformist. Hans said he was a reformist, right? We're all you're not seeing us advocate for violent revolution. There's, obviously devastating consequences that come with it. So in order to get these reforms enacted, we have to smooth out the power disparities, which is exactly what we're advocating for here, which makes it much easier to avoid civil wars.
And please, if I can just clarify, because Brenta, you kind of took my comment and ran with it.
Okay.
I wasn't talking about something as big as slavery. I was talking about just getting laws changed, maybe how we deal with welfare, or how we deal with
That's a horrible example to bring up, because I think it proves Brento's point, which is oftentimes when they're entitlements, they're extremely difficult to legislate away because people become accustomed to it. And it's actually
hold on. I wouldn't want to legislate them away. I'm trying to get them expanded.
No, but the context of Brento's criticism.
Right, but Brento's criticism can be taken away as much as they can be put into power.
But you're not dealing with Brento's criticism, which it's a little bit lame. You can draft around it. You can have a sunset clause. You can have whatever benefit you're giving, tailor to some metric that you'll be able to discern over time, run by some agency. Not perfectly, but it's a little bit lame complaint. But I think it's totally true that oftentimes it'd be very difficult to take away benefits that you previously conferred, especially to classes of people who are highly motivated and politically active, especially in certain political demographics. The Black community, for instance, is very strong in the Democratic Party. I think that that's a totally true thing to say, that can be more difficult to take away than it is to give.
Okay, so let's go to Dr. K, and then I'm gonna do change it.
I mean, the first thing that we all need to remember is that, things like revolution, things like, smashing shit up is not the first choice of anyone. No one wants to get to that point, right? That is essentially a social breakdown, right? It means that there have been groups who have asked for X or Y thing to be changed, right? And that they need this thing changed, right? And they've been refused. So they asked a little bit harder, and they asked harder, and they asked harder, and suddenly they stop asking and they start demanding, right? Revolution, civil war, those are never first options, right? You pick those as your last options oftentimes, unless institutions have broken down so thoroughly that you have no means of, doing non-violent requests. So, this idea that, you have to pick revolution or reform, like it's a false binary. You only fuck shit up when essentially, requests for changing things have gone completely, unheard for so long and so long. And it's not even just like revolutions, like coups, anything where essentially a group has gone unheard for too long, and so they take matters into their own hands, right? So let's keep that in mind. And two, right, when we're talking about, protected classes, X, Y, and Z, all this sort of shit, we need to remember we have two factors at play sort of influencing one another, right? We have the material base and we have sort of the cultural superstructure, right? And the two influence each other in a circular dynamic. This is fairly well agreed upon social science, right? And so, because X or Y group does not have their material needs met, right? They are essential, or if a social group is demonized, right? Then they do not get their material needs met for one reason or another. They aren't hired. They're sort of pushed away from public spaces, right? So on and so forth. And so, right, if you instituted a jobs program to help transgender people, right? The question would be did this solve the base, right? Did this solve the base concern? If we took away this program right now, would the problem resume as it was before, right? Are people still not willing to hire transgender people, right? Even though we did this jobs program, right? And if that is the case, then the program would need to remain, because clearly the underlying cultural norms have not been fixed at that point, right? You have to fix the underlying cultural norms and the underlying material problem before you can sort of remove the protections you have in place for any one group.
Hell yeah, historical materialism moment. Let's go. Based in the chat. Come on.
Okay,
I'm not sure if affirmative action.
I do want to try to change things up a little bit.
Yeah, that's
so it's so it's still along the same lines, but I wanted to get your opinion on how much power should states have? So states can create.
States like the nation states, or states like the political divisions of entities in the United States?
The United States of America.
United States, yeah.
Okay,
states,
just making sure.
No, yeah, sure. Like Nebraska, right?
Okay.
God damn it, Nebraska.
New Jersey should have no power.
Should have no power. Agreed.
I've got a hot take on this one. I think
if it has Italians in it,
let me finish.
But yeah, Prime, go on.
Thing.
What was the question? I don't think he finished.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm wondering. Should states be able to create and destroy protected classes? Because apparently there is at least one state, maybe more than one, that has made cops a protected class. Right? Is this something we should leave up to the states? There's plenty of things we don't leave up to the states. Should this be one of like, or maybe even take away one? Like, okay, so if they could take away cops as a protected class, what if they take away other things as a protected class? You know,
correct.
Like what? Where should be the division of power here?
I think that there's a good argument that states should have some autonomy in this region. I think undoubtedly the supremacy clause of the Constitution mandates that whatever federal standard is a floor beneath which states cannot go below. But a lot of states go above and beyond the federal standard, and a lot of a lot of states. For instance, I know New York. New York City has New York City human rights law, which is much more protective in terms of its classes than Title VII or other similar federal statutes. And I think that's potentially a good area for states to experiment in. If federalism means anything, I think it should definitely include states' ability to exercise their police power, to try out new regimes, to see if they're too costly, to see if they make sense. And so I support states taking action to further protect classes that require protection beyond the federal standards.
Yeah, like Pisco, can I build off that? Because I also, and I'm going to come at this from the same sort of legalist brain that Pisco usually does, right? Is I believe that when you're referring to this Nebraska cops thing, right? I believe that it is an aberration due to, protected classes generally being about immutable traits innate to you, right? And so I would love to see someone take that Nebraska cops thing and actually test it at the Supreme Court level, because I do not believe even a conservative Supreme Court, unless they are fucking high off their asses on ideology, would uphold that. Yeah, it's an aberration. So I'm with Pisco 100%.
Hey, Prime. So it's been nice chatting with you all.
Sorry.
Watch me debate infrared on Wednesday. That's right. I'm doing a little self promo before I get out of here. And all of you take care. And the only state that shouldn't have all the same rights is New Jersey. Fuck New Jersey.
Absolutely.
Good night.
Absolutely. Makes sense.
Yeah, good luck. A lot of states already have initiatives.
No, Amanda, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so a lot of states already have initiatives and referendums. And I think it's funny we're talking about Nebraska. Nebraska is actually one of the states that have the least ability to have its citizens create change through initiatives and referendums. Iowa is one of the only states that has no process whatsoever
I guess
to
I should
recall.
just unmute
So, like,
right?
all this. So I guess my point is, if you guys don't if you live in Nebraska and don't want police to be a protected status, then put it on the ballot. Vote for it. You guys can do this. Colorado recently just knocked down a Medicare for all type of policy because nobody went out and voted on the ballot for it. So, like, all these things, most states allow people to actually have a voice. No one just actually takes that path.
Most states don't actually have anything that they can do, though, statewide. It's usually just on the city level, and it's usually has to be brought up through city council, too.
Yeah, I'll post a map in chat.
I think it's 24 states can't do anything statewide without state legislation.
And
I think affording state...
Unfortunately, if we want to change Nebraska, we'd have to move to Nebraska, and that would involve living in Nebraska. So, I don't know about that. That sounds fucking horrible.
The thing is, you kind of don't want some of those ballot initiatives. It could be a lot of things on there you may not like. Like, maybe you didn't want the Prop 22 thing, and maybe it's worded in a certain way where it ended up being something that you didn't know it was going to turn out to be. California's got the governor recall right now. I bet you a lot of people don't even know what the fuck's going on with that thing. There's a lot of things like that my state's never going to have an issue with. But you know what I can do? I can go talk to the legislative aide of the Senate Majority Leader and, become good friends with him and actually get some shit done. And that's the power one person can do. Whereas getting those ballot things, you can fuck yourself on those sometimes. So I don't know. Like,
I think that's the really simplest view, though, because you're totally ignoring like the power of the legislature in regards to like the caucus and the way that bills are actually passed. You're like knocking out a whole bunch of like steps here that require building relationships with people. Yes, you are right. Like, go be friends with them, but it's not a one-person process, not at even
I'm
close.
saying as
It
one
doesn't
person,
allow
you
the
have
creation of a
way more power.
consensus.
Also, in defense of like state governments being able to like do like relatively decent stuff, like the Californian government like made their own stimulus check for like people like during COVID. Like depending on like like the powers of state governments aren't nothing. Like they're like vastly diminished like compared to like the federal government. And I think I don't want to bring this like too far back, right? Where it's like I think Peace Corps is like the best framework where it's like have a national baseline. I think everyone kind of like immediately like recoiled when it's like should we let the states decide like whether or not protected classes should exist? I think all of us to be like unless you like hate protected classes entirely, everyone's kind of like yeah, federal baseline, states can like do whatever they want with that afterwards, and then like if there's any issues with that, take it to like the higher courts. But like in regards to like state governments being able to like do stuff, I don't know where this like comes in. This feels extremely defeatist, where it's just like oh like state governments like don't have like the legislator doesn't matter. Like it's just like having like a couple friends like in like the legislator and like everything you want gets done there. It's like local activism matters. Like who your state reps are like matters. Like because if you look at say like just in the case of like federal programs run by the states, Florida has like the lowest I believe like people who are on like unemployment as percentage of the population, but not people who are unemployed. So there's a fuck ton of like Floridians who are unemployed but don't get benefits, specifically because the Floridian state government is so shitty in how they respond to unemployment benefits and running the apparatus of unemployment. State governments have a lot of fucking power, and I want to push back on that like right now. That like a ton of what you can do is explicitly tied to your state government. Like the quality of life for a person based on like how well their state government runs like their unemployment system, runs like say like their Medicaid system, like just like even accepting like the Medicaid expansions, right? There's so much that like these like state governments do where it's like I know like we want a meme where it's like oh state governments like bad, like you know like the way you get things done is like just like knowing all the people at the top. Like all these things fucking matter. Like I would say like in some levels more than like the federal government, especially if you live in a state that doesn't have a lot of power like in say like in federal elections. Like who controls your state legislator means like whether you get the Medicaid expansion, whether or not your unemployment benefits actually go, whether your unemployment benefits like from the like stimulus package get slashed and to force people back to work. Conservative like states have done this. Like I think it's extremely defeatist and extremely dumb to not like to even pretend that state governments don't matter. Because at that point, like just like shut the fuck up and like don't speak about politics until we like get back to the presidential election. Like let everyone else do real stuff. Like Jesus Christ, why are you here? Like if that's your perspective. Like, fuck me.
Yeah, can I add on that?
Don't jump
okay.
Go ahead, and then we'll go out to Peace Corps. He's wanting to jump back in.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Hans is completely right. Like, there's, like, many states are not considered that valuable to the United States entirely due because they don't exactly put that much into the tax revenue to then go put for public projects back from federal money. And like we get examples of that like in Montana, New Mexico, Wyoming, where they actually get more money from federal stuff than putting out to the government, which then is essential to vote people in who know how to use that money correctly. And that exactly to the point is that these are essentially for the price of the living standards of your situation, like in Florida, being terrible, as obvious. That's why we've been making jokes about the Florida man for like many years, and this into other havens like Oregon, which Portland sucks, but that's another story.
Isn't that supposed to be like the best city in the country right now? Like rated? As far as like how they're building their structures and everything, like their infrastructure. I mean, it's supposed to be nice. I've never been there. I don't care. I don't leave Minnesota, so I don't know. But
Can you guys still hear me?
who is saying anything that like state government isn't like a big deal? State government's like awesome. I'm saying ballot initiatives are stupid. I don't like them. I think they're cringe. I think like you can, like I said, I think because I told you, I think you can fuck yourself on them easily. I think
you can screw yourself with regular legislation. That's a what's a whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
point.
in Michigan, we got marijuana passed, and we created an independent commission to stop gerrymandering, both off of popular ballot initiatives. What I think we need to do is we need to get a provision in the Constitution for the holding of referendums at the federal level, so that we can start getting things moving, so that not only can we hold referendums at the federal level, which allows us to balance out the electoral college a little bit, in my opinion, it also paves the way for more states to get access to ballot initiatives, to popular referendums, because I think they're the best thing, personally.
Hold on. I want to push back on this, that referendums are necessarily the best thing. That, like, we can see in California, like, sometimes they're great, but I think we should see a lot of examples of referendums that are just terrible.
Yeah, but you're not internalizing like the bad laws that are passed by state legislatures all the time, and so that's not an honest comparison.
But you have legislative aides and policy writers actually doing these, and they have to get passed. Like a lot of this stuff, they might be writers or whatever, like on a budget bill. Most state legislation is part-time. I don't know if all of it is in every state, but like majority of states, you're really only in session for like a couple of months, and you really only pass bills every 2 years. And it's the budget bill, it's the omnibus bill. Now that may not be the same for every state. Don't quote me. Minnesota, that's just how it is, and that's how it is for a lot of states I see. But your rep isn't the one that's writing these bills or anything like that. It's the aides that are doing everything. It's the policy writers. Like when they're with state legislation.
Policy writers, like it's still if you're saying that like whoever you voted for, because what it feels like right now is you're saying the only people that matter are the people who are like writing the policy. Like state reps don't mean shit. Like it doesn't matter. Like is that what you're saying right now?
No, of course not. I don't know. Like when I was showing this is my friend. I live right next to her, Jess Hansen.
Okay, that's cool, but like you didn't answer my fucking question.
Hey. Shh, give me a second. Give me a second. It's okay. I know you're upset. Things have been rough for you lately. It's okay. I'm here.
It's a little cheap.
I just say, hey, you know what, man? Sometimes you gotta say something. So
you're really saying a lot of nothing. So
can we have a group hug?
Hold on. So I think the reps are amazing. A lot of what they do though is they're the ones that are in the committees pushing a bill, but for a lot of places, once it's out of their committee, it's out of their hands. So if you don't talk to the other reps that aren't even in your district, or the legislative aides who do a lot of the negotiation in the background, you're losing a lot of strength. And everybody that's like running organizations,
ballot initiatives and plebiscite. I mean, like, what are we talking about here? You're talking about the making.
The reps don't like he thought. I thought the reps don't matter. I think ballot initiatives are lame because the wording can fuck you.
Why not both? I mean, you acted like one is to the exclusion of the other. There are certain collective action problems for which you wouldn't want to rely on legislation because it's not in their interest.
I think I would rather have it be done through the city instead of statewide for a lot of this stuff. I think.
Why? You're saying that seems like totally random. Why stop at the city level and not go on to the state level if there are?
You might have friends at the state level,
so.
Go ahead. I'll just say this: I stand ballot initiatives.
What the fuck was the question?
100% of the time. There was one ballot initiative in California. It was about the Uber drivers, I think, and like the gig workers. And I know that actually got voted down, and that was only because of a bunch of propaganda, misinformation that was like being pushed out.
But that's it.
Yeah, but there are ways to combat that doesn't take the power from the people, right? A lot of those ads were financed like with I'm not going to say dirty money, but it was basically money.
Uber and Lyft like dirty money. That's my money.
It was with with companies that stood to benefit. You know what I mean? And I think that we need to definitely get a handle on like misinformation in general. But I don't think that invalidates ballot initiatives.
No. Like in any ballot initiative, like I don't know how you get a handle on quote unquote misinformation, right? In any ballot initiative, there's going to be ads flying from both sides, right? People trying to give it to, even in the best of circumstances, right? People will not fully understand what's actually being asked of them, right? Like we can understand this, that even in the best of circumstances, that's the thing that happens. And then when
I'm trying to not get a
there is especially big business involved, well, they have the money to swamp other like this is like the thing, like money in politics, how it's corrosive, right? Like they can swamp everyone else's message. And so these big businesses made it so that these workers could not like have additional rights in their workspace, right? I think it's actually still an open question whether that would have been a good thing in this particular situation.
Yeah, but it would have.
But
But
the point
the
is that
point
like
is that it got bought.
we've seen it again and again, in which there's like like scaremongering that'll happen, right? Like just like unfounded. There was
Sounds like you don't trust democracy, Prime. I mean, if you're worried about money in politics, I would think you'd be more worried about reps like taking back-end deals or something.
But good point. We haven't talked about trust in democracy tonight.
Minnesota over here, we actually have a rep that's a lobbyist, and so he's a GOP. And so what some of the GOP did, because he was so unpopular in all the other districts, they actually made a rule specifically for this guy, just a law to fuck him out of his job. So either he has to quit being a rep or he has to quit his job in the next 2 years because he was a lobbyist for, I can't remember what it was. He was something stupid, but he was getting paid like $300,000 a year. Plus he was being a rep in, I think
the more recent why this is not a specific argument to the ballot initiative. It sounds like this is
you can punish people. There is punishment with the ballot initiative. There isn't punishment. Like, I can get rid of a rep. I can't get rid of a ballot initiative.
To punish people spending money on airing their views on issues. That should be punishable.
He was voting for shit that it was clear that he was voting for it because he was lobbying for this company.
Oh,
and
I mean,
the GOP outed their own dude.
You critique the ballot initiative context. You said in ballot initiative context we can't punish anyone. Well, why would you want to punish someone? Like if people are being convinced by bad arguments, that's an indictment of the people, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I want as much power as possible. So I guess that's the issue there.
So I want to push back against Pisco a little bit. Pisco, when I brought my problems with initiatives, like you had compared it to the legislator, and as if these things are necessarily in contention, right? Like one, I want money out of politics, right? Like, all right, yeah. And two, like, and so if I've said anything incorrectly, anyone please correct me if I'm wrong on something. Right. But my understanding is that with these ballot initiatives, especially in California, that like you can't just like easily, like the legislator can't just easily reverse them, right? That like it has to be like another ballot initiative, and I think. And if I'm remembering this correctly, I'm not from California, but I remember this correctly. Like they couldn't raise their state taxes, right? In California.
Are you talking about the property taxes?
Yeah, the property taxes. Yeah,
yeah, they got voted down.
I think San
Diego
there are some states
that like say that you can
directly.
I think that there are states where you can directly like amend the state constitution through a ballot initiative, and obviously that can't be undone with legislation. So, but I don't know. I mean, where do you trust the hands? Where do you trust the power to control government? Well, I guess my problem is I think that there's room for ballot initiatives when there's collective action problems. Let's say you want to have like some kind of ranked choice voting system. These are very often like the issues that are in these places because a lot of politicians who are party politicians do not want ranked choice voting system, or maybe they do. There's some issue related to campaign finance. These are the kind of, or like voting mechanics. Those are the kind of issues where I can feel like there's a lot of collective action problems in getting people together to agree on stuff. In which case, I think it might make sense to have a ballot initiative. And I think just pointing to unsuccessful or bad ballot initiatives is not enough to distinguish them as particularly bad, as opposed to, I guess, congressionally enacted laws or whatever state.
It just feels
and
like
just to add on to what
any
Pisco
other
is
aspect of government, like trying to get through like stuff, like if I can pass, say, like a marijuana legalization through the state legislature, or if I can get it like an up and down ballot initiative, like I don't particularly care either way, like in which it goes through. And you could even say that like in terms of like differences of opinion between, say, like the populace versus the legislator, you can get that sort of stuff done easier that way. So again, like it's not like I don't think anyone here is like nutting for ballot initiatives. But like the idea, but the idea specifically would be like, hey, like if the legislator like won't pass like legalization of marijuana, but it's like, say, but I know for a fact that it's like 60+% of my state wants it, I'm gonna like do whatever I can to get that on an up and down ballot initiative, because like it seems that I can like get good things for people through the initiative, like that I would be able to get through the legislator. And there are issues that are way too complicated, and I agree with that. That's why I'm currently a fan of representative government. I'm not like a huge direct democracy guy in how the government currently functions. Like other lefties, I'm sorry, we can get mad about this later. But there are some things I think are too complicated for even policymakers to make without the explicit assistance of experts. And I'm fine with some issues not being on a ballot issue. It just seems like there are certain areas where it can be helpful and useful, in other words, where it's not. I don't know why it's there's specific some boogeyman just because there's been a couple bad ones. The idea would be as citizens of the democracy to make to have better ones.
For eliminating
the
filibuster.
Here's my argument to that. Just a moment. Okay, I live in Arizona. Okay, our legislators are if you're outside of where most of the populace lives, you have more of a say than the rest of the state. So if Phoenix, right? Those people, the people outside of our metropolis have more of a say oftentimes in our state legislature than we do, unless we use ballot initiatives. The reason that we got medical marijuana passed in Arizona and ultimately recreational marijuana passed in Arizona was because of ballot initiatives. It had nothing to do with the state legislature.
Let's go.
And then if you want to talk about our minimum wage and shit, that got passed through ballot initiative. It was the people that passed that shit. You know what? Our legislators weren't doing shit. They were sitting on their asses. They were getting handouts from fucking corporations to keep our salaries low, and we are still one of the lowest paid states in this goddamn fucking country. And you want to talk about some bullshit? Hey, if it wasn't for ballot initiatives, we wouldn't have shit right now. Our teachers wouldn't have shit right now. So yes, ballot initiatives are extremely important, and that's how we live.
Without needing ballot initiatives, though. I'm pretty sure my state's probably just as high as yours.
Yeah.
And we don't have ballot initiatives.
Okay, all right. So what about? And this is the one I was trying to think of previously. A long time ago, California Proposition 8, same-sex marriage ban initiative, from 2008. That's when that happened. And which the state approved that, a ban on same-sex marriage from California. Again, California.
What?
That's the thing that happened. And should they have been able to do that? Or maybe specifically, you might want to. Well, before I do that,
but you're basing your sort of. I see this problem a lot, Prime, and I understand it.
Sure.
You're basing your intuition about what the structures of government should be based on the results of a particular case, instead of looking sort of before you know the results, what makes sense as a structure of government to organize ourselves. And so I see this in this case, you have a problem with how the people of California voted. You have a problem with that. And I understand that. And if you have a problem with that, my friend Prime, I hate to say it, you have a problem with democracy, because that is.
You need to persuade them.
Hell yeah.
Fucking as amazing as everyone thinks it is, there's times where you don't like it. I mean, there's flaws.
Wait a minute. Oh, no. Okay. Because Pisco is trying to challenge me on this, right? And I know he's doing he's doing a callback to our previous discussion. I do like democracy, but that doesn't mean all forms of democracy are optimal forms of democracy, right? We can understand, for instance, a direct democracy, in terms of how the whole country is run, would be a fucking disaster, right? Now, is acknowledging that meaning you don't like democracy? No, you simply understand that not all forms are optimal. Will work best, and some will be completely disastrous, right?
I really want to do more dabs.
And I'm not taking a strong stance on this. Absolutely not get rid of these things. I'm not taking a strong stance. But I see these disasters, and I see, because I think there's a distinction to be made, right? There's a distinction to be made between ballot initiatives that are low profile and high profile. High profile ones will have a ton of money poured into them, right? And those high profile ones often are like the people or a protected class or something like that, right? Versus moneyed interests. That's the thing that'll happen.
Should money not be poured into issues that are of great concern to that democracy? You would think that if the more important an issue is, the more people speaking out about it that you want. And so I don't see the necessary connection between money spent and corruption that you do.
a lesser. No, I didn't say necessary corruption. I didn't say corruption.
My apologies.
Fair enough. But but the misinformation is there, right? The scaremongering is there, right? What was it? In 2008, it was like the King and I, or Leopold, or I don't know. It was like remember there was like the two princes or something, two kings that married each other. It was like a child's storybook.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I'm just thinking about the Spin Doctor song.
Oh no! Look at
I know Spin Doctors. Yeah.
No. This is not what I'm not making this up. I swear to God, this was a propaganda piece used against gay marriage when it was like being decided in the States. And it was like it was a children's book, and like they were saying, well, this is going to be taught to your kids, and it'll make your kids gay, right? And then the other thing, of course, was like gay marriage destroys straight marriage, just like a lot of scaremongering going around, and that shit works.
Your definition of scaremongering would probably include like every conservative argument that exists. I think that, but the conservatives have it right back at you. So on the one hand, I think on the conservative side, Democrats will say the CRT stuff, that's all fear mongering, that's all whatever, posturing. But I think that a lot of Republicans, I'm not part of this camp, will say people who are calling the January 6 people insurrectionists and terrorists and arguing for greater surveillance from the FBI of these groups, those are the ones who are fear mongering on the other side. And so trying to distinguish between proper influence or improper influence, I think it's a scary task that we should get into with some trepidation.
Okay, so then what about what was brought up before by Jim, talking about misinformation, right? When there's like blatant lies.
So I think a good analogy would be like the Russia stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the problem is with democracy, with the world in general, with society, is that you're always going to have propaganda. Even if we like adopt like a Yangian style of like getting private money out of politics, like repealing Citizens United, like getting like private money out, right? And you like fund it with like taxes or something. There's always going to be misinformation. It's always going to be rife. There's always going to be fear mongering. The only way that you can battle that is with just like the wheel of progress. You need to like educate people. You need to have like civic awareness. You need to invest in the people, because the people will make the best decision for them. That's just where I'm at.
I shed a single tear as I wrap myself in the American flag.
I don't know. Like, okay, that's like a little rah-rahing for democracy and like,
what's wrong with that?
Liberty, and liberty. Hold on. I feel like there was very vague, very platitude-ish, right? Like, come on, like invest in the people. Great. Like, if you're talking about like college for all, absolutely, right? If you're talking about creating better schools and then teaching people more about media literacy, great, 100%. That doesn't mean that every person is prepared to tackle the issues that are presented to them in a ballot initiative, right? And so
that was the argument. I just want to say, Prime, that was the argument against, I have to say it, black people voting in the South, that they're not ready to have the vote.
And I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying that every law should be passed by ballot initiative either. I'm not saying we need to dismantle the representative democracy and that we must all like take votes by like, ballot.
I know.
I'm just, but like, I think that if you invest in like people's education, if you like create like a culture of civic responsibility, I understand that you can't educate everybody on those things, but like if people, like, for example, we had a law in Michigan that passed by a referendum. I mentioned it earlier. It was to create a independent commission to redraw congressional districts. Like, that is a pretty simple, like, concept that you can explain to people in less than 5 minutes, And I think ultimately most laws can be boiled down to like a less than 5 minutes like explanation. It doesn't take like an hour to explain what a protected class is. It doesn't explain like take forever to explain like these concepts.
It takes even less time to confuse a person and give them the wrong impression and scare them. Like to, especially for any sort of issue that's nuanced. It doesn't take an hour, but it takes like 5 minutes to give them a simple line saying that this thing is going to kill your family, right? Like
that's true of candidites too.
Yeah.
And so that argue. Go ahead.
So hold on, fuck.
Go. I want to say that.
Okay, then I was going to throw this at Pisco. Then I want to go to you, Brento. So Pisco, you brought up the whole blacks being not allowed to vote, but I just want to test your principles on this, right? So then, are you saying that every person, no matter the age, should be allowed to vote? Because something we discussed on this channel before. Should that be the case?
That's a hard issue, right? It's actually difficult for me to distinguish what characteristics are not present in children, in many children, that are present in most adults that do vote. I think the best I can say to that is that on average, adults have probably more independence than children.
If
we can't agree on that,
you're gonna hit disabled people.
I mean,
yeah.
No, what I mean, independence. I mean, like
getting like weird vibes about that too, where it's like if we're talking about like mental competence, like there's some issues like even like among adults, and I'm not sure how you.
That's why he said on average. Yeah.
I think that you have to say that we have rules of thumb in society, and very small children. I think it's not hard to think that they would literally be told by their parents what to vote, and they'll listen to them.
For sure.
And obviously there are people for whom that is true at age 60 or 70. I'm not going to deny that. Yeah. But I think that these approximations are rules of thumb to get at some traits of matureness and independence, which are not true of every member of that class, but are true in the main.
But I guess
we have to draw an arbitrary line at some point.
I understand about the arbitrary line, but like I'm like a person say like I'm in favor of say like letting like 17-year-olds and like potentially like 16-year-olds like vote, right? Because I think like no, so like because I think like expanding the democracy because like their like existence like is constantly.
I think 16 is good.
Yeah, like constantly impacted by like decisions of society. Like you're going to college, and like college is affected by like the decisions of the government. Same thing with the military. You can join the military at 17, but like should you be able to vote at 17? That makes sense to me, right? Like if you can go fight and die for a country, why can't you?
I think you should be required to go through a strong civics class. Like I think you should have a deep.
That's going to be able.
But that's not the point. But the point is specifically
so that they can know what they're doing. You know, but
what do you think adults know anything about our government?
I think we should build it into our education because it's fundamental anyways, and it's responsible.
I want to advocate for a literacy test. Like, don't do that to me right now. Like,
not advocate for a literacy test. I'm saying that we should just make a broad sweeping effort to make sure that our kids are educated on our civics if we're going to have them voting at 16.
I agree, though.
Not as a litmus test, not as a litmus test. Just we should educate them. That's it.
Okay. So let's go to Brento. I have not done with you, Pisco, yet, but like let's go to Brento.
I just wanted to respond to, and I mean, trying to bring my point back together. If you could sum up for me, or I'm going to try and sum it up. You're basically saying, maybe I don't have your argument correct. Are you saying like you don't think that that democracy is functional in the sense because people can be misled?
Yeah, in some aspects. I don't think it goes the ways that we get rid of democracy, but I think he's offering a critique of ballot initiatives because of misrepresentations.
Okay. I guess I would say, in response to that, I'd say you're 100% right in that democracy is misfunctional because of misinformation. But there's no better system for determining who is or isn't
mandated.
Qualified to vote. And so it's something that you respect in everyone is that their right to self-representation.
My argument, if you
and then the idea that you could have a system that says like, well, you are qualified to have self-representation, but you're not by these standards. Is there's no system for distinguishing that between adults. We do that through age. The question of age.
I'm not sure because what I
that's my response to,
and not like just like voting for candidates. I mean,
ballot initiative. Well, sure, okay, but I mean that's almost to say that people don't have a right to give input and ask other people and collaborate on what they'd like to see their government doing. That they would have to go through proxies eternally. Right.
He's going to fight you. Prime's going to fight you and say like he's not making a prescription and saying you shouldn't have the right. He's just noticing a problem. But I think the proper critique, Brent, I think you might be saying that, or maybe I thought you were going to say, is that's true of representatives too.
Yeah.
And you know,
I
the
wasn't going to
same
say that,
argument.
but you're right.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true too. That you were making that point. It's true of representatives too. It's simply that there's no system in place, nor do I think there could be essentially a fair, equitable system to determine who is qualified to represent themselves, assuming that all people who you're talking about are adults, right? We go by adults because, like you said, like, you know, anyone who thinks that a 1-year-old or a 3-year-old is qualified to make a good choice for themselves has never like pulled rocks out of a child's mouth as they're trying to swallow them, right?
Okay.
And it's like, well, but I'm just going to say, it's like, well, then we recognize a point between that and an adult, and you'd say, well, where's the line? Isn't it arbitrary? And it is arbitrary, but everyone ages, and so therefore it's at least universal, right?
So okay. I will say a few months ago, our friend Mix Vivian Wolf made a spirited defense of this topic of like saying have no age limit for voting, and like she did actually a really good job. I
I thought he was dumb.
Probably
I thought I don't know. I
didn't see it, but I was
like because then you end up having like
I don't want to get distracted by that though. I don't want to get distracted by that. But like Pisca, what's the last thing you said? I want to yell at you about that.
We were maybe we were talking about that it's true of representatives too. We were talking about how
My bad.
the
Apollo
argument that
777. Thank you very much.
this class people is really not mature enough was the same one that was made in.
Hey,
So
and
okay,
if you like
all right.
the
So
stream,
this is what I'm going to ask you. Then.
please hit the follow
and
button. I'm trying to boost my shit.
The rest of you as well. So during,
good fun.
like
I'm
before
going to be playing
the
games soon,
courts
too.
settled, Supreme Court settled the
I
whole
like
gay marriage
Borderlands
question,
and
right?
like weird
There was
post-apocalyptic
the fights within the
interplanetary
states,
shooters.
and what people were saying, right? And not just in this one instance, like in other times when civil rights have come up, right? Is that civil rights should not be left up for a vote by the majority. Right? The rights of the minority should not be directly voted on by the majority. So that you should have like representatives who take a look at these things and decide, right? Because the majority does not necessarily have the interest of the minority in mind, right? And may be actively hostile to that minority, unfairly so, right? So that you would have representatives who
Thanks for the follow,
theoretically, not be so pulled by emotions and would like look at these things in a more neutral manner. Whether that ever is actually the case, who knows? But okay, my question to you all, I'll start with Pisco, and then I want to get the rest of you. Do you agree with that? Do you think that, at least in this case, that it would be wrong to put something like that on a ballot? We could saw again what happened in California. Got to repeat that. California, where they banned same-sex marriage when it put up to a ballot initiative. So please go first.
Yeah, I think that is a question that's not specific to the ballot initiative, but rather to whether or not states have the power to do this thing at all. And I think that depends exactly on whether or not the interest at stake is a fundamental liberty. That raises the question for all of us to answer, which is,
he's right.
What does it mean for a right or a liberty to be "quote unquote" fundamental?
Type of thing.
Now, it happened that the court decided that the right to marriage was fundamental, and that you needed to have really good reasons to put restrictions on marriage. There are restrictions on marriage. You cannot marry your mother. You cannot marry if you're already married. So there are restrictions on marriage, whether or not. That's why Obergefell sometimes. There you go. So there are definitely restrictions you can put on fundamental rights, but it's a lot harder to put in those restrictions. And I think that if a right is in fact fundamental, then of course no state should be allowed to transgress it. It makes sense. It's the reason why we're supporting First Amendment protections for people for the KKK. Because they're precisely the group that needs protection for the First Amendment rights. The First Amendment rights of popular groups don't need protection because they're popular. And so I think that there are certain rights where they're in danger of being overwhelmed by the majority. It's just deciding which those rights are and when and how you can limit them.
Okay. The rest of you, what do you think?
I just want to respond. I mean, really quickly. I agree and I totally understand exactly what you're saying, Pisco. I guess. And so I'm not actually trying to disagree with your fundamental point. I guess with the language of saying that popular speech doesn't need protection is always something that I know what you're saying, but I never quite agree that.
Not 100%. Yeah,
I know you know what I'm trying to say, but yeah, and that's an argument I hear, and I know what everyone's saying, and they're right. But I always feel like I feel like it undercuts the fact that in protecting unpopular speech, you are protecting the shared fundamental right? But anyway.
Yeah, so there are popular speakers who are also threatened by like violent minorities. And so not minorities as in racial
Yes.
or ethnic minorities, but minorities as someone who disagrees with that view.
Extremes, radical stuff.
Correct. So I think that it is not true to say, and I should have qualified,
Sure.
that all majority speech isn't deserving of protection.
Yeah, the principle that was just being mentioned by Pisco is majority rule, minority rights. You know, minority rights are guaranteed to everyone, even if they're not part of the majority, and they can't be eliminated by a majority vote. The issue with them voting down gay marriage in California back then was that they hadn't established marriage as a fundamental right. So I don't think that's really a knock against referendums at all. I think that's just a knock against like the politics at the time. That law wasn't established, and I mean that kind of sums it up.
And the rest of you, what do y'all think?
I think it's a little bit of a red herring when you're talking about when you're talking about current ballot initiatives. I don't think that you're going to see that right now. I know that there was that right then, and I'm not saying it couldn't happen again, but we also have to leave something up to the citizenry when the legislature is not willing to do the job they need to do.
But like,
another example is the recall vote right now in California. I think I could be wrong. Is it Governor
Newsom?
Gavin.
He's fucked. I'm pretty sure he's fucked.
That is
a whole set of other issues, even with the left.
All right, go ahead.
Sure. But that is an example, I think, where executive officers need to be responsive in real time to their populace, and maybe you can argue that this recall election is the total whatever as applied, but in kind of, if you take away what we know now about this particular case and think about it in terms of institutional competency and structures of government ex ante, that is before we know any facts on the ground, I think it makes sense to have this pressure for executive officers and legislative officials to fear the populace in terms of them not being in accordance with the policy positions of the people, because ultimately that's who our government should be answerable to.
Yeah,
isn't that what elections are for?
Newsom's totally screwing himself in this recall because he's telling people like not to go out and vote because it's a sham. So he's just like condemning himself.
That's true?
Just as an aside. Yeah, he said don't go out and do it. Don't vote for the other guy in case I do, because I think it's if you go out.
There's only yes or no on this question. I'm pretty sure.
Like
there's no voting yet.
Can't become corrupt while they're in office.
Hans, do you know?
Yeah, how the recall works is they vote whether to keep him.
Yeah.
And if he uses the keep vote, then it goes to
keep not kick.
And then it
goes to someone else with a plurality, right?
Yes.
And then it goes to a laundry list of like all the other candidates that are currently in the race. So like I think him like telling people not to vote, I think is like him telling people not to try and like vote for other candidates.
Second round.
Yeah, like,
that's what I meant. My bad.
Like, don't let it go there, because like historically, what happens? Because like I was like on a panel about this like a while ago, where it's like we're like specifically California has had these recall elections like virtually like every cycle, like every time it's possible. Like there's been like 50 something like recalls in like the last like century in regards to like the Californians. They're always trying to do this because these recalls are extremely easy to do. I think it only takes like 2.5 million people in a state, of 40 million to like get the recall to happen. That's why a lot of people are saying that like this is undemocratic, because like a lot, and like part of why a lot of people are like frustrated with Newsom, but also just like frustrated with this process in general right now, is because like what's like a likely like opportunity, a likely possibility of this if like Newsom loses, right? And like that's still pretty up in the air. I've seen like stuff like on like either side of that, but like specifically in regards to
doesn't look good.
If he loses and there's no strong Democratic candidate, which they're trying to stop because they don't want him like people to think like they can get rid of Newsom. So
she doesn't.
What's most likely to happen if he loses then is some random Republican, in this case
polling
Larry
doesn't look
Elder,
good for
who's like at the top of
Newsom.
the pack, is going to become governor of
I don't think it did
California
either.
with like 23%
Larry Elder, that's going to be a scary ass fucking governor of California. That's fucking scary.
Yeah, that's wild.
Shit.
I mean, that tells you what Prime said before, which is
like Nazi
just
numbers.
Yeah, I totally agree with. So Prime's critique here is just because there is a vote where ostensibly everyone is having a say, doesn't mean that this is truly representative of the people. And I think first past the post and election structures where a bare plurality can win. I'm also thinking, by the way, guys, I don't know if you were familiar with the Peruvian election. Those of you who don't know,
I'm pretty familiar with it.
Okay, I'm Peruvian. That's Pisco is is a
I'm
liquor
half.
from Peru.
I'm
Oh
half.
wow. Qué bien. Okay, so
Qué bien.
there they have like this runoff voting, and what happened was two polarizing candidates, but who had like a critical mass of supporters. Pedro Pablo, Castillo
Kiko
and
Morio.
Keiko Fujimori, right? And one was like a communist who has leanings or at least connections with some
He's like
alleged connections with the Marxists.
He's like a agrarian populist that has,
Well,
but he did put it Marxist in his.
Correct. Marxist, I would. Is it fair for me to call Marxist communist?
No, like, but he did put a Marxist in his cabinet, though.
Yeah. And he has this advisor who's whatever, and he has these connections potentially or alleged to the Shining Path Maoist insurrectionist group or terrorist group.
And the other side is much crazier.
The other side, Keiko has like this.
God.
Her father was
she's
dictator
like,
of Peru.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who like
pretty much.
Finish it, Pisco. Like just one person. Just finish it, Pisco.
And essentially, that shows you that even though there was a slew of moderate candidates, and it seems like in general Peru preferred a moderate candidate, you're left with these two polar ends, which left no one happy. That shows you that there's a structural flaw there. And even though people are voting and there's an election happening, it's not, I think, representative. And so I think that the Newsom situation of the second round gets to Prime's criticism.
Yeah,
You used to live in California, but
can I add a little bit thing to it? Yeah,
go for it, buddy. I love you.
Yeah, Keiko Mori is a Japanese Peruvian. Is very ironic for saying that we don't like the crazier candidate was her because she, as you said, she's the daughter of the
hated
former
indigenous
dictator.
people.
Yeah,
but
she's
that's what fascists do. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, former dictator, and then she, I believe she tried to say that the election was stolen. I think it did for like multiple a couple months, multiple times, and then I just added to it.
Hey guys, it's been fun. I'm gonna take off. It was good talking to y'all.
See you, buddy. Have a good one.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Stay safe.
So, okay. So getting back to it, I'm not sure if there's anything you want to say specifically.
Sometimes you got to pay.
On this week's election, other than talking about like these. Like, what does it mean to follow the will of the people? I think that's actually quite serious. So we talked about this in terms of like democracy. It's like, what does that actually mean? Like, what is the will of the people when? And okay, moving this back to ballot initiatives, right? What does it mean where the people aren't educated on a topic, right? Is the will you can have a vote and get a result, but if the people did not actually understand what they were voting for, and I'm not even talking about misinformation, right? Like we can imagine some sort of initiative having to deal with, like, let's say, like stem cell research initiative, right? Like banning stem cells. And most people don't truly understand what that means. But like you can get a result, but is that result the will of the people? Like if you had educated the people on stem cell research, not even saying like this is good or bad, just like here's what it is, right? And giving people a very like a college level 101 understanding of stem cell research. Like, can we imagine that, like, in some sort of a referendum, whether it should be allowed, that if you had a college level 101 understanding and not having that understanding, you'd have different results. So, like, what is the will of the people?
Like, Prime,
absolutely.
I would say the only thing I would say for that, Prime, is that education or that like that quote unquote class for like the referendum would be extremely political. Like if there was like a referendum on say like trans rights or trans bathroom stuff, right? And we had to like make like this would be a government PSA, right? Because like obviously like we'd have to like educate the public, and we probably wouldn't give like some random private corporation this capacity. What would Republicans try and put in that PSA? I'm saying like I think there's two issues with this. Is one, depending on how many like times we do this, I don't think the populace is capable of doing this on a consistent basis, for more than like one issue like at a time at like the maximum to like adequately understand like everything that's going on. If it's like a single ballot initiative, possibly, but it goes into like who's controlling that flow of information to the people. And I don't think that people in general are educated enough to make like all of these decisions. And I don't think reading the Wikipedia article like for stem cells, which would probably be like more like I would say, more like robust than like what we could get people to like to fucking listen to if they're going to vote on this sort of stuff. I still don't think that's enough. Like to do we like there's I think there's like populists knock this, and like this is why like I'm pretty like I've gotten pretty like black pilled on populism at this point most of the time, is that I think there should be like a trust of experts like in understanding this sort of like stuff. Like I don't trust a random person who's had like a 30-minute PSA or a 2-hour PSA on like what stem cells are, like to make these like proper decisions on this policy. Like that sounds fucking terrible to me. Like
if you ever on door knocking and phone banking, you'll know that everybody is fucking has no idea what's going on with anything.
See, but the problem is that when you put technocrats in charge,
when you need your legislature to act and they don't act, and that's the problem. What do you
Rally
do
against
when
them, man?
you need your legislature to act and they don't act? And that's why
well,
that's
here's the
necessary.
irony.
And I agree with
There's
you.
a
I
beautiful
understand, like,
irony to
Jason.
what you're saying, Hans.
Go ahead.
So-
then I want to respond, Jason.
Okay, hold on. So you will respond. You will respond in just a second. I just want to give a shout out to my friend Pisco, who I love. Pisco's
He's leaving?
Yeah, he's been a great friend to this channel. He's an amazing human being. He's going to be a lawyer soon enough. Like he's just waiting results from his bar exam, and I know he's passed with flying
that's awesome.
colors. Absolutely, my friend.
Knock on wood. Knock on wood.
So cool.
He's going to fly high.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to shout out Pisco. Pisco has his own channel. Everyone go check it out. But you know, I just gotta let you know how happy I am to have. I love when I get to interact with Pisco every time. We always have a good time, no matter if we're on the other side of the arguments, no matter if I'm kicking his ass. It's okay. It's always fun. So Pisco.
Thanks a lot. And I want to do a shout out to Falls in the chat. I see you, buddy. Sorry I couldn't use your sources, but shout out to Falls. Great person.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Future State Attorney General Pisco, dude.
Future Attorney General, yeah, absolutely.
You could do it, dude. You could get. Hey, if Keith Ellison can do it, anybody can do it.
Yeah, just Viva Peru.
And I love Keith.
And always,
Okay.
Thanks. Good luck with your bar.
So Hans, you want to say something?
Yes, like Jason, I completely understand where it's like in your specific situation, ballot initiatives were like a godsend, and they helped you like, and you're like letting people like protect your state from being like worse than it could like be without them, right? And I completely understand that. And ballot initiatives are a tool in the toolbox. I'm saying in general, I don't trust a random populist to know enough about like a given issue, especially something as like complicated as say like stem cell research, as to whether or not it should be like a good or bad thing. I wouldn't want them to vote on that. And like
To
I know
which
that,
I
like,
would
makes me,
concur
like,
with you. To which I would concur with you. And
cool.
to
And,
your
like,
case in point, the COVID situation in Arizona. Okay, so
Yeah,
our
cool,
populace is
absolutely.
kind
So-
of not on point.
That's
with
what I
that.
wanted to bring up, particularly
so-
because Hans, you're making an argument towards like technocracy. You're basically saying the people that are well educated about these issues should be like making some of these important decisions. But what happens is when you like have systems and institutions like this, is you end up with Fauci's, you end up with like, oh, wear a mask, don't wear a mask. Like you end up with having like these miscommunications. You have like the government at the highest levels like being told by these
Is that
technocrats
better than,
to
like, a bunch
suppress
of, like,
to
people with
suppress
no-
information that would be helpful to the public. Like
What
I would
information was
personally
like what are we suppressing right now? Are we talking about like
there was
how-
plenty of information that was
so
suppressed
we're gonna like
during
so
the
we're gonna do all sorts of
pandemic.
COVID conspiracy stuff now. Okay, so like if like Fauci said
Wait,
like,
hold
don't-
on.
like
I'm not
Fauci
saying
said
any
don't wear a mask
conspiracy
like way at
stuff.
the beginning, and then he said wear a mask later because like they had like better information and like they changed that. And even if they lied, do you really think having people who like aren't like immunologists or like people or like virologists, people who study this sort of shit, having them make these decisions on like public fucking health measures is better? Like, I'm sorry, I love people, I love democracy, but if you're gonna tell me we should say have like a surgery be done by like
It's a tool
a
in the
room of
toolbox,
like
and I do agree
uneducated
with
but like
that. I do
reasonable
agree
people
that
as
it's a
opposed
tool
to
in
a
the
fucking
toolbox. He's
surgeon,
right.
I want to
And
pick the
that's
surgeon
kind of
every
what I was
time.
getting to.
'Cause there's
That's
some
a
things
straw
that we
man.
don't-
That's
That's
not
what
No,
we
it's
have to use
not.
in
You're literally-
Arizona,
it's
but
not
it's
a
not
straw
what has to be
There's
used
things you shouldn't trust
everywhere.
Fauci and like the CDC.
No, I'm saying is that when
he's
you
the
put all of the
expert.
power in their hands, like they have just as much capacity to mismanage situations like that. That's like the point of what I'm trying to
They
say.
can mess up. It's entirely possible. But if you're telling me if I have to choose one person to head our organization, because not everything can be a perfect democracy. If I have to pick one person to be in charge of the CDC, am I gonna pick some random fucker off the street, or am I gonna pick someone who's like one of the best researchers in their field, like in like virology, or like
I'm
in
not
like
talking about
immunology, or like those sorts of things, or like evolutionary biology? Like, why don't you pick one of those
I'm
people?
not
Like,
talking
all
about
things
putting a
equal.
reasonable
What are you
random
saying?
person.
Are you saying that, like, I'm not saying they shouldn't be accountable. I'm saying, yeah, if Fauci like fucks up astronomically so badly, then yeah, we can replace him, but we're not going to replace him with the people. We're going to replace him with another immunologist or another person who like understands this shit. Like, I understand that you're like you want to be distrustful of like people in power, and I get that, and we can hold them accountable. I'm not saying have like a complete technocracy where like you have to have like a doctorate to be in charge or anything like that shit. I'm saying there are certain aspects of our society that we should not leave up to regular people, because when we do that, people will fucking die. Like, if I'm building a rocket ship, am I gonna build like a bunch of random people off the street and ask them to help me build that rocket ship? No.
So let me just respond to what you originally said with the stem cell example. You said normal people could not make an educated decision about like whether or not we should use stem cell research, right? And you're saying that it's too difficult, even reading the Wikipedia wouldn't be like enough of a source of information for people to make an educated decision. I completely disagree with that. I think if you like hired the guy that does the Kurzgesagt cartoons to like make a 5-minute like video explaining the pros and cons of both sides, and they are like pretty neutral, not very political. Like you can explain like the core of these concepts to like a majority of people like very quickly in a very like digestible way.
Okay, let me bring on. I want to push back on this, and I see we'll go to Jason, then we'll go to Dan. Yeah, so I want to push back on that. Like, okay, there's some topics that like I think it might be relatively easy to have like a neutral stance, right? Like, and scientific research, I think maybe oftentimes would be neutral, but even then, it depends, right? But I think on most topics, right, like having a neutrality is like neutrality is a complete illusion, right? That like there is always going to be a lens that you're looking at these things from, and which will include like in a 5-minute primer, like which will include to which you decide to include or not include, is in itself a political decision. So like anything outside of that, like let's say it was on gay marriage, right? Like, okay, let's give you a primer on marriage, right? And the gays, I guess, right? So
prime me on the gays, Prime. Tell me about the gays.
Yes,
all about the gays.
Hell yeah, buddy.
But like, what would you include in that, right? Like, if we're going to do these primers for people, was included. It's what someone else said.
I personally would never approve of a ballot like that, because I subscribe to the concept of majority rule, minority rights. The only reason why we had that vote before is because marriage was not established.
But hold on, follow the principle. Follow the principle. The principle is like if you can have topics, right? You can pick something else. It doesn't matter, right? But you can have topics that are nuanced and are inherently political, right? And so, like, even the choices you make as to what you put in there, even if you're not trying to tip the audience, but what you put in there and what you don't, is in itself a political act, right?
That's the point I brought up, where it's like, if we're going to do like this 5-minute PSA, do Democrats get 2.5 minutes and Republicans get 2.5 minutes as like an opener statement?
You can have like an independent commission.
Dude, you know who's gonna pick that? Who appoints that, man? Like, have you ever been on a task?
You could have like 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and like an independent. Like, you could do something like that, and then they work it all together so that both sides are like adequately represented.
Trans people exist. What is there like? What
is
their
then they can express that. Then they can contribute that, right?
And what would that look like
submitted.
in the trans people aren't real, or like they're all like mentally ill? Like, again, like trans rights to the fucking moon. Like, everyone, like, please don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm saying what you're suggesting is impossible. And if we have half the side,
it'll take forever.
Like, if we have half of like the team who's making this commission, like actively trying to push against, like, I would say, like, what is good? That's like trans rights, right? Or like getting marijuana like, legalization passed, right? If half of it is misinformation or bad information or cherry pick statistics, we've all seen debates where people like bring up like data points and like they're they're incorrectly used, or like they're not like sourced like correctly. You're telling me that we can get a 5-minute PSA that is half controlled by people who, if we like live in a political society, are objectively wrong on the topic, that people will come away knowing enough to make an educated decision?
No, what I'm saying is that those people, you can like word it in it so that it's not saying like, also, after we just like presented like the Democratic point of view, also trans people aren't people. That's not like what I'm saying. I'm saying that like Republicans like would express like, this is immoral. This is like what some people believe.
Like
You
trans
know,
people
like
aren't people, or they don't deserve rights. Like that's what I'm saying that they'll put in there. And you're saying that they and you're saying like we're not going to allow them to put there. What? They're half the commission. How can we ensure that?
And so and to I guess to expand on Hans's point, like first of all, like all those are the people, the citizenry, right? The voting public, are they required to watch this? Right?
No, of course
if they're
not.
well, if they're not required, then how do we know they actually watched it? How do we know they're educated? If this is what we're relying on to tip the scales, right? To make sure that people are prepared, then if you're not even
I'm
required,
not gonna use it as a litmus test.
and then beyond that, there's what we skated on previously. Talking about people with lowered mental faculties, who like you can show that to
My screen's
them,
fucking
but
tiny.
will they
I
understand
can't
it?
see shit.
Can they still vote? Like,
I'm not in favor of like making any of those like types of litmus tests.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not
but
in favor of a
saying, but,
litmus
but I'm
test.
saying,
I'm
but if
in
that's the
favor of an
case-
education
that's the case,
initiative. I think we should do our very best to educate people. We should give them the knowledge that they need, and it should be a mass effort to make sure they have it. But there should be no litmus test to require that education.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
But who decides what is the education, right? Like that's what we're getting down to.
Yeah. So okay, it's going to end up being like a commission. So first you got the initiative, and like where it's got to have enough signatures or whatever to get on there, and then you have to appoint people in order to make this thing. So it's going to be citizens, like whoever part of society is. They do this in cities all the time. Like I'm part of one. I'm like part of a task force. But in order for that to happen, that takes about a year in order to get enough volunteers. And then who the fuck's deciding on which of the people out of all the people who volunteered for this spot, which ones get selected? Because it's probably going to be like 15 people. Sometimes there's requirements to these things. Like it has to be somebody that runs a nonprofit, has to be somebody who owns a small business, has to be somebody who's black, has to be, somebody who's a woman, has to be somebody who's trans. Like you end up having like 15 people that you picked out on this out of like maybe like 500,000 applications. If it's like California or something like that. Then, so you have to have those people then pick those fucking 15 people out, and then those 15 people then have to figure out on like get together and make this fucking video, which is going to be insane. So that's another year. So this whole thing now is taking 3 years for you to get done. By the time this thing is done, this commission has made this video. Everybody who got elected before that's fucking gone. So like they can't be held accountable for anything for appointing those people or anything like that if like they're gone or in some other position. Like this is
okay. So what I'll say is, first of all, the video was a suggestion to try to provide people with more context on how to like vote on some of these issues, right? It's a suggestion. It could be wrong. It could not be the best way to go about like this.
The
fact is that
we're saying like it takes a certain amount of information like to make an educated make an educated guess or opinion or vote on these things. Again, I just agree with like the legalization of marijuana thing. I'm not saying we can't have ballot initiatives ever. But I'm saying for certain issues, it seems like virtually impossible for a lay person.
Oh no, I agree. I agree with that.
And what are you arguing? Like,
well, hold on, Hans.
Understand in a 5-minute video.
Way back in the conversation. Way back in the conversation, I said I'm not about like trying to dismantle representative democracy or anything like that. I'm just saying that I think that the video would be like one possible way of going about like trying to provide like an education on some of these issues that you guys kept saying are like too difficult for like the normal lay person to understand.
There's already videos out there, man. You can fucking go on YouTube right now. I'm sure there's probably like some commission that's already made one in like some county that they live in.
Yeah,
like,
but you can make it in more public, like a public venue, is what I'm saying.
What do you mean? How are you going to make it any more public than it being on YouTube? Like they're
like a PSA,
pages.
like that type of
They're already
deal.
on government pages. They're already on, like, they get shown on some of the websites. Like if you're in, like your county probably has videos that the county made for, I don't know, like my county has one on the George Floyd stuff and everything like that, and like some bills and like equity in Minnesota, and like what Dakota County's doing about it, and they bring on like professors and psychiatrists and stuff like that. Like these things exist, the information's out there, and if we then are appointing some random people to do this, like I said, it's going to take like 3 years, man. This is like a big waste of time.
Yeah,
I think that's
I can see a
incredibly
credible
hyperbolic.
argument for both.
Yeah,
Okay, I can see a credible argument
I'm
for
telling you.
ballot initiatives, and I can see a credible argument for where representative democracy would apply. Certainly, in a case of like I said, COVID here in Arizona. Jesus Christ, I wish to God we had somebody like that was in a position of representative power that would grow some stones and tell our governor to shove it up its ass. You know, but at the same time, like ballot initiatives win the days when it comes to a lot of civil liberties here. So it's such a bitter pill, and that's just the reality. It's a careful balance of both, and that's kind of what you end up having to have.
Yeah, ultimately, at the end of the day, all I was advocating for was like ballot initiatives in areas that do not have them currently enshrined in their constitutions, like a federal.
Wait, that was the argument? Like,
Yeah,
I
don't want it.
That is what I initially said. Yes.
Keep it out of Minnesota. That's all I'm saying.
Then it, like, okay,
Ballot initiatives 100 because grassroots people should have a right to like put something on the ballot for their legislature. They should have a right to have a say.
Just talk to your representative, man. You're in probably a house district of like 30,000 people. Like you got more power than you think.
You don't just have to do
when they betray you over and over again, you learn that doesn't work, and when you have to run off of those grassroots, you understand the importance of it.
All right, enlighten you can talk to your local representative, you can talk to your congressperson, you can do all of that. You can also push for the direct ballot stuff if they're not listening to you. Do both. Use all the tools in the toolkit. Like Jim, I'm gonna extend an olive branch to you. You're right, like the basic premise of just like making ballot initiatives like accessible in all states, like in some degree. I'm fucking on board with that, buddy. That sounds fucking great. Like, okay, so like next question.
With you.
No, for me, not in Minnesota.
I call that.
I'll do everything I can to stop it.
We never we kind of skipped past. We got highly distracted by like the original thing I proposed, right? Talking about states and those protected classes. Like we quickly got into the ballot initiative thing, and then we were off to the races. But should should cops be a protected class?
I think you could like have an interesting like experiment about like whether or not like say like certain professions deserve to be protected class. Like here's an example I think most lefties would probably agree with, right? As a protected class, like or like at least considering a protected class. Sex workers, right? We know sex workers are like more vulnerable than a lot of other like jobs inside society, and if we wanted to say like give them certain protections that like give them like say legal like protections against say like physical abuse or assault, that sort of stuff, or give them like a fast track. In terms of like say like court orders or like court protections, all that sort of stuff, I can completely like see that from that perspective, right? I don't believe like in it for police, but I can imagine it could be useful for like specifically that group of people. So I'm not entirely against the idea, like as its base. I feel like again I haven't seen this. I have very strong like guesstimate.
Professions are a choice and not a protected class.
Okay, but what I'm saying is I have a very strong like feeling that whoever made police a protected class wasn't interested in like potentially solving a societal problem or like helping a vulnerable group of people or giving like certain professions that might need more protections extra protections. It was some flavor of a conservative virtue signaling that are like, oh, like well, are black people a protected class? Oh, make cops protected class, and it's like okay, but like who the fuck's that helping? Like.
Yeah, I think that making law enforcement specifically like a protected class is kind of like a form of like conservative virtue signaling in like where they're like affording affirmative action to law enforcement specifically. If they wanted to go about that in like a better way, they could like say occupation. So that way, like people across any occupation aren't like unduly targeted.
What?
I think there's some kind of even element of misconduct if you wanted to legislatively call it a protected class. Because come on, that means that like they would be free from they could skate out of all sorts of shit because it could be like, oh well, because that's just what cops do. You know, like
okay, I don't know how you make
you stick an E on our neck and like that's it's not a protected class. It's not even close.
Okay. Well, I'll understand this, right? So, police are considered more privileged. So I'll keep using the sex worker example. Can you imagine if someone say like went into a store and they're a sex worker, right? Like police are like considerably more like demonized on the left. I would say rightfully so, right? Obviously. So if a sex worker goes into some like mom and pop store and they're like, we're not going to serve you because you're a sex worker, or if someone said, I think this has happened multiple times, where someone like say like a nurse gets like has an OnlyFans and the hospital finds out and fires her, right? Like if you're saying like, oh, you can't work if a secondary job of yours is sex work, then you're denying people like the ability to like to do like say freelance sex work, and I would say like that's really kind of shitty. I'm not sure if that like necessitates like calling all sex workers protected classes, but I just gave you explicit definitions of discrimination against a like job. And again, I don't want to do it for police because I don't see like any value in it, but I don't think we should like say get rid of the entire like even like this like the thought process of thinking through this just because like we don't like it for cops. Because I can come out and say like I also
the difference is with cops is that they are instilled with the public trust.
Well, what they want to do, right, is that if somebody commits like a crime or like an assault against a police officer, then it becomes like a hate crime if they are able to establish like enough like bias, like negative bias against police officers, like in general, if they can establish like a line of behavior. That's what the law is aiming to do.
But what pliability do they get against the law with that protected class?
Like you said, like for the same protections as before. It's like you can't discriminate against someone based on like their their race, like gender, sexuality. You could say like, oh hey, like you're not allowed just like to discriminate like how you're hiring just because someone has an OnlyFans.
Okay, so but what I mean by that is he's talking about a police officer. What kind of pliability with the law does the police officer have if you impose a law like that? Like if you need to seek justice against a police officer, how hard is it going to be to seek justice against a police officer if there are also enacted laws that call the police officer a protected class? Does that inherently make it harder?
I'm not sure. No, I don't believe so.
It's just
I don't believe. Go ahead.
From what I know of, isn't it? It's just based on hate crimes?
Well, it's hate crimes and they can't be discriminated against.
The problem comes in is when okay, so then what happens when that police officer has to go under performance review, or that police officer, for example, because you got to remember, protected class also protects them in the workplace. They're a police officer, so does that protect them from review of their own? Like that's the problem with protecting. That's the problem with protecting an occupation.
No, that's not how it works.
Be policed under their own because now
you
they're
have to
protected.
show discrimination. It's not that easy. Like DOJ does a lot of that stuff for people who are disabled, like ADA stuff. Like the EEOC is the one who would probably be the people involved in anything when it comes to like discrimination stuff, and those things take like 2 or 3 years to get through. There's like no fines or anything. I mean, I don't see how they could do it in their own internal investigation. That doesn't. I just don't see how that would happen.
So okay, so I think what Jason's like stipulating, right, is if I would say like there might be like a different flavor of like potential protected class, where like what he's saying right now is you can't be fired because like you're gay or because you're black or whatever, like right, like that's what like protected classes are.
Yeah.
So if you're saying you can't be fired because you're a police officer, then like the absurdism like argument is like, oh, like if you're a police officer and you can't be fired because you're a police officer, once you're a police officer you can't get fired, bitch, like job for life. So like that's like that's the
well,
argument.
The problem is that they already police themselves, and that's already a thing.
Hans finish his point. Hans.
Sorry.
Okay, so what I'm saying though is it seems like there are certain professions where other aspects of societal life get affected like dramatically. And I keep going back to the sex worker example. So I'm not saying so like if I would say this is like again this is why I'm not in favor of it for police because I don't think it makes sense for police. But I think there are certain professions, especially like side professions or like what you normally like consider like like a second job or like a non like full-time job like part-time stuff that could easily be like construed as saying like oh you're discriminating. Like if someone like say like drives for
It
like
could be
DoorDash or
related
something, right?
to.
And, like
Finish his point.
I
so like what I'm
agree.
saying is like if someone like drives for DoorDash and like you go like to a job interview and like they said like oh like I don't want anyone who is like doing like a different type of job right or like something that could take your time like if someone like discriminate like say like oh like if you're like driving for like Uber or something you're like your entire work ethic isn't in like the current place that you're currently working. I'm just saying there are certain professions that are discriminated against in our society. It's not fucking police. I'm a lefty, bro. Like 100% cops. Very frustrating. I want to reform the fuck out of the police. So, like, but like in the case of like the sex worker stuff, I'm not defending like saying we can't fire police because they're police. I think if we're making like a protected class system for occupations, it would have to look different than what it currently is. I don't think you could add that onto the existing infrastructure in the same way. I think you could have legislation about saying like, oh, like these like sorts of like classes of people or these sorts of jobs of people can't be treated like have to be treated differently or like with certain like respect or gravitas. So, like I'm not like when I say like gravitas or like respect, I'm saying like there are certain like aspects of their profession that like, might make them like more susceptible like to life. We do this with politicians, right? Like there are certain things that politicians like can say like they're held to higher like standards or account when they say like certain things or like they endorse certain stuff. And I think that could be like possible for like other professions as well. And I would say like largely I would put this like for protecting vulnerable professions. Like in the case of like say you can do this to protect like say migrant farm workers, right? You can make farm workers a protected class because they work like 12-hour days in the like the heat and like you're saying like it wasn't a job for a lot of these people, like it's some of their only jobs. So like if you can I would say like I wouldn't make this a protected class in the same sense that I would like make say like being gay a protected class. I think you could have certain like legal protections for people like based on like what their occupations are.
I could be on board with that. I just think you have to be really careful when you're talking about the government trust, and I think that's more specifically what my concern is that there's a conflict of interest there. That's
I can
more
agree
what
with
it
you,
is.
and that's why police as a protected class sounds like dumb as fuck. So like hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, typically protected classes are to protect people who belong to a class that are unfairly targeted, right? And I just don't think that that's been demonstrated with the police.
But it has been demonstrated with sex workers.
To your point.
I'm not. I'm just wondering, like this dividing line, right? Because it's. I mean, yeah, sure. You could say that protected class are only for people who have been, persecuted. But like, what does persecution mean? Right? Like, it feels like I can stretch that definition just as these states have to anyone. I don't know how you legislate that police. I mean, unless you say just like randomly. Police will not be included in protected classes. Like on a federal level, make that somehow law. Like you can't do that for police. Anything else but police.
Well, I don't think it would be just police. I think it would be anybody entrusted, anybody that's granted with the public trust.
What does that mean?
That means our politicians. That means our police. That means our law enforcement. I mean, they don't get a protected class because they're the machine, okay? How else can I put it? They're the fucking machine, man. Like, come on. They don't get a protected class. They are the ones already illustrating and pushing a lot of the things that we don't want.
Do you hear me? Pause for a second. Wicked Supreme coming in. 216 individuals. Thank you, Wicked Supreme, for being so kind. That's out like that. Holy crap. Monster raid. Yeah, Supreme, thank you for that. It's really super ultra kind of you. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everyone. Okay. Thanks for all the people who are come through. My name is Prime. In case you don't know, I do these open panels type things. We gather people. We talk about stuff. Right now, we're talking about whether cops should be a protected class. And we've been all over the map with this. But if you enjoy having like conversations that are not in an echo chamber, right? If you enjoy having different voices on the screen and to talk to people, then hit that follow button right now. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on. So you know I'm going live because I do this 6 nights a week. I'm doing them all the time. We are here for you, right? We have closed panels, we have open panels, we have 1v1s, we have 2v2s, we have all kinds of things that happen. Sometimes it's just interviews, all kinds of things happen to this channel. If any of that interests you, hit that follow button right this second. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. And one person did that. Hooray! Usually people don't do it. When I ask, usually people don't actually follow. But thank you so much.
Follow Prime.
But okay, yeah, back to you guys.
Okay, so Jason, I talking about the machine, right? Let me give you some examples of potentially say public sector workers who might have professions and stuff that could make them vulnerable, right? What about say people who firefighters? What if someone say discriminates against a firefighter because they didn't save their house correctly, or they caused some damages? Someone I don't like the fire department in my area. Or if someone says oh, I don't like say social workers, and they're being actively discriminated, they're part of the machine, right? I'm not and I am very sympathetic to both social workers and firefighters. I'm just asking, is it are you specifically frustrated with the potential of protecting classes if they're part of the government, or if it's they have explicit power in society in the same way that the police?
The power to enforce. Can we center it more on the power to enforce? Would that be a better way to put it?
That's fine then. So what I'd ask them I gave you other say government professions who are part of the machine who don't have the same power as cops. So would you be and again this is entirely hypothetical, but they're not part of force. Would you be okay with them being a protected class if say these circumstances arose to make them so? Is it about the a power or force that cops specifically have that make them unable to be a protected class? Because I would agree with you on that. I'm just asking if you take that component away because there's other groups that work for the government in this sense.
Would
you be okay
with
them being considered for it?
I don't know how this translates around to other parts of the country. I do know that in our state that social workers and people like that are afforded a certain level of anonymity, which protects them. They are also afforded a special protective class when they call emergency services. So they're already being given that special class that you're referring to. That's already being done. It's already being executed. Maybe not on the level of how we would call a protected class by race, gender, orientation, one of those types of situations, but they are definitely given a protected environment where it comes to the municipality in which they live and reside and work.
Cool. Also, I guess one more. I'm pulling this from chat. Someone said you can't discriminate against veterans. So, would you consider them a protected class? Or
veterans are a protected class.
Yeah, they're a protected class already.
Oh, okay.
I would say the rigors of war would quantify anybody being a protected class.
Well, what if you're a supply guy? It's only 3% of the military is active combat guys. If you're say a cook on some random say military ship or some random base in the middle of Virginia, right? What have you done? And you sort of say your entire tour, no combat, you didn't even leave the States, right? Can you did they met your qualifications of a veteran, or are you okay with expanding that to people who don't need it? Because there are some people that do. Would it be only combat vets? Would it be only war zone vets? What is your...
I'm of the opinion. I'm of the opinion that you cover people extra. I've always been of the opinion you cover people extra. So even if some of the people maybe aren't warranted that, you give it to them anyways because you know what? They were there. It's just like I would say with any kind of welfare program. You cover it extra. I don't care if there's a little bit of fraud in it because I care about covering the whole, and that's what matters.
I completely agree with you on that. Where it's I would prefer to have 30% of people fraudulently using the welfare system than letting one person slip through who needs it and wouldn't get it, right? That's our philosophy. We'd rather cast a broader net and help some people who don't.
I don't think that's what he's saying.
No, I think that's exactly what he said. Where it's you're willing to cast a broader net in the case of all veterans, in the same way that we would give say potential people who don't need welfare because not giving the people who need welfare is like a much bigger problem in society that we would like to avoid. So if you have to pick between like some people maybe like fraudulently using it and some people who desperately need it not getting it, we're okay with the fraud because the alternative is letting people who don't need it
Exactly.
not get it, and that's not acceptable. And I completely understand. Okay, cool. I was just like checking where you're coming from on that. So cool.
Who's the guy at the top that's just like talking right now?
Hans, what's up?
Does he know he's not muted?
Are you making a joke? I don't understand.
My bad.
Okay.
It's like, what are you like? I mean, like, I feel like people were like heard me because otherwise, like, I've just been like speaking to the ether and no one said shit the entire time.
It was just all silence. No. We heard you. We heard you, Hans.
Well.
I heard you, Hans.
Very well said too.
All right?
Very well said.
Like,
Okay, so what, Dan? Any thoughts on this?
On this whole matter, I not really. I completely agree with much of everyone here on the point of like giving protected classes to veterans is pretty obvious. I would
wait, but why is it obvious though? I think like the point that like Forbidden One was making is that like we said like all the protected classes are immutable characteristics, with the exception of veteran, because no one chose to like join the military, right? Or so no one like was born a military. They chose to be in the military. So it seems
I would
that like
say
there's a wiggle room.
nurses, maybe.
As
like
a protected class?
Well, yeah.
COVID, sure.
For sure. I mean, as temporary status.
Well, what about the people that was drafted too? Like they didn't specifically
but we don't draft
choose
anymore, though.
Yeah, but the veteran status was first secured
they're just
after
coaxed into the
Vietnam.
military under poor economic circumstances.
The veteran status was first affected after Vietnam, which is when the draft was going. So I think that may have something to do with it. Although I am curious why. Well, I'm not sure because you're going off of a definition for protected classes that it should have to do with like immutable characteristics, right?
No, I'm asking, and that's something that like that Forbidden One brought up in like chat, is that we say like most of the time like entirely true that a protected class is an immutable characteristic, with the exception of veterans, which that seems to me then is that we've left the door open for non-immutable characteristics to become protected classes. So at that point, then I guess we would like be debating on like what's acceptable and what's not, and that's why I made like the argument for sex workers as opposed to police.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say was, I don't think it should necessarily be based on immutable characteristics. I think it's about, like, ultimately about social leverage, right? Like, for example, you have, like, veterans on the streets, you know, that, like, can't get a job, you know, like, the way that we treat our veterans is just shit, right? And what you're really trying to do is you're trying to ensure that people with those protected classes can do things like they can get a job without being discriminated against. They can like have like these guarantees in society. And I think that veterans absolutely deserve that because I don't think that a lot of veterans do have that social leverage necessary.
Wait, can you go back to like can you make the social leverage point again? I wasn't exactly sure what you like meant by it.
Yeah, I think that like a lot of these protected classes are ultimately about like having society like they don't have a whole lot of leverage sometimes, and giving a protected class the ability to not be leveraged against by society by giving them the opportunity to get work when they need to, not be like discriminated against, is like the whole point, right? I don't necessarily think it's like immutably tied to immutable characteristics.
That'd be an excellent argument then, because like I would say, I think there's like a really robust argument that sex workers are relatively trampled by the state right now, and they need like protections because they don't seem to have there. I don't think there's like a massive like sex workers like a lobbying agency or like firm that like dramatically like influences like national politics. And I would say that they're dramatically underrepresented. So are you so like would the suggestion then be that whether or not something could be considered a protected class is one, they have less power than like what they should have, like based on their population, right? Like I could say that cops have outsized political influence, which would like negate them from being a political class. I could also say that but that would fail for minority groups, right? Because I could say like some like say like African Americans have like a lot of power inside the Democratic Party.
Okay, well,
compared to
let's
like the
back
general.
up really quick. Let's back up really quick. The things that you said before, I completely agree with, like the sex workers and what you said about the police. I completely agree with. I think that judging individual African Americans based off of like their individual social leverage and power is like, I think you're seeing like just the trees.
No, no. What I'm asking then is because it seems like there's a lot of like, say, I'm trying to like break this down like in a point system where it's like you need to like fit, say, like one of like it's not like you have to fit all these characteristics, right? Because it seems like different like groups are protected classes for different reasons, right? Like say veterans are protected class for a different reason than say like the LGBTQ like plus community is versus say like African Americans, right? So what it seems then is that we have a certain number of qualifications, and you have to meet like some flavor of some of them to be considered a protected class. And then so what I'm like, I guess I was like trying to do like in terms of like breaking this down is I think you made a really good point about this like the power in society thing. So that's like one nugget of like the protected class like thing. Is another
Yeah,
thing, like,
and
say,
I think that immutability, like those immutable characteristics, does play a role. I just don't think that that's the be all end all. Is
cool.
is
And
what I'm trying to
means
say.
that means it's another like rung
Yeah,
on the ladder,
exactly,
right?
exactly.
It doesn't necessarily like need to be that one thing. So then like I guess like I would ask like throw this to everybody. So we have immutable characteristics as one. We have less power in society as another. What are like other like qualifiers for this that we think like are necessity like to understanding what a protected class is? And then from that like question, if we're adding more stuff, what are like potential things in society right now that could be added based on those qualifications? Sorry, like that might have been like I'm really fucking
No.
Cool.
That
like,
it was a good question. It was a good question. I just don't have an answer yet.
That's like anyone like so we have immutability, we have less power in society. Is there anything like that we're missing that like we think like is like desperately needed like in this conversation like about like what a protected class is?
Can I just
sounds good to me.
Can I
Economic
ask?
disparity.
Sorry,
Go ahead, Sunny.
because I just showed up. I was doing an exam this whole time. What is the purpose of like us defining like this group?
The purpose of defining this is because the initial conversation was police are like some state made police a protected class, and most of us say that's dumb as shit. But that led to like a broader conversation of there are certain professions that you might consider a protected class, like say sex workers. So and we have like say examples like veterans, which are not immutable characteristics, which means that protected classes aren't just immutable characteristics. So that means there's more to it than just immutability. And then I think it was Jim, right, or whoever said this about like how it has to like also go into disproportionate like less power in society than what they quote unquote should have. And so then what my question was, what are any other qualifiers that we have put on like what makes a protected class? And then from that, once we have like all of the like different like bullet points of like what a protected class could be or what like goes into it, not necessarily saying all of them, but like aspects of each. From that, are there professions that could be protected classes?
Okay. Yeah. Got it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Han.
Sorry,
I feel like I'm gonna run like a fucking mile after that speech.
Yeah,
One in the
that was pretty clean breakdown, guys.
I'm so inspired.
I think in the future there may be something like for nurses or teachers or something like that, if there's going to be one for that, because it's going to be something that's like where there's people who are clearly disparaging certain types of people for a specific reason. Like this is the Vietnam thing, because I think there's people that were drafted. The Vietnam War was very like unpopular afterwards. So I think there was a huge problem with people being able to get hired after the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
Where like people would like spit on them and stuff like that after they came back, because I mean that's like the hippie era and stuff like that, and so you could say the same thing with police officers, which I mean over here in Minnesota there was some that were getting like spit on and told fuck you like pig, and like saying all kinds of threats to him. So I could understand why there would be people that say, oh, okay, if we have this, we should make police officers protected class too, because there's clear hate crimes towards them. Or like if you're off duty and somebody knows you're a cop, they may, treat you more like shit or something like that.
Yeah, but the denial of opportunities and the discrimination against that class kind of falls under like their social power dynamic, right? So that kind of fits the second nugget, I think, as Hans was calling them.
I'm just trying to think of like how like
it's a nugget of wealth.
What would then happen in the future? People are seeing the same way with it tends to be people who I think are like hired by the government. So it would probably be like teachers or politicians could be another thing. These people already have like qualified immunity. How do you say that? Qualified immunity. Yeah. Which just makes it so you can't, have civil action against them specifically. So I don't know what
I think it's dangerous when we get into political immunity, though.
In the future.
I think it's dangerous when you get into like immunity for politicians, because that kind of immunity could create the immunity that allows for a dictator. Like we have to be really careful where we tread with some of that.
Does something not feel a little bit funny about
I'm actually feeling this.
Sunny.
About the possibility of making politicians a protected class?
I would not be in favor.
Ooh, that is the
that
wrong
feels
move.
weird. Like,
That's
is the point of creating protected classes not so that the politics
you can't
are protected?
You can't sue them in a civil lawsuit. Like for something that you can't sue them for in a civil lawsuit for something that they voted for or something like that. Or say if they fucked up, you would want the president to have qualified immunity. And the reason why is because if you are given information and you bomb an area and you'd find then that information is fucked or whatever, and you killed a bunch of people by accident, that had nothing to do with you. But you had to go based on information that was given to you. This is the same thing that would happen if you were a governor and you made a mandate on something, or you did an executive order. You're going based on the information that you're given. And if you can then have civil action towards these people, you can sue them for practically everything.
But you can split that out, because that could be in the context of whether it was within the role of the job or whether it was outside the role of job. And you could feasibly say, okay, there are some things inside the role of the profession that you don't have control over. For instance, if your party decides to vote on bombing Afghanistan,
like capitalism.
So I guess the question sort of becomes, should your occupation, your job, the work you do, should that be a protected class then? I mean, that would cover everything from sex workers to teachers to nurses to etc.
Yeah, again, I think it would have to be case by case for professions. If you want to use a less potentially war crimey example for the people in the audience, I'm just nervous about say Mike's example. If a president say lowers welfare, and we know that having less benefits for people means that more people will be homeless and more people will die because of that. Can you hold politicians say legally liable for the votes that they make when they know that if they do that, more people will die? Because in this specific case, and you could say that for Democrats as well, that because their policy doesn't cover every person who's unemployed, it doesn't cover every homeless person, it doesn't cover every person who needs health care. Because of that, people are dying when they could potentially stop them. That feels like an impossible system to manage. Because at that point, what is the line of you didn't do enough? Because that feels inherently extremely political.
No, I agree with you on that. And my point is that are they protected outside of what they do in their work? Okay, so
no, it's only for unless I have this wrong. It's only for stuff that you can't sue them for something that they did legislatively or something like that, or an action that they took. There's other methods of getting rid of them, but you can't have a civil lawsuit against them, and you wouldn't want that because your teachers would be fucked.
They were voted in, and they were doing the will of the people.
Just like doctors get sued all the time, and everyone would have to have insurance in order to protect themselves from constant lawsuits over these things,
but
over civil action.
If they did something personally outside of that, are they still a protected class?
Because I would say in the case of like sex workers, I would probably like advocate for yes, right? Because like it's not because like if say like a sex worker like gets a second job, and they like need to be protected from being like say discriminated against specifically because they're a sex worker, then that is explicitly outside the realm of their job. Like they're not like making like doing like pictures for OnlyFans, or they're not like shooting videos or anything like that. They're explicitly outside of their like quote unquote profession, but we are trying to stop them from being discriminated against in other avenues while they're not doing their profession, because they're not like say like at like their second job like taking pictures for OnlyFans. They're at their second job doing their second job. So like in that case, it seems like in the case of some, then again, like this is like really like shitty in like Fence City, where it's like it seems like the answer is maybe, where we'd have to say like, oh hey, you can't be discriminated from like one job because of another job.
Well, you have to address the position of power, and that's the thing. There's a power dynamic, and that's where you have to look at it. Like, isn't there a power dynamic there where they're already in a position of privilege? I mean, they have all the privilege, and you want to protect them further?
Wait, are we saying sex workers have privilege? I'm
using. I don't think you guys even know.
But originally, the argument was like people in, like the original argument was police, right? So people in positions of power.
Which you've agreed is dumb. Yeah, and I've agreed with you that that's really dumb. So I'm moving. So like here. So again, like so I think everyone on this panel, like someone can stop me if they disagree. All of us agree that police don't really have a reason to be a protected class, but there might be other professions that might. So if that's the case, it seems like in the case of some, like the sex workers, that they need protections off the clock in ways that like say maybe other professions that would get say like immunities during like the doing of their profession do not. So how do we handle that then?
We handle it by just making it legal.
No, well, what about like what if they're discriminating against like if we make sex work legal, but then we still say like. But then we say like there's like a Chick-fil-A, right? And
okay.
Like, and we
make it illegal.
There's another Chick-fil-A.
No. But then what
just
I'm saying.
Make it legal.
No. But what I'm saying then is if we make sex work legal, it does not necessitate that all other businesses will not discriminate against sex workers. I'm all for sex work.
Why is that a problem you're worried about now?
Because we're talking about like because we're talking about the philosophical.
You're worried about a philosophical problem that hasn't.
Then why are you on this panel? This is what we're talking about. We all agree that police.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not a philosophical question because maybe a bunch of sex workers just lost their fucking jobs and are going to be getting new jobs now.
Thank you.
We have to be hypothetical. If we have like things like
definitely
shitty,
practical element.
Just make sex work legal. It's not hard.
Well,
yeah, but here, okay, hold on.
Protected class then too. If can you two?
Okay, so one second. This is
so weird.
I'm trying to be like nice. All right, so shy. We've legalized sex.
No, you don't have to
legalized
be nice
sex work.
Go ahead.
And then at their second job, sex work is legal. They say we don't want you because you're a sex worker.
Who would say that? You don't know, right? You don't know who would say that because you're just making this up in your brain.
You asked an example. I gave it to you, and you're like, "Well, do we know?"
Your example is like a husk of an
example. Teachers who lost their jobs because of OnlyFans stuff. So we know this is a demonstrated problem. My question then is, do we make them a protected class? Yes or no? You can't just say legalize sex work and then like, yeah, I solved this problem. No, because
you're putting words in my mouth and you're being weird as fuck.
Then make the words yourself because you would say
no, you're being weird, dude. You're putting words in my mouth and you're like acting like you're me. I didn't say any of that stuff.
You're acting like me.
Okay. So I'm gonna stake out a position.
Nearly as cool as yours.
I'm gonna stake out a position. So if we're looking at protected classes, right? Like as a law, with the effect being that it protects individuals from discrimination or harassment based on like, a characteristic, not necessarily immutable, it may have to do with a power dynamic, then I think that we should make occupation a protected class. That's my position. And that would include police.
That seems so weird to me.
I just think the power dynamic is shifted towards the police, so they wouldn't warrant the protection.
Go ahead, Sunny.
So, okay, so I want to go back to like Hans's point about like, okay, like people of certain jobs being like unable, like being barred from getting another job because they're not like Gucci with what you're doing at
There's non-compete
other job.
though. Like most states already have non-compete laws, so I don't see how this is that big of an issue. Just change the laws.
Okay, well, we're on a panel, and I want to talk to my friend Hans. So,
even
Hans,
talk about how
do you
difficult
think,
is it to make a law?
do you know how difficult it is to make a law? True. Hans, do you think that this is something specific to like sex work, or is something
100%.
that would be specific based on whatever field, whatever job it is, or something more of a trait of just workers in general?
I don't think it's like all workers. I think it's specifically like related to other decisions that you are currently making or have made in the past. I would probably
at your job.
Like,
yes, like
Okay.
I'm using sex workers as an example. I would say like the best like comparable example of what we currently have is the veteran thing, where it's like a lot of people like chose to do like serve, right, if they weren't
Yeah.
drafted, and then afterwards they might be discriminated against, and like we recognize them as protected class. I would say the same thing, that like this has happened before, where it's like oh, like a teacher like had like some old like racy pictures or whatever, or
Yeah.
like had or like did like porn at one point, right, and then like they lost their job afterwards because of decisions
Because
that
they
they
found
made
out about
in their
oh, now you care about that. Yeah.
so
Gotcha.
what I'm saying is that I'm only using sex work because it's like the best
Yeah.
example that's popped in my head for
Yeah.
the purpose of this conversation. I don't know if there's
Yeah.
more. I assume there is.
sex
That's what I'm
workers
trying to get at.
Yeah, I assume there is more beyond just sex workers. I assume
Oh.
like it could be like related to other things.
There is more. A lot more.
What? Thank you. So you agree with me? Please stop
Oh
being
my
such a
God.
stud prick. So in that specific case, I would love to have protections for these workers outside of their professions. I think Mike made a good point
Why would you
about
protect them outside of their profession?
Oh my God! Because
they can be
everything is said.
discriminated against.
Hold on.
Okay,
Hans, don't let him troll you. Just like keep
oh
going.
my God, this is like, like this. I'm really loving this negative IQ take. Like, it's like, well, like, why would they do that? Because people discriminate against other people because people are bad, and we are trying to make laws in society to protect people. And if some of them necessitate being a protected class, we are currently having a conversation about whether or not we need it. And I think I'm making a relatively robust argument as to like sex workers are currently being discriminated against. That legalization won't solve all the discriminatory problems, and if that's the case, we should probably like fit them into some flavor of legal like protection class to make sure that that doesn't happen. And you can say the same thing for teachers. You can say the same thing for like any number of professions that aren't in my mind
I think you could
right
say
now.
that for
Can you
low-level
engage with
government
examples?
workers and people in positions of lesser scale on the power dynamic, like what you're talking about, exactly like that, like the sex workers. They're on a lower scale in the power dynamic, and I think when you sit on that, then there's a reasonable argument to be had for that.
Yeah, can I add to this?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just as like add to Hans here, like I think with the amount of progress we have done with the like just normalizing sex workers in general, to at least say that they're not a taboo to American society as it used to be, is very good so far. And I think there is at least a good amount of ways to go, like including like with allowing them to at least get their rights as they're given to many other countries as so far, because it is a legitimate profession. It is the oldest profession in history, as we all know, and as said, and they're still being attacked on a daily basis and even killed and trafficked across different countries.
Yeah, it's mainly
legalized sex work.
Poor people that are that. No, like the thing that you guys are all trying to protect are these people that are like on fucking OnlyFans making like 40K something like that. It's like the people that should be being protected are these poor people that's happening to. But no, these people aren't not getting the job because somebody found out they had an OnlyFans account or some shit like that. This seems.
There are countless reports of that. That's absolutely not true. There are countless reports of that.
Hold on. Even if somebody is
OnlyFans people
40K a year off of OnlyFans,
I said 40K a month, didn't I? Did I say
Oh,
40K a year?
Hey, you said 40K a month, and you're full of
Even
shit.
if they're making 40K a month, does that mean that they should have the right to be discriminated against?
Like workers is 180 a month. Do you understand how that's very, very fucking different than 40K?
Because if I make a shitty video on YouTube and I get fired for it, working at like fucking Target or something like that, should I sue him?
Well,
then should I?
It should. Wants to see
Hell
dick
yeah,
suck.
Off the clock is like I would say is like probably off the clock. Yeah.
But people get fired all the time for saying dumb shit online. Like this happens all the time, man. Like I don't know. How do you not know that's what cancel culture is? That's when people get.
What about that lady who her kid got kicked out of school because she was in a porn? Like that's dog shit, man. No, I agree because that lady got her. I can't remember who it was. There was a porn actress and her kid got kicked out of private school because they found out she was doing porn. Got kicked out of Catholic school, I think it was. And
seems like
that's some
protected class, then that wouldn't be able to happen legally.
Man, you guys are like making the same arguments that make to people that say like fuck sexist jokes and shit like that.
Exactly.
You know, it's gonna be like, but I should be protected as a guy for being able to say fucking dumb shit online, then. To people.
You are. I mean.
No, if I say something, I could lose my.
I honestly don't think those are the same thing.
I don't even think the question is the same question.
Okay, sorry. I want Sonny, really the best person here to be able to talk.
Lies. Hans is taking the cake. Also Dan, because I love him.
I am hungry right now.
Okay, but I think there's a bit of there's things are being equated here that aren't the same thing. Like sex work is being equated with posting problematic or offensive things online, publicly. Like doing things publicly that is offensive, okay? When I agree way more with how Hans is, illustrating this of like it is a job, it is labor, it is like your other job. So then kind of what I'm thinking about is that, there's a lot of avenues about like how sex workers are marginalized and not protected. But if we're going to talk specifically in like the case of employment, if you have like a protection where it's like, hey, you can't discriminate against hiring this person just if they do sex work, right? Then my question is like, then should there be like a policy or a protection like that for you can't discriminate on your hiring processes based on what that person...
One second, Mike, I'll get it right back to you.
Yeah,
Shy,
legalize sex
I
work.
need you to be able to respond to words in a way that makes fucking sense. So, let's say we legalize sex work. Are you following? I want to be very clear. I want to make sure that you're okay. So
Can you say it one more time?
I'm doing this for you, buddy, because I love you. All right, so let's say we legalize.
Can you reiterate?
I will.
So we legalize sex work.
I need you to answer this one question.
Sex work.
Fucking dumb as shit, and I really need
let him
I
answer.
need you to give me back my hope in humanity. So answer this these like series of questions for me, right? It's very basic. So, is it possible that even after we legalize sex work, that people can be discriminated against for being sex workers? Yes or no?
Yes.
Cool.
So, what we're currently talking about is, even in that world, if it happens, should they be a protected class? Do you understand, yes or no?
Of course they should be.
And
I've been
have you been
advocating
saying,
the whole time.
you absolute clown? Please shut
I'm
the
a
fuck
clown?
because you clearly don't understand how words work.
Dude,
and I'm
how many
honestly
fucking
really concerned
TST
for you.
steroids have you taken this morning?
legally
Bro,
authorized
you need to
amount.
relax.
so
I think you're
hungry.
actually gonna have an
Please.
aneurysm.
He's so
from the way you're
hungry.
talking about it.
He's so hungry.
You understand like the beauty
Come
and
on,
the
bro.
pain of having an open panel where any motherfucking can come on. so
Yeah,
go
lay
ahead.
off the steroids, dude. Chill out.
Go ahead.
Also, chat.
Sonny.
I'm not on drugs. This is literally just my like baseline.
Oh
energy
yeah,
level.
sure,
Like,
sure, cool.
hey,
Sonny.
I'm so, not all of us have to be like this, bro. Like I fucking love life and like life
Oh
loves me.
yeah,
Like,
I'm high on life right now too, bro. I'm right there
Oh,
with
and
you.
something else too, Sonny.
some
I lost my point because Han started yelling. It's that. Okay.
Han's just aggressively.
Just keep going, Sonny.
Okay, yeah. I actually remember I didn't lose my point because Hans was yelling. I lost my point because Shy interrupted me and then Hans started yelling. Okay, thank you, Prime. So my question is that if, the case is made that there should be a protection for sex workers when seeking other employment, that they cannot be discriminated for hiring or firing practices based upon their additional or previous employment as a sex worker. Yeah, right. Okay. So if that's what we're like surmising here, then should that be the case for like any other employment, that employers shouldn't be able to, discriminate or to be picky choosy on the people they hire or keep or fire or whatever based on that person's previous employment or
that's what I'm arguing.
Yeah,
That's
but there's
position I've
non-consent
taken.
laws. Non-compete, whatever. It's non-compete. Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna unmute you. Shy. Hopefully, we have something intelligible. Or Hans is gonna fucking lose it again. Like he's like you see it. The vein is bulging.
I'm cool as a cucumber. Like,
okay. Sure.
Oh God, no. Like
Oh no. Keep it on.
One of my best friends got me this shirt. Like, I can't do it. Like,
I mean, you could just take it off. I mean, just like.
No, I heard male presenting nipples are against TOS, and I don't want to.
I'm not sure either. Yeah, it's
what are the laws? Like,
yeah, like aren't my nipples
cold in here? Like,
Logic had his like VTuber nipples on here for hours.
I feel like my nipples are child safe. I don't know. Shut up.
I'm sorry, dude.
Diamond cutters.
What is the difference between a child
I had
safe
something
nipple
to
versus
say,
a
dude.
non-child safe? Like,
I think it's areola size. I don't know.
That's my favorite Disney princess.
So obviously my stance is legalize sex work. I think it's ridiculous
know that
it isn't legalized. I don't know why you guys are muting me if you're agreeing with me, but
I'm just wondering if you're looking for a date.
I am.
Me too.
Okay, Blake.
After this.
All right, let's help
for
try
you.
out. Who on this panel agrees with legalizing sex work?
Me.
I'm raising my hand.
All right. What about you, Black Ryu? All right, he's not saying
I think he said he was raising his hand.
All right, literally everyone agrees with you. So cool, we all agree. You won that, dude. Like 1,000,000 points. Please engage with any of the other.
That's
things
the first
that we
debate I
have
ever won in my life. Oh yeah, thank you guys.
Did you ever know you were my hero?
You literally don't know what we're talking about, do you?
Okay.
Like, you can't
Okay.
describe
Let
it.
me pull the conversation back. Here's my question. Here's my question for the panel. I'll open it up. Do you think that occupation should be a protected class, expanding the scope beyond just sex work?
I don't think sex workers should be a protected class.
Like, do you mean that workers should be a protected class?
No,
Or,
I mean like your
employees?
occupation. I mean like you should not be able to be discriminated or harassed for your current or previous occupation.
I think so what I was getting at, I think is that if we were to put in a policy like that, it would kind of upheave and make void the entire point of like the hiring process of resumes, of applications, not to say that that's a good or a bad thing. I don't have any prescriptions about that, but like it would fundamentally change how people decide who to hire. If you can't make that decision based off of their previous employment.
So I just like wanted to check this because Mike's been talking about non-competes for like a while. why would sex work like compete with like an employer's like different business? Like if I work at Chick-fil-A and I'm also a sex worker and like everyone can check out my shit at only Hans. Why how does non-compete like affect that whatsoever? I'm just like, could you like, this is a legitimate question. Like I honestly like I'm not like super versed like in non-compete stuff. So if you could like go into that a bit for me, like, I'd really appreciate it.
It has not. What my point was, there's already laws that make it so you can't have previously worked for one thing and then work for like. There's like I think some states where if you, I don't know if it's like Target or something like that, then you can't go and then immediately work for like Walmart or some shit like that. There's like I think I'm not going to say that's exactly the transition. I'm just saying there's things where you also can't work for like Target or Walmart at the same time or something like that. Those are if what I know is a non-complete law because they have them here. There's some states that don't that they've been ending them since like 2016. Where that isn't an issue, where you can work for two different things that compete against each other. Now, I'm not saying Chick-fil-A and OnlyFans compete against each other, but maybe they do somehow. Maybe Chick-fil-A can.
That's not how that works. You sign a non-compete clause when you go to work for a company, and usually it is a company that, and the way that works is it's a company in the same sector. It's a competing company in the same sector. So, I mean, if I work for a payment processing company, the non-compete clause would work for me not working in another payment processing company within a certain amount of times after my discharge from that company. OnlyFans is not a competitor to Hobby Lobby.
I didn't say it was. What I'm saying is there's other laws on the book that are like that.
But then we're asking like what I'm curious.
I don't
why
think
you're bringing that
I don't
up, like,
think
in the scope of
OnlyFans
this
is a competitor to Chick-fil-A at all.
It's not the non-compete clause does not do anything. That's my point. It has no relevance whatsoever to protect workers, to protect sex workers, or anybody else in between. All it does is protect companies so that workers can't actually go get in a job that they are native in that sector to. Like,
I'm just trying to figure out what Chick-fil-A you work at where they're competing with fucking OnlyFans.
That was amazing. The spicy ones over here, man. There's one in my city that's real spicy.
Okay, so then like if that's not hyper relevant to like say
My point was there's already laws that stop you from working for another place if you're working for one place. That was the point. That's all it was saying. I didn't actually have to do. It wasn't like a direct thing where that has to do with OnlyFans because I think it was like Ugly Pie. Is that your name? She had mentioned something like how you can't, why you shouldn't be able to work for another place or something like that. And I was just pointing at a reference that there are laws already like that, where you can't work for another place.
So then, Mike, what I would ask then, right, would be if there aren't any like current protections for that, and I think I don't know who to give this credit to, but like chat yourself out, where it's like they said like OnlyFans and Hobby Lobby don't compete with each other. So, in what like it feels like then, if Hobby Lobby with its conservative values decides to terminate an employee for having an OnlyFans, I would feel like there should be some level of worker protections like to stop them. If you want to call that worker protections as opposed to say like a protected class, that's fine. But this seems like it's explicitly like related to the sex work. So that at that point, I would start saying that like, hey, it seems like this thing, or even if they were like previously a sex worker, right? Because say like if you have done or are currently doing sex work, there is a certain thing about you that makes you very unemployable or like undesirable by different, say, like conservative companies that like in no way impacts your ability to do the job in the same way that like being black in no way impacts your ability to do the job. So in that specific instance then, should we have protections for those sex workers? And are we going to call that labor protections, or are we going to start thinking about folding them into the protected class? I guess that's the question I would ask, like not just for Mike, but for like everyone on the panel.
Well, can I also add something to that? Would we also include the cannabis industry in that?
Yeah, sure. If someone says like that you like worked in pot and
yeah,
said,
can
like,
we just infuse that in like in the same deal?
I'll do it for you, Shy, as an olive branch. Yeah. So like,
thank you.
I got you, buddy. All right, so
then you can have the same thing for like party affiliations and like I said with the YouTuber thing. Like if I make YouTube videos that are like weird or something like that, and I'm known for it, can a place not hire me or fire me because of what's in my videos? And I think like there's things like that too, right? Where you're going to end up hitting shit like that.
My question would be,
like
how do you perform on the job?
It's a slippery slope fallacy or something where this is like from A to Z or anything. I'm just saying there's other circumstances where people are getting fired for things that they do outside of work. And what do we do about that then?
Okay, so I guess I would say like for that then, right? I would start crafting a policy where there's like a line that protects you from like work off the so from like say like activities off the clock unless it exceeds like a certain threshold like bad stuff, right? Like let's like I guess like say not I'm not trying to be hyperbolic, right? I guess examples could be like say being a open neo-Nazi YouTuber, right? And you explicitly say like you want to like have the Third Reich come back and you want to like exterminate like Jews and stuff, right? If that is like your prerogative, and then I think like we could be within our rights to like, hey, you're making people like unsafe at that workplace, whether it's like like Jewish people there or like Jewish customers, that like maybe you shouldn't be allowed to work there. And I think that's like what's something that we would have to hash out. I don't have a good answer for you, but it feels like there are certain things that we should allow because otherwise, if there's no, I think we should like probably quantify this because again, there's a lot of people. I think everyone on this panel except for Prime. Has like another job or they're a student or something, right? Like I have a full-time job on top of my streaming stuff. So, like, does that like and I'm very quiet about like what I do for work because like if they find out, they might get very mad at me, right? So, in that regard, should we have say some like basic like protections for people and for what they do in their off hours from like being wrongfully terminated, right? Like let's say someone like just like makes a shit ton of Minecraft videos and like their boss just fucking hates Minecraft. Like maybe like maybe they like maybe like their like significant other like divorced them because they played too much Minecraft and now they have like a massive like hatred of like all things Minecraft. And like and they found like you had like a Minecraft YouTube channel and they're like, fuck this Minecraft bitch. I don't want to do this ever again. And so they terminate you. And I would say that's probably a wrongful termination. And if you're saying is like, oh, we found something wrong with them because they did something offline, then I think everyone on this panel hopefully would agree that sounds like a really BS termination, right? So then it seems like there's a line where we're like, hey, that's dumb as fuck, and we should probably protect the workers from wrongful termination. But we should also probably say that like being an open neo-Nazi who advocates for the genocide of like different ethnic groups is probably a bad thing, and you probably should potentially like face societal consequences. So in that like in lieu of that, I think like it falls to us, the esteemed intellects of Twitch politics, to decide like or at least like to start hashing out where the fuck that line is because I think we can agree that there is a line. We have to just find where it's at.
I think you also have to think in the optic of not the optic, but the perspective of the people who are hiring also. Say like somebody mentioned Hobby Lobby or whatever. Now, if most of your base is conservative purchasers, like clientele, and then they find out you have somebody employed with you that's a sex worker, and they all find that offensive, and they're like, why don't you get rid of this person? We clearly don't like this. And then that business could end up losing customers because of it. So why should the business then be harmed because of that employee and their choices also?
So then, like,
because the sex worker is a choice, right? I mean, they don't have to do that.
That's not what he was saying, but
what I'm saying is that's not something that they are born with or something like that, which we had mentioned before. So like,
okay, so then what happens like afterwards, right? So like in the case of like applications now, you have to say whether like you work for the cannabis industry, like in the case of like Shy, or like sex workers. In the case of me, I'm not a sex worker, but like I'm just like using this example. Would you have to check a box that says I am currently or have participated in sex work, and if I say yes to that on my application, they can deny me like a job.
Well, they're going to ask about the gap in your resume if you don't put it on there anyways.
To be fair, Hans, I agree with a lot of your takes, but I don't know why you want to throw the Shy thing in there, but yeah.
Oh, like I saw you smoking. I was like, that was a joke. I'm sorry. I wasn't.
Oh, my bad. I genuinely agree with you, like 100% on that take at least.
I'm sorry for coming at you. Like I'm just aggro in general. It's my like anyway.
It's all good. Best haircut in the game, though. I'm gonna keep it real.
Okay.
Does anyone here have a valid reason that an employer could have to not hire someone or to fire someone because they previously engaged in sex work?
I don't.
Is there a valid reason?
No, I don't. I don't own a business.
But
I'm not in a position to hire people.
with Hobby Lobby, where you wouldn't want somebody that's
The valid reason
clearly-
is because your customers wouldn't like it.
No.
Yeah, that's your business.
How are your customers
How would they know that? How would you? How would they know anything
You know,
about
man, my customers, like, they only, like, everyone here is of, like, this one race. So they really wouldn't like it if I hired someone from a different race. So, like, you know, that's
I
just
feel
the
like
market.
this is going into another universe right now. It's like
That's not a thing that you get to choose from, though.
Or
But still, I'm basically what I'm trying to elucidate is that doing it based on that my customers won't like it is not a valid reason to deny someone employment.
If you're a business, there's a thing called reasonable accommodation, which the business, like, this is for disability stuff too. So, like, say if like I ask for a reasonable accommodation, which requires me not to be around any guests or anything like that, because I have agoraphobia or something, the business can't actually, like, they're not going to be able to accommodate that.
Well,
means.
that affects your labor. That affects your ability to do your job.
Yeah, but in the case of
How
the sex
does
worker,
this person engaging in sex work affect their ability to do their job?
Nothing unless they're not qualified for the position. Otherwise, they should be able to do whatever they are, like, whatever the position is. If they have the education and the ability, go right ahead and let
Okay,
them
but
do
my
the job.
customers are so mad about it. They're really mad about it. So
Well, they should get used to it. Tough shit.
A fair excuse to say that his
Grow up.
clientele won't like it,
Yeah, it's fucked. Like, you're just making them suicide on this because, like, one employee. Like, that's a thing that the employee gets to choose to partake in too. This isn't something that they're born with. This isn't something that, like, happened to them that's permanent or something. This isn't like a disability. This isn't a race.
People
This
that get
isn't
put into
gender.
really bad situations that they don't necessarily want to be in, and they end up in that industry. And there's a lot of people that also really like doing that as a form of art, and that shouldn't negate their ability to do other jobs. Thereby, yeah, sometimes they should be protected because right now they're disadvantaged because if they want to get into another field, they can't get into another field because ultimately they're stigmatized by the fact that they're sitting in that past and having done that in their past, and that's bullshit.
Yeah, it can do.
Okay, what about if a
Whose
sex
fault is
worker
that, actually?
applied to work at, like, a religious private school in which like the type of sex work that they were engaging in was antithetical to that school's morals, and they wouldn't want that former sex worker teaching at that school knowing that they engage in a profession that went against their morals?
that gets complicated because there are, like, certain religious protections that are afforded to, like, different say, like, religious institutions that aren't afforded to, like, regular private business. Like, I believe there was, like, something about, like, say, like, Catholic private Catholic private adoption centers not being willing to, like, provide, like, children to gay couples like,
I
for,
heard
like,
about
no
that.
reason other than, like a desire for a religious exemption. So if we're talking about, like, religious stuff, that would be, like, a very, like, touchy, like, feeling about, like, where the legal, like, system drops. But in the case of non and I'm not, like, a legal scholar, but I have a bachelor's in public policy, and that is, like, it. So I can't tell you, like, the legal, like, ramifications of, like, what happens when, say, like, potentially, like, the rights of, like, a worker or a protected class, like, go up against the rights of, like, a religious organization. Especially if we're not, like, say, quantifying sex work in, like, the same level of protected classes like other protected classes. So I can't tell you about that, but I could say, like, in the case of non-religious ones, I don't see a good argument for discriminating against them because, like, here's another thing about, like, sex work that, like, we haven't, like, brought up really, but, like, a lot of sex work remains online. Like, if I, like, made porn, right, and it's, like, on, and, like, the videos have been, again, like, this is for the sake of argument. I am not, like, I'm a coomer, but, like, this is, like,
I mean,
I'm here to protect the workers. So like, in my videos, like, get clipped and shared and, like, spread around, and I stopped doing sex work, right, and for, like,
Hans
years,
really likes
and then, like,
porn.
Where can we find these videos?
Come on. I want to pass this. Yeah.
Right. And then so, like, 4 years later, are people still allowed to discriminate against me? Because like none of my videos, like I don't control them anymore. Like people have like taken them, like I've done like all like they take down notices and stuff, but like they still get spread around because like my videos are fucking fire. Like let me tell you. So like what am I supposed to do, right? Like and people won't hire me because they're like, Hans, you have done a sex work, and it doesn't matter if like you have done it like in the past or now because all those videos are current. They're still up on Pornhub. They're still up on these places.
And in fact, they're in my hard drive, and it's like,
Yeah.
God damn it, Prime! He's doing this to me.
It's definitely not.
I want to get Doobie in here really quick. Hopefully, he doesn't set this whole thing on fire. Doobie, you really want to say something, so say it.
Okay, so two things. So Hans, just really quickly, what you've just made is a case for raising the age at which people are allowed to take part in the porn industry, because they should be thinking about the long-term consequences of the shit they do before they put it on the internet. Secondly, ugly.
I would argue for keeping it where it is and like just protecting them.
No, that's dumb.
Like, go ahead.
No, that's dumb. Okay, that's stupid.
Hi, Doobie. Hi,
Hey, buddy. Keep going. Tell me
You said. No. Oh, why is my customers won't like it a valid excuse for keeping someone like out of a job? That is the only valid excuse, right? That is literally the only fucking valid excuse for not giving someone a job, right? If they meet all the other qualifications,
is it not that they are not suitable for the job?
If they meet all the other
specifically this is specifically like the views of like the customer. You know,
yeah,
and
but that matters.
I'm struggling to see how the customers would even view this like Hobby Lobby worker or whatever the fuck as a sex worker.
How? Okay,
like,
so if you have a very conservative religious customer base, and you bring on an employee who meets all the other qualifications, but let's say she's a prolific porn star at some point, and then your customers find out that this person that's interacting with their children has videos of herself getting like pumped all over the internet, right? And they don't like it. Right, that is the only fucking thing that matters, because if they don't like it, they're probably not going to go to your fucking store. They're going to want to avoid your store, and you're going to lose money. So that is the only valid reason. It doesn't matter if it's nice or you know, if she was in a tough time when she made the fucking porn. If it's going to cost you money, you don't fucking do it.
Do you think that that's a valid reason to like fire somebody?
Absolutely.
You think okay?
Yeah,
I don't think that is a valid reason to take away somebody's income.
Okay, so if I had an employee, right, who 5 years ago was a fucking Nazi or something, you know, they're involved in Nazi activism, and they don't do that anymore though. So I hire them, they're on the job, and then somewhere along the line, someone finds out, oh god, this person was a fucking Nazi. Here they are in all these Nazi videos promoting Nazism, and they're like, hey, this employee that you've got was a Nazi. And they don't want to come to my store anymore. But why wouldn't I get rid of them? Why wouldn't I get rid of the person who's costing me money? No, who's costing me money? Whose past actions? Again, apparently they didn't think of long-term consequences. Whose past actions have damaged their lives apparently, but now are damaging my life, right? And the lives of my other employees. Because loss of profits means loss of money for everybody in the fucking business. It just seems, why would I sacrifice any of that and any profit at all for this one person when I could easily replace him?
Then like
Thank
I would,
you.
like, and there would have to be some flavor of system in place. Like you can't just say like, hey, like sorry, Sally.
Well,
take
the system is capitalism.
Like don't like it's like. Well, just like I don't think it's like quote just, and I would like have some sort of system in place that like if it had to be, if like someone was like, we cannot go to this bakery ever again because like person X is there and because she was like did sex work, or if you want to say because she was a Nazi, but like she doesn't do either of those things anymore. She was a sex working Nazi, right? And so they have to get rid of this woman. But she doesn't do those things anymore. It doesn't affect her work. It doesn't ability. It's literally just people like.
It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter that she's not doing it anymore, that her life has changed, that she doesn't agree with whatever the fuck she's doing anymore. The fact is that
selling a product.
That she did it. It's out there. People know about it. It's not costing the business money, so she has to go.
This is the same argument. This is the same argument that employers use to keep black people out of like places of employment. Oh well, like my white customers aren't going to want to be served by a black person.
Yeah,
Like,
Disney did that. Walt Disney did that with Disneyland. He would not hire black people because he said it would dilute from the image that he wanted to create of fantasy. So he would not hire black people to be actors at Disneyland. So by that rationale, then you're saying that that's okay too, right, Lucifer?
No, what he's saying is that
Hold on. Actually, I think there are good cases that can be made for keeping someone out of a position because of their race. I think there are plenty of good reasons.
What?
For that.
Of course you do.
I can get.
does.
Wait, hold on.
I forgot.
Wait
He's
a
like,
minute.
I forgot what Doobie is. That's my
No,
fault.
I can give you.
Doobie's not trolling here, right? This is honestly how it plans, and he put up a good, not that I back him, but he put up a good fight.
Agree, don't lie.
This last time, Doobie, go
Okay,
ahead.
look, I'll give it an easy example, right? So same one I used last time. If I am starting a sushi restaurant and I want an authentic style sushi restaurant, right, where it looks authentic, the way that it serves is authentic, the way that it's prepared is authentic, I'm probably not going to hire a bunch of white dudes or Hispanic dudes behind the counter. I'm probably going to look for Asians that look like they should be making fucking sushi, right? This is, and I think that'd be totally fine. Right, because you're trying to fit the theme of this restaurant. You don't want to hire a bunch of white guys or black guys behind the counter at an authentic style like sushi restaurant.
Don't come to a sushi restaurant in Arizona, brother.
I think you had another one. I'm remembering last time we had this, and it was a marathon long fight. But you said, what if you had salespeople, right, who went to neighborhoods, right, to talk to customers, and saying that there's a Hispanic neighborhood, and what if the customer base is just more likely to respond to a Hispanic person approaching them, right? Especially one that can speak Spanish. Does it make sense to then hire a white person from what was it? Where are you from, Hans?
Indiana.
Yeah, Indiana. Yeah. Why? Yeah. So
you're going to go into the neighborhood. They're not going to connect with you the way that they would with a Hispanic person that speaks the language, understands the culture. So it would actually be detrimental to the business. You sell less. It'd make you less money. When you'd be much better off in some other neighborhood.
Shitty burritos, basically.
The problem with this is that you just begin depriving people of opportunities of participation in the economy. You begin pushing people into ghettos. Some people can work here, others can't work here, et cetera, and it makes a broken society, and it doesn't work, and we've proved it as the United States.
No, we haven't. Right. So this isn't the fucking 50s anymore. Right.
Yeah.
So you're speaking as if, oh God, we're just not going to hire any black people. No, the black people can fit into this equation too. There are plenty of black neighborhoods in California. And you know what? Those people would also probably respond better to a black person approaching them who understands the culture, understands, has the same kind of experiences as a lot of them do. They'd respond better. Right? It's just, if you're in sales, that is the reality. I don't know.
Also, but we're not in the 50s anymore because we got rid of this exact type of thinking.
Also, DB, couldn't that be considered a level of not housing discrimination, but pay discrimination? No, pay discrimination. I'm going with this because, let's say if you're saying that I'm black, and the only people I can sell to are black, right? But then you have this extremely wealthy white neighborhood, and you say, well, you can't go there because those white people will probably respond to a white person. That the salesperson who goes over there is probably going to make more money, not necessarily because they're a better salesperson, but because they just have a better territory. And I literally cannot crack that territory because you're telling me my skin color automatically invalidates me.
Ironically, it's the other way around. If you're just so if you're doing so, I'm in insurance, right? And most of my agents only sell personal lines of insurance, so auto insurance and home insurance. Ironically, you go into you get out of the fucking Beverly Hills, right, where it has a really nice car and everything.
Insurance, it kind of says it all.
A lot of these people don't drive very much.
In an oppressive industry, capitalistic, opportunistic,
and you get down to somewhere like East LA, where lots of people have bad traffic records.
We'll talk about that another time.
It's a very congested area. Right, so there are a lot of accidents that are happening all the fucking time. Their rates for auto insurance are actually going to be higher, right? And that's actually a problem. This is one of the barriers, I think, to success in the United States, because you live in a really shitty area, your rates are going to get higher. Just living in LA, in LA proper, your rates are 40% higher than they would be in Victorville here in California, right? Just because you're in LA, whether or not you have a bunch of accidents and shit on your record. So it's kind of reverse. Now there's still some of that on the other side where maybe you go to the Armenian area, and they have all these businesses and shit, right? So if you send some Armenian dude in there to talk to them, they're going to get a lot more money. That's true, right? But I think, but businesses exist in like Hispanic areas too, right? That also need insurance or need whatever the fuck you're selling. And if they don't, then you're probably in the wrong industry. Right? You probably shouldn't be targeting those areas in the first place if you can't sell to them.
You can't like discriminate against a person. Like if I'm like say like the one white kid in like an all black neighborhood, and you're saying like all sales positions like require like a black person, then you're just like saying then like the system you've created means that like I can't do anything like related to sales, and my like ability as a worker like to find work has been like dramatically reduced. So it's like, and that seems like we're hiring specifically based on race, and I think that's illegal, right? Like let's like explicitly say like affirmative action.
Allegedly,
the way they can get away with it is by calling it casting. They call it casting.
I mean, I just want to say that's the reason I'm hiring this person. Yeah, I just want to say this is the reason I'm hiring this person versus the other person.
Okay, but if that's like the real reason, then like you're lying and like you should probably be sued.
So, that's fine.
What the fuck? Like
prove it, bitch.
All right, so like so
it's
dude is breaking the
immoral.
law and like
That's
and like
not
being
the
like actively
question.
racially discriminating and like he's in like when he asked like whether it's legal or not, he's just like, no, I don't care. Like
I'm not in business. I'm not in business to push your moral like agenda, right, for society. I'm in business to make
government to
money.
push like
but
an
it's
agenda.
but it's
like,
more
makes
than
the world a more just
morals,
place.
right? It's not just morals though. It's not just like what's better for like the human condition. It's also better for economies, right? Like you keep talking about like, oh, if I use this specific race of person to go to this like racial neighborhood, like I'm gonna make more profit. But like when you scale this system up higher, like it ends up with like broken communities that are segregated. And
Why
it
are they
doesn't
broken? Because they're being sold to by black people. Like why do you assume they're broken? There are other reasons these neighborhoods are suffering. It's not because they're being serviced. It's not because they're being serviced by salespeople that they can connect with, right? There are other reasons.
When you scale your
these neighborhoods
thoughts
are fucked
up, when you scale your thoughts up like to like larger business, government, you end up with things like redlining, things that destroy cities.
No,
like
that's
things...
ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
How is it? It's been demonstrated.
Can you? Okay, so you're saying you're scaling this up. Can you explain how you get from me saying, hey, if I have a Hispanic area, they're probably going to connect more with someone who's Hispanic, who speaks the language, who understands the culture. How do you get from there to redlining?
Because you are using the advantage of racial discrimination to your personal benefit.
Again.
All right, Doopy, I'll give you like a case by case. All right, so like we have two areas. We have one Hispanic, one white, and apparently only white people can sell in white area, and only Hispanic people can sell in Hispanic area. That means one area is going to like all the Hispanic people are going to like live and work inside that area, going to reinforce that boundary. In the same way that all the white people are going to reinforce the white boundary. And then because of like how historical discrimination has taken place, the white community is going to have more money because they have more power in society, which means everyone who lives and works inside the Hispanic community, including white people who can't find a job there, are worse off. And there's no way that we can fix that. And because they can't like live and work in the white community, they are now disadvantaged from that, which means they're going to stay inside.
You're making such huge.
I'm doing a case. You asked how. I gave you a
and
list.
It's stupid.
You wanted you want a point A to point B, but this is way more complicated than you're trying to make it say. I'm really sorry, buddy, but like I broke it down as like easily as I could.
No, you broke it down and it was ridiculous because you leapt from if I have a neighborhood that's like primarily Hispanic
and you incentivize them staying race.
No, and it's serviced right by a Hispanic dude who they can connect with culturally, and when he's selling them shit, well, suddenly, oh god, they're going to build walls around this, and they're not going to let in the white people, and they're not going to let in the black people, and everybody's going to be segregated.
No, it's not about not letting
nobody's
them in.
Going to talk to each other, and everybody's just going to hate each other. They're going to be racist against the people that are
and there are no protections to protect it. Then people are going to be stuck inside their communities, and that means the communities that are less well off are going to suffer.
Why are they stuck in their communities? Because they're
if I'm Hispanic, I can't go to the white community for a better opportunity.
Of course you can. Of course you can go to that.
No, I can't because you said I can't sell there because no one will hire me.
Yeah.
Why is the assumption that Hispanic communities need Hispanic people to sell something to them, and white communities need white people to sell something to them? How do you know that there can't be a crossover there? You know what? I honestly, a lot of times, if a white guy in a suit comes to my door, I am not going to fucking talk to him.
And I will definitely respond to a white one.
Maybe I am, but I'm white, so I hate myself. What? Maybe. Call it what it is.
Disgusting.
And also, so Neo, like in chat, there's nothing inherently wrong with staying in your community. The issue is if your community is self-selecting for, like, say, people of a certain ethnic background or like a racial background, then you're going to reinforce those communities to the point of like excluding other people. And because of how our society is currently constructed, I don't know if Dewey wants to fight me on this too, where like there's like wealth disparities between like white and black people or like Hispanic people, and if I can't get into the white community because I'm Hispanic or black, then my opportunities have been diminished by virtue of my race, and that's really, really shitty.
Okay.
So
I
Doobie wouldn't
those
say that you're
communities are
excluded.
probably are possibly generating more income. So all you're doing is limiting the income of your racial minority representatives, right?
No, that's not. Why do you guys assume that all communities that are primarily Hispanic or black are all like poor? That's ridiculous. But beyond that,
they're poorer. It's not saying that they're all poor.
There are plenty of
there's statistical facts that demonstrate that there is an income disparity.
There are plenty of poor white communities in this country. Right? Don't assume that it's because it's black. Because it's black, it's poor. It's a fucking ghetto. That's not how the world works.
Oh my God!
I'm sorry, Mr.
Like,
Indiana.
oh wow! I found one poor white community.
You see,
racism does not exist, which means redlining does not exist. Checkmate, lefties. Like, I've never been so blown up my life.
Okay, that's a you problem.
My asshole's still
weird.
puckering from that, dude. Please hit me again.
Okay, again. This is a you problem. Right? You hear black, you think poor. That's you.
I didn't say that.
This is you, Mr.
There's
Indiana
an
white
income
boy.
disparity
Right?
that's proven statistically.
You think
and
minority.
you
You think poor
yourself.
person. You think ghetto. You think, oh God, they can't pay their fucking bills. They don't have businesses. That's not how the fucking
if
world
I
works.
can show you like a stat, like would you be okay with like not calling me like some flavor of racist?
I think what you're saying is pretty racist, to be honest. With you.
Oh my God!
However,
Okay, well, I don't really give a fuck what you think. You want racially segregated communities. So
I think the denial of fact is pretty racist, and the fact that you would exploit workers like that is pretty racist.
You just told us you wouldn't buy from a white person. Your opinion's irrelevant to me. Secondly,
listen,
really quick. Control your impulses. So I think that sorry, I think you keep using the word you keep speaking as if they're excluded from going to these other neighborhoods or visiting these other neighborhoods.
If you're self-selecting
They're not.
for people of a specific race, then yes, they're being excluded because they're not part of that race. How is that a jump?
You just said it. You said it in your
being
example.
Being louder doesn't make you more correct. What I'm telling you is that they will be more successful. They'll find more success, more customers if they go to these communities because people connect with them better. And part of sales, the biggest part of sales, is that you connect with the person that you're selling to. People don't buy products; they buy people. Right? This is one of the first things you learn in sales. Right? You can sell somebody something that's actually more expensive. That's worse for them if they like you. Right? So if they connect with you, right, it's going to be much easier for them to start liking you because you have like similar experiences. This is why. I don't know if I should admit this. So I have a lot of Armenian clients. Right? A lot of Armenian clients. And I'm not gonna say.
I'm gonna pause right here. When Doobie is like hesitant to say something, to admit something that you know is gonna be some fucked up shit. Go ahead.
No,
Doobie.
this is like what do you have against Armenians, Doobie? Like
particularly Armenian.
I love Armenians. I love all Armenians.
Yeah. Oh,
but
yeah.
a lot of my clients are Armenian.
Do you love Armenians?
What I found, and again, I'm saying all this because this is what I found, right? Is that when I was targeting this area, right, that was primarily Armenians, Glendale, I just saved the fucking city. If I sent over my Hispanic producers or the one Asian producer I have, or the pretty white girl that I've got, they just weren't getting success. They just had the door shut in their face. Business owners didn't want to talk to them on the phone, shit like that. So what I did was I hired an Armenian dude, and unironically, he went there. A week later, he has like best friends with everybody. He's being invited to all the fucking family dinners and shit. Being invited to all their different restaurants and shit. He's making a lot of money. He's making me a lot of money because they just connected with him immediately because he's Armenian, because he knows the slang, because he knows the culture. This is like
That's a lovely anecdote. Can we now please talk about how you're self-selecting like subcultures, like encourage and like continue disparity of like income between races?
Okay, but here's the problem, Doobie. That may work for you, like in this specific example, but like what I keep saying is, if you scale up like that sole like motive for profit, right? Like if you completely divorce like the bigger picture in terms of economics or morality or like the human element, you're just depriving people of opportunities. You're depriving yourself of like maybe the problem with your other producers was that they didn't have the ability to connect with other cultures. Maybe you needed to develop that talent with them.
I don't have time for that
right?
shit. I'm not going to put him through a diversity course.
He's not trying to
or
do that.
teach him about Armenian culture.
Like,
Fuck that.
Well, that makes you a lazy businessman.
I don't care if he's trying.
That makes me.
I don't
That
care if
makes me
he's
somebody
personally trying to make
who
money.
doesn't spend money.
You know what you are? You're looking.
I think you're missing the point that he's trying to make.
He's looking for the easy way out.
There's no easy way out. It's just okay. It's pretty much.
There's no easy way out, so I have to be racist in my hiring.
No,
I'm not racist
okay.
at all.
Guys, okay, I'm sure you guys have all like I hate to bid in, but like I'm sure you guys have all gone to like some school or whatever, right? On like high school or whatever bullshit. Almost every school I've gone to, all the kids with their often tend to hang out with their own race. Not just because it's enforced, but it's just often what they do. People who look alike tend to share an experience, and I think that Doobie
Incorrect.
is...
Doobie offered an anecdote.
Actually,
I would like to offer an anecdote
I did
as well.
not
At
grow
my
up
high
like that.
school,
I grew up in a very diverse community with a lot of diverse people
I
in
got
my
a
background.
scholarship, and guess what? My two best friends at that high school were Indian. One of my other best friends was a Chinese national. I had lots of different friends, and because of that, I think everything you're saying is wrong. And because you can't like disprove my specific anecdote, it doesn't matter. Systemic racism is real. You're fucking insane.
I went to a very mixed high school, and all my friends were people of different races. It was fun. It was great. Also, I'm really goddamn tired. So, if Doobie, you want to debate Hans at some point?
Well, I just want to say one. I think if this Chinese national and Indian dude or whatever the fuck it was were your friends, it's proof that they aren't setting their best, and Trump is right.
Oh,
okay. Wow. To my audience, we will be back tomorrow, as always. We'll be back every day. We're gonna have a thing. We're gonna do something. I don't know. Figure it out. But come back. It'll be fun. If you haven't done so already, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on, so you know I'm going live. I do this 6 nights a week. Don't want you to miss out on any of it. Also, !social in chat. !social in chat. Those are our socials. Go to our Twitter and follow us there. Jump into our Discord. That's a Heart and Souls where we have everything happens in the Discord. And go to YouTube to find all the VODs that we have. We got a lot of VODs. None of them live here. They all live on YouTube. So if you want to see anything you missed, go to YouTube. All right, and subscribe, like, comment, subscribe. I just want to say to Hans, thank you, Hans, specifically. I'm going to shout out to Hans because he came here and he helped just make this panel. And it was really amazing.
I'm sorry for fighting with everybody. This was really fun, though.
Are you gonna be streaming for a while?
It happens when you're around everything.
Hans, are you gonna be streaming for a while?
Actually, no, I can't. I have my IRL job. I have work in 3 hours.
Okay. All right.
Help me! I got too excited. I tried and failed. I lost 3 runs of my Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke tonight. All right, I want you guys to know, I lost my 3rd Nuzlocke. I lost to the 3rd gym because I'm a fucking loser. Because I was so focused on this conversation because all of you are fantastic. I'm really sorry, but
this dude plays Pokemon. You were going to take his advice in hiring? Come on.
Oh my god.
So
rude. Pokemon's a classic.
Hans has fallen in love with the panel, the open panels. This is what happens, the magic that can happen in open panel. But thank you all so much for being here. Off you go to Mr. Fanatic, who's been awfully kind lately. Yeah. And we'll be back tomorrow, awkwardly waiting for me to send you all off. Okay, bye.